Yo. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to yet another Iceberg by yours truly. Today, I've decided that it's about time I jump into the strange and interesting world of lost media. There have been quite a few interesting icebergs made on the topic of lost media here on YouTube, usually covering the more popular mysteries or stories that have come up over the years, or just being a general, non-genre exclusive type of iceberg. But personally, I find when discussing lost media, I like to really comb in the stuff that I'm especially passionate about. And if it hasn't been made perfectly clear by now, I'm pretty passionate about the horror genre, regardless of it being video games, movies, stories, etc. And so today, I'd like to take you on a journey into the world of lost horror media. We'll be taking a look at lost films, TV shows, video games, and various other odds and ends, all horror related. And as always, I'll be including a few bonus entries along the way. I want to be sure to shout out the Lost Media Wiki and its community, as I'll be quoting information on basically almost all these entries from there a fair bit. And also, a big shout out to this iceberg's creator, Eric Thing, who not only made this iceberg, but a lot of other ones. Over 200 other ones, in fact. Has there ever been a more prolific iceberg creator? I don't know, but Eric Thing is certainly a champ nonetheless. So, with that being said, sit back, relax, and grab something hot to drink as we dive into the world of lost horror media. London After Midnight. London After Midnight is a 1927 silent horror film written by Todd Browning, the same man behind the 1931 Dracula and the 1932 film Freaks, starring Lon Chaney, who was regarded as one of the most versatile and powerful actors of cinema, renowned for his characterizations of tortured, often grotesque and afflicted characters, and for his groundbreaking artistry with makeup. In fact, his makeup effects he developed earned him the nickname of the Man of a Thousand Faces, and his most well-known roles were that of Quasimodo in The Hunchback of Notre Dame and the Phantom in The Phantom of the Opera, all of which were silent films, and thus Chaney had to emote and express these characters through facial and body movement, and not through his voice. Anyway, London After Midnight was an adaptation of The Hypnotist, written by Browning, and was one of the last major films to star Lon Chaney before his death on August 26th of 1930, sadly just as films with sound started to become a new norm. However, this film is sadly lost. According to the Lost Media Wiki, this film's plot was about, quote, Sir Roger Belfour, the head of a luxurious mansion, is found dead alongside a note. Professor Edward Burke, Lon Chaney's character, is placed in charge of investigating the incident. Sir James Hamlin, Belfour's neighbor, was the last to see him alive. Naturally, Burke questions him and Belfour's butler, Williams. Burke's questioning leads him to suspect Arthur Hibbs, Hamlin's nephew. 5 years later, the mansion has become dilapidated and is now a subject of ill omen. The mansion is now occupied by an eccentric old man who goes by the name of Roger Belfour and a ghostly woman renting from Hamlin. Professor Burke is once again drawn to the house to investigate stories of vampires residing within. Unbeknownst to others, the man is actually Burke in disguise, with the use of hypnosis and a fake setup of vampires. vampires. Burke tricks Hamlin into revealing that he was the one who murdered Sir Roger Belfort 5 years before, unquote. The film came out at the time to moderate success, with some critics at the time thinking it had an uninteresting plot, but that basically Chaney carried the film. And indeed, his makeup design and the design of Professor Edward Burke is quite iconic and striking, and actually would go on to influence future Dracula depictions, as well as monsters like that of the Babadook from the film, the Babadook. However, sadly this film has been lost for some time, as the only known copy was in possession of the MGM studio. However, it was likely destroyed in an explosion when on August 11th of 1965, the concrete roof of the building of MGM Lot 1 collapsed in the ensuing fire. Though details on this are a little sketchy, and while it is believed no one was hurt in this explosion, no estimate of the loss was available either. Regardless, this means that the last known copy of the film was destroyed, and while it's possible that another copy might exist out there, it's sadly unlikely, making this one of the most iconic and famous pieces of lost media, let alone lost horror media, and is often considered the holy grail as far as these classic horror films that people want to see resurface goes. The Golem. The Golem is a German silent horror film released in 1915 that was written, directed by, and starring Paul Wergner and Henrik Galen. It followed the tale of a fossilized human-sized monster made out of clay in Prague, who once protected the Jewish people from any persecutors, based on the concept of the Golem, an anthropomorphic being in Jewish folklore, which is created entirely from inanimate matter, usually clay or mud. Golems could serve many purposes and could symbolize a great many things, though this film would have been mostly based off the tales of Judah Lo ben Biziel, who was a rabbi, Talmudic scholar, a Jewish mystic, mathematician, and astronomer, as well as a philosopher, who, for most of his life, served as a leading rabbi in the cities of Mikolov in Moravia and Prague in Bohemia. Judah had reportedly created a golem out of clay from the banks of the Vltava River and brought it to life through rituals and Hebrew incantations to defend the Prague ghetto from anti-Semitic attacks and pogroms. A pogrom being a violent riot incited with the aim of massacring or expelling an ethnic or religious group, in case you didn't know. At any rate, in this film, the golem is brought back to life and used as a servant, but after falling in unrequited love with a woman, it goes on a murderous rampage, not unlike that of Frankenstein's monster and quite a few 20s and 30s horror film villains actually. But again, this was released in 1915, predating them all. Sadly, it was lost soon after its release, the film reels just seemingly not having been taken very good care of at that time. However, in 2007, some footage from the first act and a couple minutes from the fourth act were recovered, and in 2017, the Film Museum München completed a reconstruction of the film, incorporating newly discovered footage from the second reel of the film's American release. Additionally, several other reels are believed to exist and are owned by some European film collectors, who don't seem to want to share it with the world, which is pretty cringe to say the least. The Golem and the Dancing Girl. And while we're on the topic, The Golem and the Dancing Girl is a German silent film from 1917 that parodies the previous 1915 horror film, once again written, co-directed by, and starring Paul Wergner. I should note that there was actually a third Golem film too in the 1920s, The Golem, How He Came into the World, though that one is completely intact and you can go watch it now if you wish. It's considered a great example of German expressionism, along the likes of Nosferatu and The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. German expressionism being an artistic movement in the early 20th century that emphasized the artist's inner emotions rather than attempting to replicate reality. If oftentimes outright rejecting cinematic realism, and used visual distortions and hyper-expressive performances to reflect inner conflicts, and is what we in the now would call a real gothy good vibe overall. Anyway, sadly though, The Golem and the Dancing Girl is completely lost to this day, with no footage or anything besides this poster and still photograph, and the cast list being any proof that it ever existed at all, though it is believed that a reel may be out there somewhere, awaiting to be uncovered. The Cat Creeps. According to the Lost Media Wiki, quote, "The Cat Creeps is a pre-code Hollywood crime/mystery film released by Universal in 1930. The film was a talkie remake of Universal's 1927 silent film, The Cat and the Canary, and was shot both in English and Spanish," unquote. Now, something of note is that term pre-code, referring to pre-code Hollywood, that being an era in the American film industry that occurred between the widespread adoption of sound and film in the late 1920s and the enforcement of the Motion Picture Production Code censorship guidelines, popularly known as the Hays Code, in 1934. The Hays Code was a set of industry guidelines for the self-censorship of content that was applied to most motion pictures released by major studios in the United States from 1934 to 1968, set in motion by Will H. Hays, president of the Motion Picture Producers and Distributors of America, or the MPPDA, from 1922 to 1945. I don't gotta go into all the details, but basically that means a pre-code film was more likely to have sexual innuendos, romantic and sexual relationships, mild profanity, illegal drug use, promiscuous acts, prostitution, infidelity, abortion, intense violence, and homosexuality. Nefarious characters were seen to profit from their deeds, in some cases without significant repercussions. Basically, you were allowed to tell whatever story you wanted, and then when the Hays Code came in, you suddenly were censored and needed to be very careful about the story you wanted to tell. At any rate, the Cat Creeps plot is described as, quote, "revolves around 6 relatives of a deceased elderly man who declared that his will not be read until 20 years after he has died. Then, when the clock strikes midnight, and it has been exactly 20 years after his death, the will be read. The will states that if the heir were to die or lose their sanity, then the content mentioned in the paper will be given to another relative. After the will is read, the lawyer reading said will is killed. Annabelle, the heir to the old man's belongings, almost goes insane while staying in the old man's house due to the many frightening things it beholds," unquote. The film is mostly lost, with the only remaining remnants of it being the soundtrack and a few clips from it that were used in the 1932 comedy film Boo, which made fun of this movie and various other horror films at the time. All-American Massacre. All-American Massacre is an indie film that was an unofficial spin-off to Texas Chainsaw Massacre 1 and 2, starring fan favorite Chop Top.
"You're my fave. Me and Bubba, my little brother, we listen to you every night. Music is my life."
Bill Moseley reprises his role as the character for a second time in this prequel sequel, and the film also features William Tony Hooper, son of Tobe Hooper, the director of the original 2 Texas Chainsaw Massacre films. All-American Massacre has never been released to the public, sadly though, despite it being completely finished, which is a shame because Chop Top is personally my favorite Texas Chainsaw Massacre character. His screen presence is just so fucking good, and he literally eats every scene he's in. Anyway, the plot of All-American Massacre goes as follows, quote, "Intended to be the 25th anniversary tribute to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the film was to act as both a prequel and a sequel to the first 2 films, with flashback sections bridging the plot together. As stated in the official press release, there would be no connection to the third or fourth Chainsaw films, as these movies were not directed by the Hooper family. Set 12 years after the events of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, Chop Top has been captured and placed in a psychiatric prison. When interviewed by a tabloid newspaper, we get to see flashbacks of his life. A much younger Chop Top, now known as Bloody Bobby for copyright reasons, would make an appearance. These flashback sequences would serve as a connection to the first Chainsaw film, as we would see characters such as the Hitchhiker and Leatherface return. After these flashback sequences, Chop Top would then escape and start a new massacre, an all-American massacre. I would personally love for this film to get released at some point, as it sounds fucking amazing and a real tribute to both the OG Texas Chainsaw Massacre and its crazy, more comical sequel as well, both of which are some of my all-time favorite horror films ever made, and just films in general. But sadly, in June and July of 2013, an eBay auction with the original film negatives and 35mm film belonging to executive producer Eric H. Lasher surfaced online, but it's unknown who bought these items, and whether or not these listings contained a copy of the movie. On March 8th, 2020, a small clip of the film surfaced on YouTube, featuring Buckethead playing the character of Leatherface. This is some of the only footage that has been found of the film, besides interviews with cast members and the trailer, which I'll play some of now. Sadly though, it's believed the reason it's never publicly been released is due to copyright issues. Though personally at this point, I think just releasing the damn thing on YouTube would be good enough. Just call it a fan film and you should be just fine. But oh well. For now, it remains lost until further notice. Left 4 Dead 2, The Cabin in the Woods. This entry is about a lost build of a cancelled movie tie-in DLC for Left 4 Dead 2. I'm sure most of you know what Left 4 Dead is, the Valve-developed game where you get to play as a bunch of characters and basically fight your way through a zombie apocalypse in multiplayer action. Also, there's tons of mods for the game, as you can probably tell by the background. Meanwhile, The Cabin in the Woods is a horror comedy movie that satirizes the horror genre by telling the story of a group of college students that hide in the titular cabin to escape a zombie outbreak, only to find out that the cabin is ran by a facility which experiments with several horror movie monsters and tropes as if the building was a movie set. It's a really good movie if you haven't seen it, by the way. The Left 4 Dead 2 was so popular that Valve started creating extra downloadable content for the game pretty early on, including 2 new campaigns titled The Passing and The Sacrifice. However, a third one was in development, which was meant to be a tie-in into the Cabin in the Woods film. According to the Lost Media Wiki article on the topic, quote, according to Chet Falasek, Left 4 Dead 2's writer, both Josh Whedon and Drew Goddard, the writer and directors respectively, approached Valve after playing the game and presented the idea of building a campaign based on the movie and its premise. Goddard stated on a Reddit AMA that players would have been able to step into the cabin and even walk around the facility and fight the monsters that appear in the movie. The Cabin in the Woods was originally planned to be distributed by MGM, set for a February 5th, 2010 release, but the movie was delayed by a full year due to plans in converting the movie to 3D alongside MGM's ongoing financial struggles. However, on June 17th, MGM announced that the movie was delayed indefinitely, once again as a result of the studio's debts, which led to its Chapter 11 bankruptcy on November 3rd of 2010. With the movie indefinitely shelved, Valve quietly canceled the Left 4 Dead 2 campaign. After emerging from bankruptcy, MGM announced on March 2011 that it was going to sell the movie to another studio, Lionsgate, that ended up getting the rights to the movie, which was then finally released on April 13th of 2012. To positive reviews. Despite the cancellation of the Cabin in the Woods DLC, the infected from the Left 4 Dead games ended up making a cameo appearance in the movie during the climactic elevator scene. This Easter egg became a major topic of conversation in Drew Goddard's Reddit AMA, held later that year, where the director confirmed the existence of the DLC, apart from the campaign's premise. No footage from the campaign nor any assets have surfaced to date, unquote. So yeah, that's that. A real shame. Seems like it would have been a really fun idea for a DLC, since there's so many different monsters and creatures that you could have fought, both in the cabin and the facilities seen in the film. Dracula's Epilogue. Universal's Dracula is a 1931 horror film that needs little introduction. It's one of the most classic and iconic horror films ever made, with Bela Lugosi's Dracula performance being what most people think of when they first hear the word vampire. However, there is a part of this famous film missing. See, the initial theatrical run of the movie featured an epilogue by Sloane, similar to the prologue of Frankenstein, where he directly said to the audience, quote, "Just a moment, ladies and gentlemen, a word before you go. We hope the memories of Dracula and Rainfield won't give you bad dreams. So just a word of reassurance. When you get home tonight and the lights have been turned out, and you are afraid to look behind the curtains, and you dread to see a face appear at the window, why, just pull yourself together and remember that, after all, there are such things as vampires." Unquote. When Dracula was reissued in 1936, the Motion Picture Code had this part of the film censored as not to upset religious groups, since I guess it claimed that vampires are real. And sadly, the epilogue has never been restored in future releases. Though some stills and a short clip of the epilogue can be seen in the 1999 documentary A Road to Dracula. It's really just a corny little epilogue at the end of the day, but still, it's a real shame it was cut for even more corny reasons. Event Horizon unreleased 130-minute cut. Event Horizon was a 1997 sci-fi horror film directed by Paul W.S. Anderson, the plot of which follows a rescue team in the year 2047, tasked with investigating the mysterious reappearance of a spaceship that had been lost for 7 years, only to discover in investigating it, something terrifying has come back with it. Initially, the film had a runtime of at least 130 minutes. However, when Anderson screened the film for Paramount, they were disturbed by how gruesome the film was. Thus, the studio demanded that the film be heavily edited, especially after it was also shown to test audiences who also found the film too gory. So much to Anderson's dismay, the film had about 30 minutes cut from it, specifically the extremely grim material. In a rather ironic twist of fate, while Event Horizon was a commercial and critical failure, grossing $42 million on a $60 million production budget, it did actually do very well in the home video market. So well, in fact, that Paramount contacted Anderson to begin working on a restoration of the deleted footage, but it had either been lost or destroyed in that time, thus leaving it unfinished forever. A shame, since it would go on to gain quite the cult following. While it's kind of difficult to explain all the deleted scenes without context of the movie, some of the stuff included Captain Miller finding a human tooth with gum attached to it in the corridor while exploring the ship. It is assumed that the tooth was ripped out while the original crew of the Event Horizon was being massacred. Or the bloody orgy scene that the main characters come across in the ship's log, and learning the original crew's fate was longer in the original cut. The scene lasts 20 seconds in the theatrical version, but is infamous for the incredibly graphic violence it contained, including a shot of a character being stabbed through the head and a man pulling his intestines out of his mouth. The initial version was longer and included shots of a character getting screws drilled into their teeth, and a character having their legs beaten so hard they're eventually broken off as he crawls away. And yeah, stuff like that, you get the idea. Freaks deleted scenes. Now this one is quite a doozy. Todd Browning's Freaks is a 1932 horror film that used real carnival sideshow performers with real deformities. These cast members included siblings Harry and Daisy Earls, Johnny Ick, who had sacral agenesis, Daisy and Violet Hilton, who were conjoined twins, and Schlitzie, a man with microcephaly. The plot of the film is basically about a circus trapeze artist named Cleopatra agreeing to marry Hans, the leader of the sideshow performers. But Hans' deformed friends discover that she is only marrying him for his inheritance, so they decide to get revenge. The film, however, once again is pre-code, and so it had some pretty dark content. It was extremely controversial with test audiences. In fact, one test audience member infamously stated they were going to sue MGM for giving her a miscarriage while watching. Due to this, roughly half an hour is cut from the film, cutting it down to just a 64-minute runtime. Yet even still, this final abridged cut of the movie was controversial with audiences as well, with many sadly fearing or finding the deformed actors too grotesque to watch. Because of its controversial content, the film was actually banned in the United Kingdom for over 30 years, and was labeled as brutal and grotesque in Canada. Though it should be noted that while it certainly was criticized then, over the years the movie has gained a cult following, with many noting that it presented an anti-eugenics message, and that it was an early showcase of people with these deformities getting a sympathetic portrait painted of them rather than an exploitative one, and in 1994 it was selected for preservation by the United States National Film Registry, which seeks to preserve films that are culturally, historically, or aesthetically significant. Nonetheless though, what exactly was cut from the film? Well, according to the Lost Media Wiki, quote, "Scenes were cut short, small comedy bits were cut. Many of the cuts included the relationship between the character Venus and Borso, many cuts of the growing hatred between Venus and Hercules, which leads to near the end of the film where he attacks her with the intention to kill and fight Borso. A very shocking and different ending compared to the happy one MGM included, where the chase scene of Cleo is longer, and included the freaks chasing Hercules, which leads to the infamous chicken scene, but states that she is now senseless, and also shows a castrated Hercules," unquote. In case you're wondering, by film's end, the sideshow people band together and make Cleo into a freak, turning her into a fucking chicken thing somehow. The extra bit certainly sounds quite grisly as well, and all these cut parts of the movie are now lost due to most movie companies at the time either not saving the cut parts of a film or just taking poor care of it in general. It deleted scene. This one is referencing to a lost deleted scene from the 2017 adaptation of the 1986 Stephen King novel. I won't go into the plot, but basically a bunch of kids are being haunted and tormented by a weird, creepy clown demon that feeds off of their fear. So they eventually got a band together to fucking kill the clown. While there is a lot of deleted scenes from the film, most can be viewed via the Blu-ray release of said film, with most kind of just being extra scenes with nothing major there. However, there's still one deleted scene that has yet to be shown in any release of the film to date, that was in the original script and had actor Bill Skarsgård, who plays the titular It Pennywise, mentioned existing. According to the Lost Media Wiki, quote, "Set in a dark midnight afternoon in 1637, it began with a 19-year-old woman named Abigail rushing into a well house, which would be the creature's lair, as she tries to calm down her crying baby, when all of a sudden, an unnatural force causes the room's chandelier lights to rapidly rotate as a black silhouette slithers from the well's gray shadows. It turns out to be none other than a naked, pale Pennywise with a barely human-like body in his huge maw full of razor-sharp teeth. As the light hits his face, it takes on a different form at once: a man, woman, beast, and a monster. Pennywise boasts to Abigail about being the eater of worlds upon hearing her call him the devil, and smells the intensifying fear of her child with each cry it makes. Abigail tries offering herself to the monster in the hopes the baby will be safe, though it boasts he will take both of them, along with her husband and the rest of the world until there's nothing left but weeds. It then offers a sadistic option, where he takes the baby and spares the lives of both Abigail and her other child, a 6-year-old boy. As Abigail tearfully kisses away her baby and says she's sorry before turning him away, the lights of the room spin even faster, while Pennywise slowly crawls towards the baby, who cries once more until a sickening crunch is heard, implying it ate the child. As for Abigail, she keeps looking at the bright orange glow of the flickering fire, which turns out to be nothing more than the dead lights, its true form that causes anyone who takes one mere glance at them to either go permanently insane or die. Unquote. This scene was said to be released at a later point, but it is yet to show up anywhere, with the only visual evidence of this scene existing being this picture of the scene. Seems pretty interesting, and it would certainly be interesting to see, though I won't lie, when I first saw the title of this entry, I got a little worried, because I thought it was going to be about the orgy scene between all the kids in the film that thankfully has never shown up in either adaptation of this novel, but is nonetheless right stuck there in the middle of this novel by Stephen King. Frankenstein meets the Wolfman, Bela Lugosi's monster dialogue. So, this entry is referring to some cut dialogue delivered by Bela Lugosi in the film Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman. This movie is notable in that it introduces the iconic Frankenstein walk and was an overall pretty strange portrayal of the monster up until this point, since he hadn't done that in the previous 4 films. But there is a reason for this. Originally, the monster would have spoken dialogue in this film, and according to the Lost Media Wiki, quote, legendary horror film actor Bela Lugosi had previously portrayed Igor in the 1939 Son of Frankenstein and the 1942 Ghost of Frankenstein. He had also been cast as the monster in the first movie and later backed out, regretting his decision. Lugosi was glad to be playing the monster in this film. However, at the climax of Ghost of Frankenstein, Igor gets his brain transplanted into the monster's body and ends up losing his eyesight. This would cause a change in the next film. The dialogue for the monster in the film would be different than the dialogue from the previous films. Reportedly, the monster would have a split personality, switching between itself and Igor. Lines included, "Frankenstein gave me life, and his son gave me a brain." The dialogue was a big part of the story, explaining things such as the monster being blind, which, when cut, ended up creating the Frankenstein walk, which is why he stretches his arms straight. After the footage was shot, the test audiences found the monster speaking with Lugosi's natural Hungarian accent ridiculous and unintentionally funny. This was what is generally assumed to be the reason that the dialogue was cut. This caused a few inconsistencies, such as when the monster is brought to full power, his eyes flutter open, and he can be seen smiling. This was meant to signify that he had regained his sight and strength, the blindness as well as the weakness which was to be explained previously. The dialogue has been lost and is assumed to have been destroyed by Universal, which is a real shame. On a semi-related note, I'll never forget watching this movie for the first time as a kid and being so excited to see Frankenstein's monster and the Wolfman fight, only to be like super disappointed that they actually only end up fighting by like the very end of the movie for just a small little bit of time. Rocky Horror Picture Show Open Map Version. The Rocky Horror Picture Show is a 1975 musical comedy, horror, and a general cult classic that's about a couple whose car breaks down near a castle. And when they go inside, it's a place full of people in elaborate costumes, and it is controlled by Dr. Frankenfurter, a mad scientist and an alien transvestite from the planet Transsexual in the galaxy of Transylvania, who creates a living muscle man named Rocky. It's quite the trip if you couldn't tell. At any rate, as the Lost Media Wiki notes, quote, "Many films were originally recorded in an open shot or open matte version. These versions of the film had the top and bottom of them matted out to obtain a widescreen look for the theatrical releases of the films, later to become useful for viewing on widescreen or HD TV televisions, though unintentional. For cases of 4x3 televisions or general home releases, the top and bottom of the film is still matted out, though less has been matted out than the widescreen version, allowing the film to fit correctly on these televisions. These 4x3 versions, coincidentally, have more information than the widescreen versions available to see. The open matte versions can have certain objects such as camera or boom mics viewable near the top of the frame, that when matted out are not viewable in the widescreen and 4x3 versions of the film, hence why open matte versions are not the preferred way to watch these films," unquote. Bearing all that in mind, the open matte version of the Rocky Horror Picture Show is lost, with the only available clips of it being the song Sweet Transvestite, taken from an educational television center in the United Kingdom that was about to transition to color, but was still in black and white. Thus, we have, for example, this still from it here. Certainly not the best quality, but yeah, that's basically it. The Shining deleted scenes. Stanley Kubrick's The Shining is a 1980s psychological horror film based on the 1977 novel by Stephen King, and is widely considered to be one of the greatest horror films ever made, with it sparking much debate and discussion regarding its symbolism, the way scenes are shot, the various trippy and eerie scenes, and just in general, is considered one of Stanley Kubrick's best works, despite Stephen King not being a fan of it. The film itself follows Jack Torrance and his wife and son, who go to live in the giant Overlook Hotel. Jack actually has a job to maintain the hotel, as it can't be opened due to the cruel winter, and he also takes his time to write what he hopes is his magnum opus novel. I won't go into all the details, as it's easy to get lost in the weeds of this film, but as for the deleted scenes, most were taken out to tighten up the pace or deepen the film's sense of ambiguity, and there is a ton of deleted scenes from the film, some of which include Jack's drive to the Overlook Extended. The opening scene of Jack driving to the Overlook Hotel for his interview initially was longer. There were shots of Jack inside his car. These were filmed on the same rear screen set as the scene featured in the final film of Torrance's discussing the Donner Party, Danny's hedge maze vision. Right before Wendy and Danny enter the hedge maze at 38 minutes, a scene where Danny would have experienced a vision while staring into the model hedge maze was cut. This would have been a slow tracking shot zooming into his face. A vision of Jack's fate. A vision of the hedge maze model covered in snow was cut, which slowly panned in to show a miniature of Jack's frozen body visible inside of it. It is unknown when this scene took place. The Torrances play in the snow. After the snowstorm begins, a scene in which Jack joins Wendy and Danny out in the snow was cut. Wendy and Danny engage in a snowball fight and encourage Jack to join them. Upon starting to play, Wendy gets upset at Jack for throwing them too hard. Long after principal photography had wrapped on The Shining, Kubrick's assistant Leon Vitali flew all the way to Malta to visit Duvall on the set of Popeye for her to record a wild track for this scene. Despite their efforts, it was cut. Jack looks out the window extended. This iconic shot of Jack looking out the window originally began with a wide shot of the lounge. Jack would stretch and yawn as he grew bored writing. He then would approach the window, closing in on the shot seen in the final film. Wendy cradles injured Danny. A scene of Wendy carrying the injured Danny down the halls of the Overlook following her argument with Jack at the 62-minute mark. This scene was just discovered in an auction for a work print reel belonging to Kubrick's assistant Emilio D. Alessandro. It is unknown who won the auction, leaving question and speculation whether or not the public eye will ever see this footage. After Wendy makes it back to her room, she cradles the catatonic Danny as Jack begins pounding on the door to be let in. After threatening violence, Jack kicks the door a couple of times and storms off. Jack discovers the truth behind room 237. Following the previous scene of Jack wandering the hotel after his encounter in room 237, he would make his way to the scrapbook on his desk. Inside, he would learn of a bathtub woman's suicide after a lover's quarrel, learning about how she would become the creature he just saw. The scene ended with a close-up of Jack shutting the scrapbook closed, unquote. It should also be noted that this scrapbook was going to be a plot element that was originally in the novel version, but would be cut entirely from the film version because the scrapbook revealed a lot of the mysteries that were in the hotel, and it was decided it would be better to have the creepy scenes without any context for any of them to really add to the mystery and mystique of the film. There are also tons and tons more deleted scenes, but I don't want to harp on too long with one entry. But if you're interested, I highly recommend you go checking out the Lost Media Wiki article for more info on all those lost scenes. But I would like to bring up the deleted epilogue of the film, as the story behind it is pretty interesting. Quote, "The most famous deleted scene of all is the removed epilogue for the film. After Jack freezes to death in the hedge maze at the 1:39-minute mark, the film then would have faded to daytime, where a group of police officers investigate the hedge maze, unable to find Jack's frozen corpse. It then would have cut to the Overlook manager, Stuart Ullman, walking down a hospital corridor to meet a nurse, playing snakes and ladders at the reception desk with Danny. He lets Ullman into the room where Wendy is staying, informing her that the authorities couldn't find any trace of the supernatural events she witnessed nor Jack's body. Ullman sympathizes that anyone would have witnessed such hallucinations due to the horror she went through at the hotel, and invites her and Danny to stay at his suite in Los Angeles. On his way out, he proclaims to Danny he almost forgot something, tossing the same tennis ball Jack was playing with earlier in the film to his hands. Ullman bids Danny goodbye, and then the film fades to the photograph shot it typically ends on. The scene was included in early screenings of the film in Los Angeles and New York. Hearing about the negative reception The Shining was receiving, Kubrick began to attend some of these screenings himself to survey audience reactions. Upon leaving the auditorium, he noticed a fell swoop of silence as viewers would leave immediately, as the credits started. Curious to see how audience may react, the epilogue was cut in certain screenings, which instigated a much different atmosphere as the movie ended. The audience felt a buzz and applauded as they sat through the credits discussing the meaning of the film. Kubrick wrote the epilogue because of the affinity he felt for both Danny and Wendy, desiring to reassure the audience that they were okay upon surviving the events of the Overlook. However, after seeing this discrepancy in audience reaction to these two cuts of the film, he decided perhaps he went the wrong direction in providing these answers to the viewer. Thus, he ordered Warner Bros. To contract an editor to physically cut the scene from the reels, as it was included at these early screenings. The deleted epilogue of The Shining remains a heavily discussed topic in the history of cinema to this day. Film critic Roger Ebert, who attended one of these early screenings, commented in 2006, "Kubrick was wise to remove that epilogue. It pulled one rug too many out from under the story. At some level, it is necessary for us to believe the three members of the Torrance family are actually residents of the hotel during that winter. Whatever happens, or whatever they think happens." All the film lifts of said scene were reportedly destroyed, leaving chances slim to none that the epilogue will ever again meet the public eye. However, many believe that there may be one or two surviving prints out there, with the discovery of the extended cut of 2001: A Space Odyssey serving as a glimmer of hope. Alas, as per Kubrick's wishes, the lost 2001 footage was decided not to be released by Warner Bros. And his estate. As for The Shining, only time will tell if the deleted epilogue, or any other cut footage for that matter, will ever surface, seemingly remaining a ghostly memory among those who have seen it, like the ones that sleep within the Overlook, unquote. It would certainly be interesting to see some, if not all, of these extra scenes and deleted stuff in a possible new Blu-ray release or something as bonus features. But it's also a clear example of how sometimes the stuff cut from a film actually makes it a far better film, it being cut rather than it being included. Sometimes the stuff you cut is just as important as the stuff that you decide to keep, in how it changes the way the story is conveyed to the viewer. The Thing Practical Cut. This entry is referring to the practical cut of the 2011 remake of The Thing, or rather, not a remake, but I guess a prequel to John Carpenter's cult classic of the same name. The film, originally shot with almost entirely practical effects supplied by Amalgamated Dynamics, which was done as a clear homage to the 1982 original, because that film is renowned for its use of practical effects and just how fucking good and gnarly it all looks. It would be a disservice to not use them in a sequel or a prequel. But sadly, while this 2011 film did have all practical effects when it was originally created, apparently the film itself received a negative response from test audiences, and this led Universal Studios to have the film re-edited where CGI would now cover up all the practical effects, animatronics, and makeup done for the film, effectively rendering all that art and hard work completely worthless. This was all for naught though, as the film still received mixed reviews upon release, leaving the team behind those effects as well as the film's director truly saddened by what the studio had done to their film for pretty much no reason. This, however, has led many to want to see the original cut of the film, that is confirmed to completely exist, most likely in Universal's archives, which honestly I'm surprised they haven't released by this point. Just slap it on a Blu-ray and maybe a streaming service and advertise it as the original uncut version. It's basically free money at this point, and there are many who have campaigned for its release since then. Only time will tell if we will ever end up seeing it. The Thing deleted scenes. Speaking of The Thing, there's actually some deleted scenes from the 1982 The Thing as well, though many of these cut parts have seen the light of day in some lower quality syndication cuts of the film or just in other releases. Some of the scenes have been cut completely, including, quote, a scene where the crew is having to drink in the dining room, a location never seen in the final cut, only a still photograph exists. A scene where Buck sedates the surviving dogs, likely cut so they could use the one where Blair and Clark sedate a dog, only it still exists. Most infamously, a cut scene where McReady watches some of the Norwegian tapes alone in his cabin whilst playing with a blow-up sex doll. It is unknown why it was cut, and all that exists are a single photograph from it. Carpenter also filmed 2 alternate endings of the film, one in which was only filmed in case executives didn't like his nihilistic approach. In the first ending, McReady awaits his death in the cold, but is found just in time by the rescue team, who attempt to confirm his identity with a blood test. It is still apparently left ambiguous, although McReady more than likely survived. Although it made it as far as test screenings, audiences seem to prefer the darker ending. It is unknown what happens to Childs in this ending. Only a production photograph has surfaced, proving the ending was filmed. Given it made it to a test screen, it's possible it survives in the possession of Carpenter or simply lies in a vault. The second ending was a scene that has never been shown publicly, removing Childs completely, as he was a victim of the Thing at this point. It's unknown what the scene would have entailed, as McReady would have either died alone or been rescued, without an additional character to make the scene more interesting. No photograph has ever surfaced, leaving the ending and its fate largely unknown. This man. Man, this one fucking entry has managed to make its way to like nearly every one of my icebergs. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna summarize this one as this. This Man was a planned horror film that was first advertised online as a creepypasta of sorts called Ever Dreamed This Man?, in which a fake site was made where many people claimed to have seen this man in their dreams, and different theories as to who it might be or what it means is proposed. It's a pretty cool concept, but ultimately it didn't go anywhere. The actual film itself was about, quote, an ordinary guy who discovers that people he has never met are seeing him in their dreams. Now he must find out why he is the source of nightmares for strangers all over the world, unquote. Again, seems kind of interesting, but it ultimately never went out of the concept stage as it seems. Hellraiser canceled NES game. Yes, just like Friday the 13th and the Nightmare on Elm Street, the Hellraiser franchise too was going to get an NES game back in the day. This NES game was apparently developed by Color Dreams, who are infamously known for creating unlicensed video games of rather poor quality. If you're at all familiar with the Angry Video Game Nerd series, you'll probably know them better under their other name, Wisdom Tree, which they made a bunch of games based around the Bible under, including most infamously Super 3D Noah's Ark, a fucking Wolfenstein 3D clone, or hack rather, where you play as Noah, knocking out a bunch of donkeys with a slingshot. But anyway, this company released unlicensed games, which, as the Lost Media Wiki notes, quote, Nintendo required that all game companies that wanted to release a game on the Nintendo Entertainment System had to pay for the games to be evaluated by Nintendo and given an official license to release the game on their system. Due to either not wanting to pay the fee or to avoid rejection by Nintendo, Color Dreams went around this by bypassing the 10 NES lockout chip and released games without a license on the NES, typically in a unique baby blue or black cartridge, unquote. Dan Lawton, one of the founders of Color Dreams, had recently watched the film Hellraiser and really loved it, so he convinced his partners and the movie studio, and before long he had acquired the rights to create a video game based on the film, spending around $35,000 to $50,000 on the whole thing. However, this would be a rather ambitious game for the hardware and software that the NES could handle, and Lawton's plans for the engine of the game would require them to create a new special type of NES cartridge, a sort of super cartridge as the article notes. Quote, this cartridge came to be known as the Super Cartridge. This special cartridge contained a Z80 processor, programmable array logic chip, and an additional 4 megabytes of RAM. It was also capable of intercepting the NES processor's ROM and RAM accesses, so it could manipulate video in real time, as well as allowing pixel-by-pixel manipulation of the screen, some sprite manipulation, and also supported panning and zooming in on hardware, such as fully animated backgrounds. Essentially, this meant that the game could switch colors between scans of the TV in real time, and increase the effective number of colors on screen. While the cartridge itself worked fine, the palette switching effect wasn't working as intended, as it didn't switch between colors fast enough. Another method to create the game was in the way of an add-on device sold separately that would be plugged into the expansion port at the bottom of the NES system. The combined cost of the add-on expansion and the Hellraiser cart would have been more expensive than the Super cartridge itself, unquote. The gameplay would have had you playing as a character trapped in the Le Marchand's puzzle box from the film. And for those who don't know, this puzzle box is a mystical/mechanical device that acts as a door, or a key to a door, to another dimension or plane of existence. The inhabitants of said realm being these demonic creatures, Cenobites. And while a little more complicated, it's basically a portal to hell, where you're gonna fucking suffer and be tortured forever. Have fun. Anyway, so the game would have had you have to find ways to manipulate the puzzle box while you're in this hellscape to escape, and of course the Cenobites would try to stop you as you went along. And every time you messed with the cube, the world inside the cube would change, affecting the level layout, and eventually by game's end you would escape this hell, but bring the demons with you needing to solve the puzzle in reverse order now to defeat them. However, this game was ultimately cancelled, as the special cart it needed to function would have just cost way too much money to produce en masse, and without a retailer support, it was just just a bad business venture overall. It does make me wonder if it could have worked if it was on the Super Nintendo instead, but then again, hacks on the Super Nintendo were also much more difficult to do, so maybe they kinda had their hands tied with that one. I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream uncut version. I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream is a horror/science fiction adventure game that was released in 1995 on the PC, developed by Cyberdreams and Harlan Ellison. It is based on the Harlan Ellison short story of the same name, the premise of which is, quote, "The story is set 100 years in the future. All of humanity has been killed by a mad, extremely powerful, and hateful sentient computer called AM, or AM, Allied Master Computer, and he has kept alive 5 people that he has tortured for all this time. One day he decides to send them in virtual worlds, where each one of them is forced to confront their tormented pasts or their inner flaws. There is Gorrister, a trucker who is remorseful, but having driven his wife mad. Benny, the hideously deformed soldier. Ellen, a female engineer who has a phobia of the color yellow. Ted, the paranoid young estate agent. And Nimdok, an elderly German doctor," unquote. The game is well known for its extremely dark setting and story, and overall depressing themes. However, there is evidence that the game was once much darker than it is now. On the British TV show Game Master, where this unsightly fucking thing is the, Game Master, I guess, there was a gore special episode in 1995, which showcased several gory and shocking moments from video games at the time. And here, I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream was showcased, but with several scenes that were never seen in the full game by the time it was released later on. Examples of these include, quote, "The meat locker in Gorrister's scenario has human bodies hanging on the hooks. The official release replaces 2 of these bodies with slabs of beef meat instead. A puppy is featured in Gorrister's scenario in a close-up that takes the whole screen. It looks sickly, and Gorrister seems to be able to bring it back to health. The commentators say that it is done by feeding a human heart, showing the stabbing of Harry, which is not cut in the end product, and that the puppy would help Gorrister on his quest. The puppy seems to like it and would have been on the airship among the other caged, electrocuted animals. The official release has a talking jackal to whom Gorrister must feed the heart, that can be human or not. Ellen's death screen, where she is attacked by a menacing, thinly bald figure in front of a yellow stone wall, shown as shadows cast on the wall, as most death scenes in the game. The official release has a similar scene where Ellen is attacked by her resurrected, but the shadows on the wall are different, as he is wearing a janitor uniform, and the attack is set in a modern elevator. It is possible that the was to originally appear as a mummy, since Ellen's scenario is set in an Egyptian pyramid. Some evidence of embalming remaining around, and she enters a sarcophagus to confront him. Benny eating a baby. In the official release, Benny can find an empty cradle in a cave. The beginning of his scenario has him extremely hungry and trying to eat whatever he can find, but usually vomiting it back up with blood, unquote. While no official reason has been given for why these things were cut from the final version of the game, it's possible it was done to avoid some sort of controversy, as the character of Benny is actually gay in the novel version, and it's rather important detail about him, and AM actually forcibly turns Benny heterosexual via brainwashing to further torment him, and there are hints of this plot detail originally being in the game as well, but never made it in, most likely again to avoid controversy. All the same, this version of the game, in all it had cut from it, has never surfaced as of yet online. A Nightmare on Elm Street NES game prototype. So, to quote the Lost Media Wiki article, A Nightmare on Elm Street is a 1990 action platformer released on the NES based on the horror film series of the same name. It is created by British-based developer Rare, known for games such as Donkey Kong 64 and Banjo-Kazooie series, and published by LJN, who are infamous for releasing licensed games of very poor quality, especially on the NES. Unquote. Once again, fans of the AVGN are sure to be familiar with this game, the core concept of which sees you playing as a teenager trying to defeat Freddy Krueger by traveling to different locations on Elm Street to find and destroy Freddy Krueger's bones, the only method of permanently killing him, all while attempting to keep your sleep meter from depleting. If the sleep meter depletes completely, then you'll be transported to the Dream Realm, where you can be attacked by Freddy and much more powerful enemies reside. Most of this game's narrative and even gameplay ideas are all mostly inspired off of the third Nightmare on Elm Street film, The Dream Warriors, though that one is often considered a fan favorite amongst the sequels, so that kind of makes sense. While the game itself is only okay and considered kind of a letdown by most, it was once going to be far more ambitious as a game, again as noted in the article. Quote, "The game went through notable changes over the course of its development, and, based on pre-release screenshots and publicity blurbs, was quite a different, more ambitious game." According to an advertisement featured in a 1988 issue of Nintendo Power, the original premise was that the player would control Freddy himself, with the goal being to murder the teens attempting to find his bones. Freddy would be able to freely traverse the dream world by warping through pipes, electrical outlets, and mirrors. After its initial announcement, the game's status was unknown until fall of 1989, when in a Nintendo Power number 8 was featured in an article about the NES satellite peripheral. This time, the player character was simply an Elm Street teen. The article included 2 more screenshots from the prototype that would become the title screen, and one of Freddy fighting a group of kids, arguably still the player character by this point. Although LJN had apparently begun restructuring the game by 1989, the presence of these images, most of which include assets that would be used in the finished product, such as the title screen, seemed to imply that development had reached the point where the game's prototype build was mostly playable. It was delayed until 1990, which further implies retooling by Rare and LJN's part. No official explanation has been given for such a radical change, but considering Nintendo's reputation for producing family-friendly games, and the financial failures contributed by earlier licensed horror games like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Halloween on the Atari 2600, many game stores refused to stock the former due to the fact that the killer was playable. It's entirely possible that either Nintendo or LGN ordered Rare to remake the game with a safer concept to avoid drawing controversy. Aside from the screenshots and articles listed, there is little other information on the original version of the game. While LGN has been defunct since 1995, it is possible that Rare or someone who worked on the game has a copy of the prototype." Unquote. It's a shame because it sounds like it would have been a really interesting scenario, and how it could have even been one of those things where there's 2 versions of the game, where on one campaign you play as the teens trying to defeat Freddy, and in another version of the campaign you play as Freddy trying to defeat the teens. But all well. Silent Hill's build of a cancelled sequel. So this one is pretty famous and infamous at this point. Silent Hills was a cancelled horror game meant to be a new installment of the Silent Hill series. It was going to be directed by Hideo Kojima, famous for his Metal Gear Solid series, and other people were involved like film director Guillermo del Toro and actor Norman Reedus. And on August 12th of 2014, a teaser game entitled PT, an abbreviation of Playable Teaser, was released on the PlayStation Store, and it was later revealed at the end of this playable teaser there was an official teaser for this new Silent Hill game. PT gained quite a lot of attention for its cryptic gameplay elements, atmosphere, and for its mysterious, almost ARG-like nature, with it all revealing it to be a new Silent Hill game by the end. It got a lot of people excited, and though while I personally don't really see how it was going to be very much like a Silent Hill game, it kind of seeming like its own thing entirely, just with the name Silent Hill kind of slapped on by the end, it nonetheless was very, very influential, with many indie horror games afterwards trying to essentially become the new PT, or emulate it, or have an official PT release of any kind, because the actual PT and Silent Hills never came to be, as in 2015, Hideo Kojima was laid off from Konami by the end of that year, and with that the project Silent Hills was cancelled, and the demo was later removed from the PlayStation Store, making it impossible to play unless you already downloaded it and kept it downloaded. I won't go into all the details since this is one of those far more well-known pieces of lost media, but basically this game, Silent Hills, never came to be, and the PT demo is no longer officially playable, though you can watch playthroughs of the game pretty readily on YouTube. And with that PlayStation 4 emulator making really great progress, maybe it will also be eventually playable through that as well. So I suppose we'll see. Five Nights at Freddy's early trailer. I'm sure I don't have to tell you what Five Nights at Freddy's is as a series, but this entry is about the first entry in the series, and its supposed lost early trailer for the game. According to the Lost Media Wiki, quote, on June 14th, 2014, Scott Cawthon uploaded the Five Nights at Freddy's trailer to his channel. Soon after, a user called Wallmeat commented about another trailer. Years after the original comment was made, on July 15th, 2020, a Redditor named Sal Kalikmek, I think I said that fucking right, was able to contact Wallmeat on Twitter. He said it wasn't on Scott's channel anymore. The trailer was said to have featured an endoskeleton that isn't in the final game. A user called InvisibleFox23 commented with a picture of the endoskeleton. For a while, people kept searching until another Redditor named The Freddy Channel found a Wayback Machine link to Scott's old Google Plus account. There were 3 deleted videos. 2 of the deleted videos were later re-uploaded to Scott's channel, but the third one, simply called Five Nights, wasn't. This was believed to be the rumored trailer. The link, however, is dead, rendering the video completely lost. Then, on July 16th, 2020, Wallmeat made a post on Zitter where he debunked the existence of the trailer. He said that when he was making that comment, he accidentally talked about the current trailer. In reality, he was talking about the red-eyed endoskeleton image, while the regular endoskeleton appeared in the trailer, and the existence of the trailer has been debunked. It still leaves the content of the Five Nights video a complete mystery though, unquote. So yeah, basically it didn't actually exist in short, though many people have pointed out that the Five Nights video is still a bit of a mystery as to what it held. Personally, I think it was probably just a fucking test video of some kind, or maybe it was a upload of the trailer that Scott Cawthon just decided he didn't like as much. Maybe there's a rendering issue. I mean, who fucking knows? Probably something like that. Cry Baby Lane. Quote, Cry Baby Lane is a Halloween-themed comedy horror made for TV film that originally aired on Nickelodeon's television block, Snick, on the night of October 28th, 2000. After its premiere, it was never released in any form of home media, or aired outside the United States, and wouldn't be aired again for over a decade. That's the basic idea according to the wiki, and the plot of this film is about, quote, a young Andrew and his older brother Carl conduct a seance in their local graveyard in an effort to impress a group of girls. Unknowingly, they release the soul of a dead Siamese twin. Whatever the evil twin touches turns evil, and by the next day, havoc is wreaked upon the town. After Carl becomes possessed, Andrew travels to Crybaby Lane and cut the root out of the heart of the good twin to end the effects of the evil twin's reign of terror, unquote. Now the thing is, for the time that this was lost media, there was a lot of rumors and discussion over the content of the movie, as apparently when the film aired, there was a lot of complaints about the movie from parents, as they found the film to be too intense and was not appropriate for children to watch. This allegedly caused Nickelodeon to apologize and act as if they had not even made the film at all, that the airing of the movie was instead a mistake. This only added to the mystery as people remembered seeing this film very clearly back in the day and began relaying their memories of seeing it, and many others began to wonder just what type of content lay inside this film. How intense was it really? What would make Nick effectively sweep it under the rug and completely disown it? It sounds a lot like a creepypasta, doesn't it? And I remember in particular, this led to a rather infamous creepypasta of the same name being written, the contents of which detailed the dark content of the film, and that it was truly awful and featured kids getting tortured, and that the director behind the film had a high rank in Nickelodeon and was very influential, and that every other show he helped produce had a far more sinister purpose or meaning behind it, and that despite this, everyone at Nickelodeon, outside of our protagonist, saw him as a genius who kept rolling out hit after hit, and maybe that creepypasta wasn't totally as off base from reality as we might have thought, but nonetheless, the mystery behind all of this would launch a huge investigation online to find this film or get more information about it. When people tried to contact people at Nickelodeon, they would deny knowing anything about it, or that it even existed despite it, well, clearly existing and there being overwhelming evidence that it did exist. Some Nick employees even spreading lies and claiming that the whole thing was a myth, and given that we knew it actually existed, it only added to this whole thing being all the more creepy and mysterious. However, as the article notes, the film would eventually be found. Quote, in 2011, a user of the social media forum Reddit named Fire Salad Peach claimed she had a bootleg VHS of the film recorded on the night of its original premiere. On the thread on the talk board r/Today I Learned. She later released the film on a file-sharing website and on YouTube, attracting hundreds of viewers. The sudden spike in popularity the Reddit thread had garnered is speculated to have prompted teen Nick to re-air the film on October 31st of 2011, where they proclaimed in advertising that it was Nickelodeon's dark secret, so scary it was banned from TV. The airing ultimately revealed that Nickelodeon had the film all along. The film was originally rated TVY7 in 2000, but in its 2011 re-release, it was re-rated to PG. Oddly enough, in its 2017 re-airings, Nickelodeon had removed the rating in its entirety. The film's director, Peter Lauer, was interviewed soon after its rediscovery, and said that he was surprised and flattered by the attention this film has gotten, 11 years after its original release. He claimed that he was unaware of its supposed banning by Nickelodeon, stating that he just assumed they didn't show it again because they didn't like it. I thought it failed, and I moved on. The Nickelodeon representative later claimed that the film was never banned, disowned, or destroyed by Nickelodeon, but was merely forgotten. Despite the speculated initial outrage and Nickelodeon's attitude towards the film, it has achieved a cult following, unquote. So yeah, and after people finally got to go watch the film, myself included, you can see it all here on YouTube, and it's got some definitely dark themes and stuff, but it's definitely nothing too crazy. It's about on tier with like a Goosebumps episode or something. Friday the 13th, Part 2 Deleted Scenes. Friday the 13th Part 2 is the 1981 sequel to the 1980 classic Friday the 13th. It's the film where Jason Voorhees is properly the main slasher villain, and is a damn great slasher film in my opinion. That being said, something that was oddly missing from it was the gore effects that could be found within Part 1, and, well, frankly, all the other parts in general too, with the film instead often cutting away in super quick shots when Jason kills someone, so the special effects and gore are just not really there as much in this one. However, this is not for lack of them never having them, but instead because they were cut, because apparently the film's gore was so intense that the film was getting an X rating by the MPAA, which forced the editors to trim 48 seconds of violent shots from the film in order to get an R rating. These shots include, quote, an additional close-up of the head in Alice's refrigerator was cut. Additionally, Alice's death was longer and more graphic, showing the ice pick exiting through her face. Crazy Ralph's death lingers longer as he slowly dies from being strangled. The scene where Jason kills a policeman is extended. The slit throat effect for Scott is considerably longer, with a lot more bloodletting. Mark's death blow shows the initial impact of the machete hitting his face before he falls backwards in his wheelchair. And perhaps most infamous of all, the double impalement scene originally showed a spear penetrating both Jeff and Sandra in graphic detail. Still, this scene was published in Fangoria before the movie was released, and later reused as a picture on the back cover of the VHS release. The uncut footage shows the impact of the spear, more reaction shots, and much more gore effects. Finally, Vicky's death shows more footage of her leg wound and lingers longer on her dying. The uncut shot ends with the camera panning over to Jeff's corpse, unquote. Sadly, I can't show you examples of these shots without this video getting age restricted, but they have since been found, and you can actually see them all via the Shoutbox Friday the 13th Collection Deluxe Edition, as the scenes were luckily found on a VHS tape owned by the film's special effects artist Carl Fullerton, who sought to preserve his work in light of the heavy MPA censorship. Also, if you really just want to see the kills uncut with some nice editing to make it fit together, I suggest you watch MFMT's video on YouTube showing all the kills uncut. On that note, there are also a few additional cutscenes from the film that are still lost, and in one case for a very good reason. Quote, a scene was also cut at the end of the movie where the mummified head of Jason's mother opens her eyes and smiles in a freeze frame before the credits roll. This was cut as the director Steve Miner decided it lessened the movie's impact. And then actress Marta Kober had lied about her age before filming a sex scene that involved full frontal nudity. When Paramount discovered this, her sex scene was severely trimmed. In addition to all the uncut footage, Fullerton's tape also contained effects-heavy footage from the ending that doesn't appear to have been censored in the theatrical release. These scenes include Jason jumping through a window to attack Jenny and a close-up of Mrs. Voorhees' head. Unquote. It's funny, Jason's mother head smiling was always something I felt was going to happen in the last frames of the film, with it instead just freeze-framing on her still head. But I also get why they decided against showing her smile, as it was kind of corny. As for the actress Marta Kober part, yeah. Friday the 13th, Part 13. So in case you didn't know, the Friday the 13th series has exactly 12 films under its belt, with the 13th one never having come out, because of a ton of issues legally speaking these days, but also because it seems like the series is truly cursed to never finally get its 13th film, with this entry being specifically about Paramount's plans to make a new movie for the series back when they acquired the rights for it in 2013. This film went through quite a lot of development hell, however, as we know of at least 3 different drafts for what the film was going to be about, the first of which being described by writer and director David Bruckner as an 80s coming-of-age monster movie with a found footage style of filming, which admittedly sounds pretty interesting for a Friday the 13th film, but I don't imagine it would be the thing fans would want after having to wait so long for a new sequel at first. So eventually this direction was changed to be a more traditional slasher film. So a second screenplay was pitched under the title of Friday the 13th 3D and would have taken place in the summer of 1988. And from there the script sounds kind of like it would have been a pseudo remake of Part 2, with the camp counselors finding out that Jason didn't die in the lake and that the legend about him still being alive out there in the wilderness is true. And then as the camp counselors try to kill Jason, he apparently gets stronger after each attempt. Then the film would have ended with the last surviving counselors leaving the town, only to discover that Jason is still alive, leaving it open for a sequel. And indeed there was plans for a sequel set during the winter, and David Bruckner was still set to direct these films. But none of this ever ended up going beyond the scripting phase, though you can actually read the entire script in full for this one if you like. Then we have the final screenplay, with the wiki describing it as, quote, this was a draft of the film that had the most development time and was the closest to completion. Now known as Friday the 13th Part 13, the film was to take place in Camp Crystal Lake in 1977. 2 camp counselors are murdered atop the camp's fire lookout tower by a man wearing a sack mask. The audience is to assume this masked man is Jason. However, we soon learn it is Elias Voorhees, Jason's father. The first 40 minutes of the film is focused on Elias. Elias is ultimately killed by his wife Pamela Voorhees in a fit of rage, and the movie then focuses on her. After witnessing her son drown, the second half of the film plays out much like the first Friday the 13th movie. Ultimately, there would have been 3 killers in the movie: Elias, Pamela, and Jason. After watching his mother die, Jason would then go on a full rampage for the rest of the film, before he is ultimately defeated, unquote. Breck Eisner was set to direct the film, with writer Aaron, and it would have been a hard R film to be released on May 13th, 2016. This was later pushed back to January 13th, 2017, and then October 13th, 2017, before then just eventually being cancelled. It's still unclear as to why it was cancelled, though it's rumored that the poor box office performance of Rings, which was another horror reboot produced by Paramount, got them cold feet over it, which really fucking sucks. Once again, you can go read the script in full if you like. It's a shame because This one sounds like it would have been pretty fucking cool. I really like that they include Jason's father in this, since this is something that is never really explored, and the fact that the whole family could be kind of psychopathic and everything would be kind of a funny and disturbing twist on the whole thing. But sadly, we now exist in the ongoing Friday the 13th movie limbo, so what can you do? The Phantom of the Opera 1925 original ending. Another one of Lon Chaney's classic performances, the 1925 film is truly a classic, one that once had a far more tragic ending. See, Chaney's Phantom received an ending that differed from the source material a fair bit, that being the 1911 novel by Gaston Leroux, with the 1925 film concluding with an angry mob chasing the Phantom from his lair and into the streets of Paris before killing him. It kind of playing out like a lot of Universal monster movies that would come out later, such as Frankenstein and the like, with them just chasing off the monster before he is killed. While the original ending that was filmed for the film was going to be much more in line with the novel's ending, the Phantom would kidnap Christine and threaten to blow up the opera house if she didn't marry him. Christine shows actual compassion for the Phantom and agrees to marry him, which, just as the novel, makes him stop and let her go. That one moment of earnest compassion being the only thing he ever wanted, that he craved for, and because he loves her so much, he's willing to let her go and live her life free of him. Then by film's end, the angry mob arrives at the lair, and he dies sitting at his organ, dying, it seems, of a broken heart. And while he did kill people and haunted the opera house, the mob goes from angry to somber to pay their respects. Apparently the test audiences at the time didn't like the villain of the film having redemption, and that he died peacefully, so they reshot the ending, and the director, Rupert Gillian, wasn't even brought back to direct the new climax. Which is a shame, because the original ending is far better and truer to the themes and the character of the novel and the Phantom. If only they had stuck to their guns back then. A real fucking shame. Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared TV pilot. Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared is a British surreal comedy horror series created by Becky Sloan, Joe Pelling, and Baker Terry, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. Notably the web series that consisted of 6 episodes released from July 29th, 2011 to June 19th of 2016 on YouTube, with the TV series that was made after releasing on September 23rd, 2022. The series is a combination of puppetry, various forms of animation, both digital and traditional, that presents heavy topics like time, identity, expression, religion, the internet, etc., with heaps of symbolism and a tone that basically seems like a Sesame Street short if everything was slowly falling apart. At least that goes for the web series, as I've actually never watched the TV series that they made later. Anyway, the pilot for the TV series was only ever shown at a 2019 Sundance Film Festival and has never been seen since. This is for a few reasons, the first of which being the pilot takes place in the setting of Clay Hill and focused on current affairs, and it just didn't turn out how the creators wanted it. And by the time in 2024, when more people had wanted to see this pilot, the creators noted that they were no longer able to release it due to them no longer owning the rights to the pilot anymore. Though, despite this, 14 minutes of the 23-minute pilot have surfaced over the years, and it seems likely it will eventually be available for everyone to see in full at some point. Bonus entry, Cards of Death. And for our final entry this tier, we have a bonus entry about Cards of Death, a 1986 slasher film directed by actor W.G. Macmillan. It is seen by some as the holy grail of slasher films due to its rarity. Despite only being available in English, the film was only ever released on VHS exclusively in Japan. This was most likely due to the gore effects on the film being considered really in your face and quite over the top, and thus why the film never got a commercial release in the States at the time, while the Japanese market at the time was much more accustomed to this level of gore content, with the release of the Guinea Pig series at the time. The plot, according to the Lost Media Wiki, notes, quote, Cards of Death centers around a cult-like group in LA, spearheaded by a mysterious man known as Hog, that holds gatherings to gamble with their lives. The group, consisting of men in rubber masks and women in dominatrix gear, meet up and receive a random card from a tarot deck, and a poker-like game begins. The one holding the death card at the end is killed, with victims dying in a variety of graphic and sadistic ways, such as being crushed to death in a shrinking room. The person with a winning hand wins money, but must also kill the loser within 24 hours, lest they both be executed. Meanwhile, police are trying to solve the increasingly frequent murders. The film also contains elements of masochism, drug use, blood drinking, and mutilation, including a notable early scene in which a police officer's nose is sliced off. Unquote. While the film via physical copies is quite rare, on August 25th of 2015, an unknown person uploaded a rip of the film to Women in Prison Films, a website where a lot of exploitation stuff is uploaded, and is available for anyone to watch and download now. Dracula's Death. Starting this tier round, Dracula's Death is a 1923 silent Hungarian horror film, and may have been one of the first films to feature the character of Dracula, which is pretty interesting. The plot of the film apparently was about a woman named Mary, who starts having frightening visions after seeing an insane asylum inmate who claims to be Dracula. She begins to have trouble discerning reality from her nightmares, and eventually she is kidnapped by Dracula and taken back to his castle to have a satanic wedding. Obviously a pretty different plot from your normal Dracula affair, but certainly sounds pretty interesting. But sadly, it has been lost for many years, again due to them just not taking very good care of these films back in the day. Though a few photos have survived, which you can see here to kind of get a vibe for how the film might have been like. Cannibal Holocaust, Lost Unfinished Piranha Scene. Oh boy. Talk about opening a can of worms. I suppose I should note that Cannibal Holocaust is often considered one of the most controversial horror films ever made. Directed by Rogerio Deodato, the film is about a missing documentary crew that was filming cannibal tribes in the Amazon. New York University anthropologist Harold Monroe is sent on an expedition to track down the missing crew, and in doing so, recovers the lost crew's cans of film, which are then reviewed by an American broadcast station that wishes to air them, only to find the contents contained within those tapes to be truly disturbing and can never be shown to the public. This, in a sense, kind of makes this movie the first of its kind, a found footage horror film. While the structure of the film isn't exactly like those, as those usually begin immediately with just the documentary session, this concept nonetheless would later go on to inspire a whole genre, including the likes of the Blair Witch Project, Paranormal Activity, among many, many others. At any rate, Cannibal Holocaust stirred up a bunch of controversy back when it came out, both due to its extremely graphic violence, including an infamous impalement scene that is sometimes seen on the front cover of DVDs sold of it, but also due to its on-screen killings of live animals, assault, and snuff film allegations that managed to land the film's director in jail on obscenity charges and possible murder. Mind you, the snuff stuff as well as the SA claims were completely false, and was all just simply movie magic, I suppose you could say. But there were unfortunately real on-screen deaths of animals, including a turtle, pig, a squirrel monkey, among several others, which is very fucked up. The film was banned in the United Kingdom, Australia, South Africa, and several other countries due to its graphic content and again actual harm of animals. Though the claims of it being so real it's like it were a real snuff film, actually was some pretty great marketing for it, and thus it went on to get a bit of a cult following as a really fucked up film that manages to get under most people's skin to some degree as it became available through other means, particularly in America. It also being considered the apex of the cannibal genre, which yes, is a genre, which usually consists of a group of people out in the jungle that are eventually captured, tortured, and killed and eaten by cannibal tribes. Anyway, enough film history lesson stuff. What about the lost scene in the film? Well, the wiki describes it as, quote, among the many gruesome scenes in the film, another one was scripted that is commonly dubbed the piranha scene. In this scene, a single Shamatari warrior injured in battle was to have his leg amputated by warriors of the Yanomamo tribe. The tribe would then tie the Shamatari warrior to a log and lower him into the piranha-infested waters, slowly being eaten alive by the fearsome fish, unquote. At any rate, they did film some of this scene, with some surviving stills of it that I'm pretty sure I can't show here on YouTube, unfortunately. But they were never able to finish the scene due to the piranhas being difficult to control, and the film's crew underwater camera was malfunctioning. Thus the scene was eventually scrapped. No one knows if there's any footage of it still around, but yeah. Child's Play 2-hour cut. Child's Play is an American horror film that was written and directed by Tom Holland and released on November 9th of 1988. It's about a serial killer who, through a voodoo ritual, has his soul transferred into a doll. A good guy doll, that is. And now he's planning on using the same ritual again to possess the body of a little kid he's found himself being the Christmas gift of, all while killing anyone who gets in his way. It's a great film, and Chucky, the killer doll, is one of the most iconic slasher movie villains for a reason. However, the first film is exactly 1 hour and 27 minutes, but it was originally going to be a 2-hour film, and frankly was just a totally different movie in a lot of ways. To start, originally the character of Chucky was voiced by Jessica Walter, with an electronic overlay for her voice, inspired heavily off her performance in Play Misty with Me. However, director Tom Holland noted that while her voice fit the threatening parts of the script, the more comical parts just didn't work. They would eventually decide on using Brad Dourif for the role of Chucky, which would end up being a pretty iconic choice, as he would go on to voice him in every film after, even to this day, I guess outside of the remake.
I said talk to me, damn it, or else I'm gonna throw you in the fire!
You stupid bitch, you filthy slut! Did you fuck with me?
Anyway, so what about the deleted scenes? Well, they consist of these as far as we know, which I'll put up an accompanying photo to the scene if available. Quote, the opening scene originally included Detective Norris in women's clothing and attempting to catch the film's killer Charles Chucky Lee Ray. Norris leaves a bar while Charles and Eddie Caputo follow him in a car. Charles gets out of the car, stalks Norris, still in disguise, on foot, and then confronts him in an alley. Norris then reveals himself and kicks Charles in the groin. Charles gets up, throws a trash can at Norris, and flees from him, which leads to the chase shown in the final film. Then in another scene, while Andy shows Chucky his room, he shows the doll a photo of his deceased father, saying to Chucky, "This is Mom and my dad Bob. He died in a car wreck, but Mom and I loved him very much." And he also shows Chucky the toy train he got. The photo of Bob is actually of director Tom Holland, and can be seen in several places in the final film. Another scene is Andy was originally shown falling down a ditch during the explosion of Eddie Caputo's house, and Caputo's death due to the blast, instead of in the final film where Andy is only outside of the house and away from the explosion. Another scene would have shown the character of John Bishop, also known as Dr. Death, performing a voodoo healing with his mother on an infant while dressed in voodoo priest clothes in Haitian Creole. He rubs an amulet on the infant, which is seemingly cured by the ritual, and John gives the amulet to its family to keep. The family then pays John and leaves shortly before Chucky arrives. Karen and Mike visit the burnt toy store at the start of the film after Karen asks about Charles, and they find a bunch of undamaged toys in the alleyway beside the store, explaining how the homeless man named Peddler found Chucky. These next two scenes would have been connected and seemingly would have been a decent little amount of screen time, as children's psychologist Dr. Ardmore places a normal good guy doll in Andy's room at the psychiatric clinic, attempting to convince Andy that it's just a toy and that it's not alive. Andy is not convinced, however, and Ardmore admits the truth, but does not believe Andy's claims that Chucky is coming to kill Andy, and leaves and locks Andy up. Chucky is then stalking Andy at the clinic, and he climbs up to Andy's window, who blocks it with a table, forcing Chucky to find another window to get inside. And then, the film originally had an alternate ending, where after Chucky breaks into the apartment to perform the ritual on Andy, Andy sets up an RC car with a knife taped to it. Chucky enters the kitchen and gets stabbed in the leg by the RC car. Andy finds Chucky and squirts Drano in his face with a water gun. This causes a chemical reaction with the plastic, which gives Chucky immense pain. Part of Chucky's face melts away, and Andy squirts his leg. Chucky hides quickly and knocks Andy out by choking him with a slinky. Mike searches for Chucky and gets knocked out by him. Karen throws Chucky in the fireplace as several officers arrive. Jack grabs a baseball bat and knocks Chucky's head off, which rolls, and bites an officer on the leg. Karen then shoots Chucky's body in the heart as he says, "I love you, Heidi ho, ha 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 ha." The officer collects the doll's remains, and Jack tells them it was never alive, and offers to buy them a drink. The RC car can be seen in the final film, most notably during the scene in which Andy hides in his closet, unquote. As you've seen, several photos of the 2-hour cut can be found. The script for these scenes can also be found online as well, but the actual footage from these scenes still has never been released, which is a shame, as while some seem cut for better pacing, some seem like they would have been very interesting to see, at least as deleted scenes on a Blu-ray release or something. Oh, and in case you're wondering why these scenes were cut out, basically the film didn't go over well with test audiences, so they cut them out and changed a few things around, and it seemed to do much better with them being cut after that. Cube alternate ending. Cube is a 1997 sci-fi horror film directed and co-written by Vincino Natili about 6 strangers waking up to find themselves in one of a series of strange interconnected cubicle rooms, half of which are fitted with lethal traps. The group must work together to get through the maze of rooms and traps to escape this hell. It's a great film, but bearing all that in mind, I'm about to spoil the whole thing, so to tell you about its ending and alternate ending, of which is currently lost. Quote, "It has been revealed by Natali that there was a scene shot to take place at the very end of the movie, revealing what happens after the lone survivor, Kazan, escapes the cube. In the finished film, he simply exits into a blinding white light, with it ending before we see what happens next. According to the draft of the script from December 1996, available on Natali's website, the scene consisted of Kazan walking out of the cube and suddenly appearing on a busy street in different clothes. Shoppers and businessmen around him completely oblivious to his presence. Kazan then slowly disappears into the crowd, and the movie fades to black over various shots of towering skyscrapers, identical suburban houses, and roads packed tight with cars, with the script ending on the line, "Another day at the office," unquote. So yeah, I suppose the reason the ending was changed was to have it have a bit more mystery as to what happens after one escapes the cube. Though honestly, both endings seem pretty memorable, and don't really take away anything from the movie in my opinion. But ultimately keeping a mystery maybe was the better choice. The Curse of Frankenstein Lost Acid Bath Scene. The Curse of Frankenstein is one of the many horror films produced by Hammer Films in 1957, which took these classic Universal monsters and added in a flair more of violence. While Bela Lugosi was Universal's go-to for monsters, it was Christopher Lee who would become the iconic Monster Man of Hammer Films, including the likes of Dracula and Frankenstein's monster. The Curse of Frankenstein is notable for being the starting point for Hammer Films' line of classic horror films, making Lee, as well as Peter Cushing, who plays Victor Frankenstein here, household names. At any rate, Victor's on his shit about playing God and creating life, because apparently getting with a bitch to make a baby was just too complicated for him. So you kind of know where the plot's gonna go. It's not a faithful adaptation of the novel by any means, but kind of a strange sort of remake of the 1930 film, but with its own stuff too. The lost scene this entry is referring to is when Victor acquires the body that he plans to build his creature upon, and he finds that the head has been pecked intensely by the crows and deems it unfit for use. Using a small knife, he proceeds to cut the head off the body and carry it over to a large vat of acid. He dips the head in the acid, allowing it to sink deep inside. The film cuts away shortly after Victor places the head into the acid, leaving only a bubbling sound to imply that this is what is taking place. In the original theatrical release of the film, a brief shot actually depicting the prop head being dissolved by the acid was shown. This would be removed in later releases as the BBFC, or the British Board of Film Classification, supposedly felt that this scene was just too morbid. These scenes sadly have been missing ever since, and are more than likely lost forever. Frankenstein lost Bela Lugosi test reel footage. As noted earlier, Bela Lugosi was originally going to play the monster in the 1931 Universal Frankenstein film, before he would be replaced by the iconic Boris Karloff, because Bela didn't like that he didn't get to speak at all with the performance, and that his face would be covered in way too much makeup. However, test reels were created with him in the makeup, and such before he rejected the role, which he would then come to regret. But sadly, those test reels, these pieces of horror film lost history, are more than likely deteriorated or they were destroyed after all these years, and have never been seen publicly. Friday the 13th Part 3 Lost Alternate Endings. Friday the 13th Part 3, often subtitled with 3D, as when it first came out you had the option to see it in 3D, is one of the best slasher films out there, and one of my personal favorites in the Friday the 13th franchise. Though Part 4, the final chapter, will always have my heart for first place. Anyway, this third film is also notable for being the first to have Jason Voorhees get his iconic hockey mask, and that it had two alternate endings that never saw the light of day, with both endings playing out like this. Quote, after killing Jason in the barn, our main heroine, Chris, pushes herself onto the middle of the lake in a canoe, where she falls asleep. The next morning, she wakes to hear Rick, one of her friends, calling for her from the cottage. Chris makes her way to the cottage to greet Rick, but instead she's ambushed by Jason. Now unmasked and wielding a machete, Jason grabs Chris and decapitates her. The next scene shows Chris in the back of a police car, screaming frantically as the police try to comfort her. This sequence was filmed but never used. Instead, a scene depicting Mrs. Voorhees, now with her head back in place, dragging Chris under the lake was used. The reason for the change was because the creators felt that killing off the main heroine would have been just too depressing, dream sequence or not, which is kind of funny to think about. And there are stills from this, as I'm sure you can see here, that go along with this version of the ending. As for the second ending, it would have played out in a similar fashion to the official ending, except Ali, one of the bikers in the movie, would have lived, and he and Chris would have walked off from a dead Jason, and when the police arrived to search the area, the body of Jason would then be missing. This ending was never filmed though, and was cut pretty quickly, though it was actually used in the novelization of the movie, funnily enough. Many still wish to see the first alternate ending footage, with many believing that Paramount still owns the original negatives, that it may eventually be included in some sort of Blu-ray release or something in the future. Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers, uncut version. Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers is a 1989 slasher horror film, and is the second entry in what many fans call the Thorn trilogy, which started with Halloween 4 and ends with Halloween 6. The Thorn being in reference to the big twist of this particular trilogy and film timeline of Michael Myers actually being the product of a cult, the Cult of the Thorn specifically. And yeah, it's pretty dumb if I'm being real with you, but nonetheless, around the time of its release, the MPAA was heavily censoring violent films, demanding constant recuts to allow for the film to receive an R rating, with Friday the 13th Part 7, The New Blood, and Leatherface, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3 also being victims of this MPAA censorship, and thus Halloween 5 ended up having a ton of scenes butchered over this. Any prolonged shots of violence were shortened or cut completely, including, quote, Mikey's body begins to twitch on the ground after being stabbed in the head with a gardening tool, and lingered on for less time than originally shot. Scream Factory's October 2021 release, this deleted gore bonus feature contains the missing 1 second of cut twitching. A long set of scenes in which Michael Myers arrives at the children's hospital that Jamie and Billy snuck out right before, and proceeds to kill an entire SWAT team that are outside, guarding the building. With actor Don Shanks, who played Michael Myers in the film, describing the scenes on an episode of Horror Hallowed Ground as, quote, first SWAT member is talking on the radio when Michael comes up behind him, breaks his neck, spinning his head around 180, pushes him to the ground, then stomps on his head, pushing it deeper and deeper into the ground, all while there is blood coming out from his eyes, nose, etc. After this kill, another SWAT team member charges at Michael with an M16, which Michael wrestles the gun out of his hand and proceeds to shove or stab, presumably the barrel of the gun, through the SWAT team member's head. After this, Michael proceeds to kill the rest of the SWAT team, but it is not mentioned how they were killed or how many more members there were, unquote. There, as you can see, are a few photos as evidence of this epic SWAT team versus Michael throwdown. Some of the other scenes include, quote, in the tense laundry chute scene, Michael Myers is seen stabbing into said passage with Jamie inside. She is seen crawling out of the intake on the floor above with a vertical stab wound spanning a great span of her leg, which was not shown to have happened. In Scream Factory's October 2021 release, they do show the 1 second of Jamie's leg gushing blood as Michael Myers' knife pierces through both the laundry chute and her leg. However, there is no footage of the blade entering or being removed from her leg, and it is unknown if said footage exists, or if they had only used jump cuts. God, I remember that laundry chute scene used to freak me the hell out as a kid watching this movie. It's probably the best scene in the film as far as pure tension goes. There's also a slight alternate ending in which the shootout at the police station that Michael Myers was being held at was shown on screen, which in film is not shown, and we just see an empty cell and the destruction left after Michael's escape. Again though, some shots of the scene do exist. There is also a rumored change as well, in that apparently the cosmetics team were given the choice to show Michael Myers' burnt up face during a moment where his mask is off, or to instead have his face cast in shadows, which the latter is what ends up being used in the film. But some believe the burnt up version may exist as an alternate cut, but this is unconfirmed. You can still see the makeup in the shadowed version, mind you, but I guess originally or alternatively, we would have seen much more of it. Once again though, if you want to see some of the extended kill shots and other stuff, I recommend checking out MFMT's video showcasing them. Though sadly, stuff like the SWAT team fight and other such things seems to be completely lost for now. Oh, and there is actually one more part of this that was discovered. There's a scene that we actually do have all the full stuff of, that being an alternate opening. See, in the film, after Michael gets shot like 100 fucking times, he ends up falling down and floating down a river, and is then nursed to health by some random old man, and apparently was sleeping in that old man's place for a whole year, which just doesn't make any sense at all. Well, in the original cut, we're going to lean into the cult stuff way sooner, as Michael's unconscious body is found by an occult member named Dr. Death, who proceeds to carry him into a cave, where he performs an incantation ritual, raising the shape from the dead, before then being killed. And while I personally don't like the Michael Myers being an instrument of a cult angle that these trilogy of films end up doing, if you're gonna do it, you might as well go all the way with it, you know? However, this scene was cut due to series producer Mustafa Akkad being disturbed by the occult material. Hellraiser Original Cut. Hellraiser is a 1987 body horror film written and directed by Clive Barker, based on his 1986 novella The Hellbound Heart, as I noted earlier in the Iceberg. But the thing about the film, especially the first one, is there's a lot of body horror, dark sexual content, and I mean, it deals with demons who take pleasure in masochism and sadomasochism, and as you might imagine, this can lead to some pretty out there stuff. And in the original cut of the film, there was a bit more of this, but much like everything else, it had been censored due to the interference from the MPAA, in turn leading to the original cut of the film becoming lost media, although parts of it have been recovered over the years. Some of these cut scenes would include a flashback sex scene between Julia and her other lover Frank, in order to reduce the amount of explicit sexual activity, including anal sex and spanking. A scene whereby a victim of Julia's was wearing no underwear, with an alternate scene where he was being used instead. The murder of Julia's first victim, whereby the amount of times Julia beats him with a hammer was reduced. Kirsty's encounter with Frank, whereby a shot of her sticking her hand into Frank's gut was removed to tone down around the explicit gore, and Frank being ripped apart with chains at the end of the film by the Cenobites, unquote. According to Clive Barker, though, he doesn't regret most of these scenes being cut. The only one he does is the very last one with Frank being ripped apart by the chains, as the special effects involved were apparently pretty damn cool. House of a Thousand Corpses, Lost Scenes. House of a Thousand Corpses is a cult classic horror film written and directed by musician Rob Zombie. The film is a kind of weird pseudo reimagining of Texas Chainsaw Massacre in a way, or at least within the spirit and personality of that film. And I find it to be one of Rob Zombie's better films, maybe even his best, though I do think I like Devil's Rejects just a bit more. Anyway, the film was originally set to be released in 2000 by Universal Studios. However, the company ended up shelving the film when they feared an NC-17 rating by the MPAA. That's starting to be a pretty consistent theme for these last few entries if you haven't noticed. So the film would go unreleased until 2003, when Lionsgate acquired the film, and in the process of that, they would end up cutting several scenes out from the film that were deemed too graphic to secure that R rating. Rob did anticipate this a bit though, and many shots of the film were done twice, one with more graphic gore effects and one that had none or very little. Even still, many scenes, notably the ones featuring Baby Firefly, played by Sherry Moon Zombie, Rob's wife, were heavily cut. There are also entire deleted scenes, such as ones involving a character named Miss Bunny, played by Jean Carmen, with her character and subplot being completely removed from the film. Some scenes including her would have had her using dead animals as puppets to reenact famous movie moments as an example. The full uncut version of the film is 105 minutes, compared to the 89-minute theatrical cut of the film. The uncut version was once shown on March 13th of 2003 in Argentina at the Mar del Plata Film Festival. But as for the availability of the uncut version, Rob thinks sadly that the uncut one is lost, as they have tried to find it to recover the scenes since for DVD or Blu-ray release, but simply cannot find it. But who knows? It's clear that everyone involved would really like to have the uncut version released, so I suppose it's only a matter of finding it. There was also apparently a pirated screener leaked out online a month before the film's theatrical release, with a runtime of 103 minutes. But it's unknown if this is the uncut version, and the whereabouts of this pirated screener is unknown, sadly. That being said, there is also an alternate ending to the film, which the Lost Media Wiki describes as, quote, press photos from the time show an alternate ending to the film. Little is known about this ending compared to the final release, however. We do know that the character Jerry, played by Chris Hardwick, is eaten alive by zombies. This alternate ending also doesn't include the character Dr. Satan. The ending was changed after receiving poor reception from Universal. After giving Rob Zombie more funding, he was able to change the ending to include Dr. Satan. This footage is presumed to be lost with the rest of the deleted scenes. It is unknown if this alternate ending was shown at the Mar del Plata Film Festival either, or if it was included in the pirated screener version of the film, unquote. Little Shop of Horrors, unused and unreleased production material. Little Shop of Horrors is a horror comedy rock musical about a goofy guy named Seymour, who is a florist shop owner who finds himself in the clutches of a plant who can speak and hungers for human flesh and blood. It's actually based on the 1960 film of the same name, but it's obviously pretty different from the musical. Anyway, the musical play would then eventually inspire a film in 1986, and between the film and the stage play, there was a ton of material that was made but ultimately scrapped. Some examples include the score for the musical was originally going to be much closer to the 1960 original film, as well as several songs being made that would end up being cut for either story reasons, quality control, or pacing. Some of these include On the Day That It Started, which was likely cut later to be replaced by the show's title song. I Found Out Hobby was an early attempt for a song for Orin, where he explains where he got his fondness for pain. This song was later cut in favor of Dentist, which is a classic villain song.
You'll be a dentist. You have a talent for causing things.
among others, some of which you can find performances of here on YouTube, as one-off things for reunions of the musical. The film version also went through a lot of directors, and at one point the draft of the script would have been far darker than the Frank Oz directed film, which we got, which is much lighter in tone like the musical. My Bloody Valentine uncut version. Once again, the MPAA strikes again, with this 1981 film about an old folktale surrounding a deranged murderer killing those who celebrate Valentine's Day, turning out to be true, in this Canadian slasher film classic. Basically, this was a case of every single death in the film needed to be cut up in order for the film to get an R rating, and yet even still they wanted to give the movie an X rating. There are apparently a few reasons for these severe cuts, one being the backlash to the Friday the 13th film the year prior, and the other apparently being the murder of John Lennon, which caused a major negative reaction to violence in media in the wake of his death. I'm not really sure what the connecting pieces are here, since one is the death of a real person, and the other is a random slasher movie, but sure, I guess. Nonetheless, the Lost Media Wiki notes, quote, "For a long time, it was believed that the uncut version of the film was the holy grail for horror fans. Paramount refused to release an uncut version, to which Lionsgate acquired the rights for an uncut DVD release in 2009. George Michalka stated that 9 minutes of cuts were made before the release, which caused concern for fans, as when the new version was finally released, only 2.5 minutes were restored, contradicting his earlier statement. He later explained that the other 6 minutes was expository footage that didn't impact the rest of the film, and gave his seal of approval, stating that this was how the film was meant to be seen. It was believed the original negative has either deteriorated beyond repair or has long since disappeared. The footage sourced was from the film's producer John Dunning's storage facility in Canada. This print was 35mm, and the footage that was restored was noticeably grainy and in low quality, which required color correction." Unquote. One scene in particular that seems to be completely lost, though, and is possibly the most violent one, is where a couple gets impaled with a mining drill. In 2019, it was revealed that Paramount and Shout Factory managed to locate the original negative for the uncut scenes, minus 3 small shots that still required the 35mm print. As a result, the entire movie was able to be remastered, and most of the uncut footage no longer being low quality compared to the rest of the film, which is pretty cool. Son of Frankenstein color footage. This one's pretty simple. Son of Frankenstein is a 1939 monster horror film produced by Universal Pictures. As you probably guessed, and while the film itself is in black and white, it was originally gonna be in Technicolor. However, this idea was later scrapped when it was determined that Karloff's makeup for the monster looked too poor or weird in the cinematographer's colors tests. It's not known how much of the film was shot or tested in color, but the reels for it are rumored to be in a Universal vault. However, given that the black and white is so important to the shadows and overall cinematography for these films, I don't think anything is too lost in us not seeing it. Still, I guess it'd be cool to see if it ever popped up. Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 deleted scenes. I already gushed about how much I love Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. However, Canon, the distribution and production company behind the film, forced director Tobe Hooper to remove plot points and scenes from the film for the sake of, not pissing off the MPAA and what have you. Most of these deleted scenes can be found online, and have been included as a special feature on DVD releases. However, there are some scenes that have yet to be found and are considered lost. These scenes include, quote, "Scenes involving Dennis Hopper's character, Lieutenant Lefty Enright, received some of the most severe edits. The original story would have revealed that Stretch, played by Caroline Williams, may have been Enright's illegitimate daughter. According to Hooper, it would have been revealed later on in the film that Enright used Stretch's mother as bait during a drug bust. Hopper then explains that when Enright uses Stretch as bait to trap the Sawyer clan, their relationship comes full circle. With this scene missing, the symmetry was gone. Another lost scene involved Enright in his hotel room. This scene was to occur before the character Stretch meets him for the first time. After eating a worm from a bottle of mescal, he proceeds to hallucinate chainsaws coming out of the walls around him. One sequence included a 360-degree dolly shot around Ingrid as he sat in his hotel room, bed, and held his gun. Cinematographer Richard Curtis has stated that saving the outtakes for the film was not a huge priority for Canon Films, so the current whereabouts of the lost scenes are unknown, unquote. Other noteworthy scenes include a cameo appearance from the famous movie critic Joe Bob Briggs, an extended credit sequence, and cut dialogue between the Sawyers in their van. Doom 4 Lost Build of Cancelled Sequel. So this one is an entirely lost/cancelled game, meant to be a follow-up to Doom 3. The game was gonna be released back on the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 and PC, but would eventually be cancelled. Doom 4 was going to be developed by id Software and published by Bethesda, but it would eventually be scrapped in favor of the 2016 Doom remake. That would end up being a pretty damn successful and beloved title. According to the wiki, development on Doom was officially announced at QuakeCon 2007. There would be radio silence in the game after that, up until Todd Hollinstead stated more about Doom 4 would be revealed at QuakeCon 2010, when many were disappointed not to see anything from it in 2009. Further stating, "When we show it to you, you're gonna love it." Again though, there was radio silence, and at the same time it was working on Doom 4, they were also working on Rage. And at the same time, that would actually end up coming out in 2010, and was not very well received. Then by March 2nd, 2012, screenshots and gameplay for Doom were leaked. When questioned about the leaked content, id Software neither confirmed nor denied that the screenshots were legitimate. Making all the worse, leaked elements of the story and gameplay were revealed, and many noted how similar to Call of Duty it was, and thus the derogatory name Call of Doom was thrown around. And it wouldn't be long before Doom 4 as a concept was shuttered, with Doom 16 taking its place. According to the wiki, the story and gameplay would have consisted of, quote, leaked footage and art suggested that the game would have been about an invasion of hell on Earth, provoked by the fictional corporation known as Union Aerospace Corporation, or the UAC. The cancelled game's story initially sets on United States, New York City, and Manhattan in the fictional year of 2038. You would start as a lone survivor human who would later be destined to meet a resistance army composed of soldiers and civilians, whose goal was to take down the demons and purge the hellish invasion. The gameplay of Doom 4 was of course going to be a first-person shooter with modern features, meaning that it plays like the final release of the game, but with modern combat features and rage-like slow-mo fights compared to the final game. The project also had a new combat system known as Sync Melee. Sync Melee allowed the players to fight demons with consecutive melee commands until delivering the final blow to kill the enemy. Sync Melee would later be reused and adapted for melee executions in Wolfenstein The New Order and for the glory kills in Doom 2016. There were going to be complex characters and familiar weapons that were later repurposed for Doom 2016, such as the combat shotgun, super shotgun, handgun, chainsaw, and chain gun, unquote. But yeah, seems like they took some of the best ideas and gameplay concepts and applied them to the new game with a fresh slate, which I think was probably the right call. Doom Lost Prototype of Sega Saturn port. While we're on the topic of Doom, as in the original Doom, has been ported to a lot of consoles. Some running better than others, but most being kind of worthless if you can play it on PC like it was supposed to be played by now. Still all the same, a Sega Saturn version was made and is infamous for running like absolute ass. It was basically a port of the PlayStation version with several features omitted and abysmal frame rate, averaging a 13 frames per second, and is highly regarded as one of the worst ports of the game. This seems to have happened because this port was rushed out, but originally the Sega Saturn release was gonna have a lot more care put into it, and was meant to be the best version of the game for consoles yet. Dubbed Jim Bagley's Prototype, Sega Saturn port was originally meant to be an entirely unique project, not based on the PS1 port, that was itself based on the Atari Jaguar port. Ray Software's original goal was to port the original PC release of Doom 1 and 2 with no levels cut like in previous console releases. Jim Bagley basically wrote a custom image based on Doom's ID Tech 1 game engine, which made full use of Sega Saturn's hardware, and his version apparently was running at 60 FPS, which was a very rare feat in 3D Saturn games, let alone first-person shooters, and could run at full screen on stock Saturn hardware. However, when this prototype was sent to id Software for approval, even with all the feats achieved by Jim Bagley, id founder John Carmack was unsatisfied with the prototype, telling Bagley to rewrite the entire code to run in software mode, therefore using solely the CPU to run the game, to prevent a fine texture warping, a quirk from 32-bit consoles like the Saturn and the PlayStation, which Carmack hated. However, due to the time constraints, basically this meant that they weren't really able to do that, and they just had to port the PS1 version over, and rather badly at that. Which is a real shame, as clearly it was the wrong call by John Carmack, as he himself even later admitted that he should have let more experimentation with the Saturn hardware go through. All the same, this build of the game has never surfaced and most likely never will. Doom Episode 5. Last one related to Doom for now. This is one that actually is not confirmed. According to the wiki page on the topic, quote, in 2015, id Software co-founder John Romero released a dump of source files from Doom and Doom 2 to the doomworld.com forums. One noteworthy file included in this development dump was a map file called E5M1 DWD, dated March 29th of 1995, about a month before the release of the Ultimate Doom. In its final Ultimate version, Doom had a total of 4 episodes with 8 levels, and a bonus level each. The existence of E5M1 DWD file may imply a 5th episode to the game was in production, but ultimately was scrapped. Little is known about the possible episode and what its content would have been, beyond the leaked map file, unquote. But yeah, that's pretty much it. It's just kind of speculation. Resident Evil 4 beta builds. Resident Evil 4 is, well, the 4th installment in the Resident Evil franchise, and is often considered a fan favorite and is a damn banger of a game. Even outside of being a survival horror game, it just has great gameplay and is very addicting. That aside, Resident Evil 4 is also pretty well known for having some early builds and beta content that seem to be completely different in tone and story from the final game. Quote, Resident Evil 4 had a troubled development cycle. The game was originally slated to be released on the PlayStation 2 in 2001. Due to conflicts with the writing staff, Capcom took the assets from the first build of Resident Evil 4 and put them into Devil May Cry. It was stated that the beta for the first build was too action-oriented, and thus it was scrapped. The first beta showed Leon in a metallic structure, later confirmed for the setting to be on an airship, fighting a bizarre fog creature. The few words spoken in the trailer were about the cradle of the progenitor virus, and apparently the story centered on the assault of our heroes to Umbrella Europe. Moreover, Leon would have probably been infected and possibly wielded supernatural powers. Then, in E3 2003, Resident Evil 4 shown again. This version had different features and a new emphasis on the supernatural that seemed to bring the game closer to Silent Hill. In this new version, Leon, who still had some strange power, was inside a mansion infested with some strange presence, notably a strong creature with a hook, given the name Hookman in one video. An extended video of this beta is featured on Biohazard 4's secret DVD, where we can also see the killer armors still present in the final game on Ashley's stage.
Resident Evil 4.
Although the last beta seemed to be the most promising and polished version yet, Capcom decided to scrap the beta and start over again. The third beta, which according to programmers features zombies, was not presented to the public, unquote. I do really love the game that we got, but it's interesting to see how different Resident Evil 4 was gonna be, and how many ideas they threw at the wall, and even presented to the public before they finally ended on the one that we all know today. The Phantom of the Opera Lost TV Scenes. This one is in reference to the 1962 Hammer horror version of The Phantom of the Opera, which does feature a pretty killer mask design for the Phantom, by the way. When the film was later premiered on American TV on NBC in the mid-1960s, it had new scenes added to the film, bumping the runtime up from 84 minutes to 98 minutes. A subplot was created involving a pair of Scotland Yard police inspectors on the trail of the Phantom. I guess to fit more commercials in there or something? Kind of a random addition, but nonetheless, these additional scenes were not shot by Hammer, nor did they have any input. It was created by Universal Studios, and thus, in the home releases, these scenes were not included, meaning for some time, these new scenes had not been seen by anyone but those who watched the movie on that channel back in the day. However, this is a case where the lost scenes were actually completely found. As of August 11th of 2020, Shout Factory released a collector's edition Blu-ray, which featured the longer version as a bonus feature. If you haven't noticed, Shout Factory, or as they're sometimes called Scream Factory, is usually on the case with these lost film cuts, which I think is pretty cool. Sleepaway Camp Lost Soundtrack Songs. And for our final entry this tier, Sleepaway Camp is yet another slasher film from 1983, and is, as you might imagine, a cult classic that's most well known for its crazy plot twist of an ending, which I suppose, since it's not relevant to this entry, I won't reveal to you, but if you know, you know. If you don't know, I guess go watch it. Anyway, there are actually a few songs that were made specifically for this film, and for some time, people could not hear the full versions of these songs, since they were never officially released on a CD or anything. Those tracks were called Just What I've Been Looking For, Take a Chance, and Tonight You're Mine, the latter two not existing for anyone to listen to outside of the film. I don't think I can show you the audio from the songs, but luckily the songs have been recovered in 2015 when the master tape was discovered, and they are both available for you to listen to right now here on YouTube. The Ring Lost Movie Teasers and Trailers. Starting this tier off, we have an entry all about the advertising surrounding the 2002 film The Ring, a film about a journalist who discovers a cursed videotape that causes its viewers to die 7 days later after seeing it. The film is actually a remake of the 1998 film Ringu, a Japanese supernatural psychological horror film about a pretty similar plot. It's a very influential film, and if you couldn't tell, it's one of the origin points for the chainmail type creepypastas, cursed media, that sort of stuff. However, before the 2002 film came out, there were several websites that hosted little teasers and trailers for the movie, notably the sites SadakoIsDead.com and SamuraIsDead.com, both of which can be found via the Wayback Machine. But the videos hosted on there sadly do not work. These include 3 videos that we are aware of, which is, quote, Sadako1.mov. This video is said to have been an abstract video, although its contents aren't exactly known. It is said to have a runtime of around 30 seconds. Sadako2.mov, which has been described to be another, even further abstract video than Sadako 1, however, it is also said to include spoilers for the movie, and Bloody1.mov, which seems to be the most recalled and most notable video out of the 3. It contained a man with a knife stabbing himself in the mouth, as if he was brushing his teeth with it, unquote. Sadly though, once the marketing for the movie was over, these websites were shut down, thus making these teasers completely lost for now. Batman Fights Dracula. This entry, according to the Lost Media Wiki, is about, quote, Batman Fights Dracula is a 1967 Filipino parody comedy film directed by Leo D. M. Diaz and written by Bert R. Mendoza, starring Jean Abalos and Dante Rivero as the titular characters respectively. As the name suggests, the movie centers around a battle between the cult figures of Batman and Dracula. It is considered by many to be one of the most sought-after lost Asian films of all time. Very little information on the film has surfaced other than standard production details such as cast and crew, although at least one person has undertaken a personal search efforts for the film, which ultimately went unfulfilled. That is until a great amount of new information surfaced on the Filipino blog Pelikula ATBP, unquote. Some of this information that was showcased includes details about the plot, which apparently would have been about a mad scientist named Dr. Zobra, who, after repeatedly being defeated by Batman, finds a way to resurrect Count Dracula, control him, and make him stronger too, such as getting rid of his weakness to crosses. Apparently Robin, or Reuben as he's called in this movie, would have found a way to kill the evil doctor by turning Dracula against him. Though several photos exist as you've seen here, sadly no footage of the movie has ever surfaced. The Blair Witch Project Amazon exclusive deleted scene. The Blair Witch Project is one of those movies that could get its own iceberg for how extensive the online marketing and mystery was for this film, as well as impact on, well, horror films thereafter. That being said, this entry is about an Amazon exclusive deleted scene for the film, which the page on the topic notes, quote, in September of 1999, Artisan Pictures had teamed up with Amazon to create a special page for the film, The Blair Witch Project. Amazon had released a deleted scene, which was exclusively released on their platform as part of Artisan Pictures' internet marketing campaign. This was actually the first time Amazon ever used streaming and would let users view it through Real Player. According to an archive of Amazon's website, the deleted scene would not be released anywhere else. In 1999, PlasticIguana.com had written a description of the deleted scene, a brief scene during the trio's stay at the hotel where Heather sets down the rules for the shoot and how she's the boss. What she says goes, since she has more money in the project than the others. The scene ends with Heather turning the camera on herself and telling the viewer that she's committed to the project and anyone who isn't can basically take a hike, unquote. Around 2001 or 2002, Amazon took the deleted scenes off of their servers, and for 23 years, no copy of this deleted scene had ever surfaced online. However, this changed on November 11th of 2024, legit like a few weeks ago at the time of this script writing. Second Sight Films released a limited edition set of the film that represented the filmmaker's complete vision. The set included exclusive new content and deleted scenes. One of the deleted scenes on the set was the once lost Amazon deleted scene, which is pretty fucking cool. You can see just the scene if you like here on YouTube, uploaded by user KevBones. Also, when I clicked on this to watch the scene for myself, I'm apparently exactly the 666th person to watch this lost media upload. Ooh, scary. Creature from the Black Lagoon lost production material of various unmade remakes and reboots. Creature from the Black Lagoon, released in 1954, is one of the classic Universal monster movies that persists in pop culture, but unlike so many of the others, never got a remake or reboot treatment, though certainly not for a lack of trying. In fact, I'm gonna need you to buckle the fuck up and get ready, because this poor guild man has got some sort of record for films almost getting made by different passionate, talented, or interested directors or people, and the project always falling through somehow every single time. So first off, in the 1982 following of the success of An American Werewolf in London, director John Landis became interested in directing a remake of Creature from the Black Lagoon. The plot of the film would have involved two different creatures, one good and gentle and the other evil and destructive, a concept inspired by the characters Lenny and George from Of Mice and Men, both of which would end up leaving the lagoon and battle with the modern-day US Navy, which sounds pretty damn good, honestly. However, it all kind of fell through when it was decided that the film should be shot in 3D, which would have pushed the budget way too far and apparently would have clashed with the production of Jaws 3D, and in the end, Jaws 3D was picked over the Creature film. Why they didn't just, not film it in 3D is anyone's guess, but all well. Then about 10 years later, John Carpenter began to work on the concept for a Creature from the Black Lagoon remake. Though several maquettes for the creature were made, as well as a script, the film was abruptly cancelled. Many attributed the film's cancellation due to John Carpenter's previous film, Memoirs of an Invisible Man, flopping at the box office. Which is a shame, but being perfectly honest, even as a pretty big fan of Carpenter's films, I've never seen or even heard of this one, so it must have really fucking flopped. However, it is notable that his version of the movie would have been far more violent and gory than its predecessors. Then later in 1995, director Peter Jackson was set to remake the film, but Jackson turned down the project in favor of directing a remake of King Kong. Then in 2001, shortly after the success of the 1990s The Mummy remake, Gary P. Ross was set to produce/write another attempt at a remake alongside his father, Arthur Ross, one of the original film's writers. However, this too went absolutely nowhere, and again, that's a real shame. Then, Guillermo del Toro was interested in directing his own take on the story, since he was a huge fan of the original. His version involved the film being set from the creature's point of view, and the film would have had the Gill Man and his human love interest getting together in the end. However, Universal was not open to del Toro's ideas, and with various other creative differences, the film was quietly scrapped. However, these ideas would later be reused in the film The Shape of Water. Then, James Gunn was set to make a remake, yet again after the success of a different film, that being 2004's Dawn of the Dead. However, this didn't end up going anywhere. In fact, he notes that Universal Studios turned his pitch down without even giving a reason. Breck Eisner was then set to remake the film. His vision would have been a more blatant environmentalist plot and themes, with the plot involving a pharmaceutical company spilling dangerous chemicals into the Amazon. It would have also used a blend of practical and CGI effects, but production was suddenly halted by 2007 to 2008 during the writer's strike going on at that time, and was presumably cancelled sometime after. Carl Eric Rinch was then set to remake the film in 2010, but again it was cancelled by yet another writer's strike. Another attempt at a remake, simply titled The Black Lagoon, was announced in 2012 by Universal, and it hired Dave Kajganich to write the screenplay. But again, this never came to be. Finally, a full reboot of the franchise was once planned to coincide with Universal's Dark Universe series, their attempt at a cinematic universe like Marvel or DC. Alex Kurtzman, director of the 2017 Mummy, was also attached to direct this film. However, following the critical and commercial failure of that Mummy movie, Universal's plans for the Dark Universe were abruptly cancelled, including the reboot for The Creature from the Black Lagoon. Honestly, man, it seems like if someone wants to remake this fucking movie, they need to just hunker down and do it, and not base it on the tides of other films' successes or failures. This fishman just can't catch a break. But yet again, after the success of Blumhouse's The Invisible Man reboot in 2020, there have been talks of a potential new Black Lagoon film, starring Chris Evans and Scarlett Johansson. However, I certainly wouldn't be holding my breath on that one, but I guess we'll see. Frankenstein's Monster. Frankenstein's Monster, or El Monstro de Frankenstein, is the third known film adaptation of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein novel, released in Italy in 1920. The several pamphlets and posters remain from the 1920s mentioning the movie. It was screened at locations as far as Belgium and Egypt, but no copies in any language are known to exist. Even at the time of its existence, many of its scenes were deleted by censors, with one version reportedly being cut down to 39 minutes. So it's not looking so good for this one to be found, sadly. But yet again, who knows? Deep Blue Sea, Lost Original Ending. If you're a fan of shark movies like I am, then you know this is one of the very best shark-related films out there. Plot of this movie being about a group of scientists working to find the cure for Alzheimer's disease through the research of mako sharks. However, as you might imagine, this goes awry and 3 genetically engineered sharks attempt to wreck and flood the facility to escape, leading to a great thriller film. At any rate, the ending of the movie was originally different, with the wiki noting, quote, "1 month before the film's release, the ending originally had Susan, Saffron Burrows, not only escape the shark, but deliver the killing blow to it. When audiences saw the ending, they hated it because they viewed Susan as the bad guy, and as she was behind the whole project. There were even test cars that said, 'Kill the bitch.' Later, they reshot the ending to have Susan killed by the shark, while Preacher, played by LL Cool J, became the one to deliver the killing blow. The original ending has never been released on home media, and nothing has indicated that it will ever be. The only thing to leak from the ending is a picture in which Thomas Jane and Saffron Burrows' characters share a kiss on screen," unquote. Which, I gotta say, has gotta be one of the funniest fucking changes to a film ever. They wanted that bitch dead. Would be cool to see the original ending though, as a fan of the film, especially since I feel like the character more than redeemed themselves already. It seems like a bit of an extreme reaction if I'm being perfectly honest. Maybe Shout Factory can get on that or something. The Hills Have Eyes, Lost Deleted Scenes. Yet another film that I absolutely love. Directed, written, and edited by Wes Craven, The Hills Have Eyes is about the Carter family, a suburban family targeted by a family of cannibal savages after becoming stranded in the Nevada desert. The original cut of the film was far more violent and graphic than the final product, but the MPAA wouldn't give it an R rating until some of these scenes were toned down. These cut scenes would have included, quote, the scene where Jupiter beats Fred to death, the scene where Mars and Pluto kidnap the baby, the scene where Katie hits Jupiter in the back with an axe, the scene where Jupiter eats Big Bob's arm is also more graphic, with Jupiter shoving one of the arm's fingers into Bob's eye among other things, unquote. However, sadly, pretty much nothing from these scenes, not even photographic evidence, has ever come up, making them truly and completely lost with no sign of them ever coming up anywhere. Jacob's Ladder, Lost Deleted Scenes. Jacob's Ladder is a 1990 horror film about a Vietnam War veteran who has bizarre flashbacks and hallucinations. It's well known for its disturbing and strange imagery, and is also cited as a core source of inspiration for the Silent Hill franchise, among other things like Twin Peaks. The thing is, though, is the film was actually thought to be too disturbing by test audiences. In response to this negative feedback, around 20 minutes of footage was removed from the final movie. Some of these scenes would be included in the DVD release of the movie, however several others remain lost, with only bits of them being able to be seen in trailers for the film. These scenes would have included, quote, while in the subway bathroom, Jacob comes across a man, another man. Jacob, during one of his delivery routines, is seen eating a sandwich and reading a novel. He then sees one of the delivery bags begin to move. In the original script, it states that there may have been a scene where a homeless man was sleeping with said bag, and Jacob takes him outside and gives him money. A mute Jacob tries to scream. A sex scene between Jacob and Jesse. During this, Jacob explains how he has demons. Jacob's confession can be seen in one of the trailers. An extended scene of a reptilian Jesse dancing. A snippet of it can be seen in one of the trailers, but is unknown how long the full cut was. A scene showing one of the Hell's hospital patients. Jacob burns down the army headquarters with a torch. In Bravo's 100 Scariest Movie Moments, a picture of Jacob holding the torch is seen. And finally, looking for Michael, Jacob finds his dismembered head inside of a cabinet, unquote. It's unknown if we'll ever end up seeing these scenes in full or what ended up happening to them. The Mummy Lost Deleted Scenes. Yet another classic Universal monster movie. In 1932, The Mummy, starring Boris Karloff, has some scenes that are sadly completely lost. The Mummy's lost love, Helen, played by Zita Joanne, can be seen in a flashback as Princess Anka Cinnamon. However, more scenes showcasing Helen's past lives were filmed. Quote, "These scenes had her appear as a Christian martyr who was devoured by lions, an 8th century Saxon princess who commits suicide after her stockade ends in her enemy's hands." It has been noted that during the credits, a Saxon warrior is listed. A 13th century lady of the castle who's pursued by the affection of a crusader, and an 18th century French court lady standing by a Versailles fountain. These scenes were cut very late into the film's production, as one can see from the Saxon warrior credit. Joanne claims these scenes were cut for 2 reasons. She snubbed a smitten Junior Lamel and asked him not to pick up her contract. So Junior responded by spitefully cutting her showcase sequence. And they had to protect Karloff. Unquote. So in other words, it seems to have been completely out of spite. However, later in the 80s, when Universal tried to search for these scenes for a home video release, they unfortunately had no luck, with only photos of the scenes remaining. Such a shame. Chucky Wanna Play? Chucky Wanna Play is a cancelled stealth action video game based on the Child's Play horror movie franchise. The game would let you play as Chucky, and basically stealthily kill your victims in various creative ways. Basically, think something like a lower budget Hitman game or Manhunt, but playing as a little killer doll, which sounds actually pretty fun. I've maybe mentioned this sometime in the past, but one of the games I have always wanted was to have a slasher movie game that's not based around multiplayer, but is something like Hitman or something of that sort, where you can stalk and kill your victims in various creative ways, set on different settings such as a campground, suburb, a train, or various other scenarios. I think that would be absolutely sick, but at any rate, according to the wiki, quote, "The game was announced on May of 2011 by Tick Games for PC and consoles, and announced a Kickstarter campaign in October of 2012. They already had $500,000 and the rights to publish, but they needed more money to do what they wanted for the gamers. However, it was cancelled due to the money that the campaign needed to raise. Tick Games had only raised $585 with 19 backers when they are trying to raise $925,000, unquote. So, yeah, this one clearly did not get much attention, or there was just not enough of a demand for it, and thus the game never came to be. However, as you could probably tell by the background footage during this entry, the game's prototype, which was thought to be lost, was actually found on February 18th of 2023, when it was uploaded to the Internet Archive by user Riley5411, who said he found the prototype on an Xbox 360 dev kit, which is pretty cool. Being honest, the game doesn't look all that amazing, mostly because the AI of the people seem pretty lacking, which takes away a lot from the concept of the game in my opinion. But you can see what they were going for and why they probably did need more of a budget in order to flesh out the gameplay and get things more interesting. This is only a prototype after all, and it could have been better, but who knows. Kickstarter stuff usually goes pretty badly historically, so I suppose we'll never know for sure. Gremlins cancelled Atari arcade game. Based on the classic 1984 film of the same name, Gremlins was gonna be an arcade cabinet that would have found its way to arcades across America for a release in 1985, but was ultimately cancelled for there being multiple issues, some involving dates being missed by the devs and other projects being worked on at the same time that pushed away development time from the game, and ultimately Gremlins as a franchise just not being seen as valuable enough to warrant the time and money they needed to get the game fully going. Though it did get far enough into development that some gameplay of the prototype exists, which you can see in the background currently, it being the culmination of 2 years of work. Sadly though, no playable prototype has ever surfaced online. Besides this gameplay, that's kind of it for this one. Gremlins R-rated screenplay. While we're on the topic of Gremlins though, Gremlins is a PG film written by Chris Columbus and directed by Joe Dante, often considered a Christmas movie classic, with it being a huge box office and critical success, as something kind of for everyone, it being this mixture of whimsical comedy movie, horror movie, and Christmas film, all wrapped up into one. However, notably, the film Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, and this film, both getting a PG rating at the time, were instrumental in the MPAA eventually making an in-between rating from PG to R, that being PG-13, since neither movie really fit fully into PG or R ratings. However, the initial screenplay for Gremlins was far more graphic than what was featured in the final film, being written as a straightforward horror film with an intended R rating, and was sort of based on Columbus's love of Universal monster movies combined with his time living in New York City, where mice and rats would regularly walk by him or past his fingers if he hung his hand over the side of his bed. However, once the screenplay had made its way to the hands of Steven Spielberg, he was enthusiastic about the overall concept of the movie, calling it one of the most original things he had ever come across in years. However, he had apprehensions about the script's dark and violent nature, encouraging Columbus to rewrite what was done to make the film suitable for more general audiences. Columbus took this advice on board, with him and Spielberg collaborating on several more drafts of the screenplay, eventually resulting in the film we have today, which ended up being a pretty smart move. However, this original R-rated script was eventually found, and is now widely available for people to read if they wish, notably because of Lost Media Wiki users Acrylic and YoshiKiller2S. Apparently YoshiKiller had the screenplay in his collection for around a year, assuming it was just one of the PG drafts, until Acrylic notified him of the screenplay's contents. So, that's pretty cool. Silent Hill Cold Heart. And finally, for our last entry this tier, we have Silent Hill Cold Heart, which is the rejected pitch for a Silent Hill game from back in 2007. The game was to be developed by Climax Studios, and would have been about an emotionally unstable college student named Jessica Chambers, who is struggling with nightmares and insomnia. She would eventually start speaking with a psychiatrist, and then visit her parents to clear her head. However, she would then find herself lost in a blizzard, following the sound of an ambulance. She would then find herself within the town of Silent Hill. The game would have had a lot of Wii motion control stuff, and boasted about having an in-depth psychological profile that would build from the player's experiences in the game. This psychological profile would go on to influence later events within the game, and also the Nintendo Wi-Fi connection would have been used to report real-world weather and news for dramatic effects during gameplay. This form of the game would ultimately be rejected though, be it due to it being too ambitious or them wanting to go in a different direction. Either way, some elements of this would be later used in the game Silent Hill Shattered Memories.
The Terror. Starting this tier out, we have this 1928 American pre-code horror film, written by Harvey Gates and directed by Roy Del Ruth, based on the 1927 play of the same name, by Edgar Wallace. It was the second all-talking motion picture released by Warner Brothers, following Lights of New York. It was also the first all-talking horror film made using the Vitaphone sound-on-disc system. The Vitaphone sound-on-disc system, by the way, was the last major analog sound-on-disc system, and the only one that was widely used and commercially successful. The soundtrack is not printed on the film, but issued separately on a phonograph record. Anyway, beyond that though, the plot, according to Wikipedia, went as follows. Quote, "The Terror, a killer whose identity is unknown, occupies an English country house that has been converted into an inn. Guests, including the spiritualist Mrs. Elvery and Detective Ferdinand Fane, are frightened by strange noises and mysterious organ music. Connors and Marks, two men just released from gaol, have sworn revenge upon the Terror. Following a night of mayhem that includes murder, the identity of the Terror is eventually revealed," unquote. However, as you can probably guess, the movie is sadly lost. Both the sound version, featuring a Vitaphone sound-on-disc system, as well as the silent version, which used screen-filling printed titles that was also issued since many theaters had yet to accommodate sound systems and the like into the experience at that point in time. A Blind Bargain. This entry is about another lost Lon Chaney silent film, this one being from 1922. The film was based off of the 1987 novel The Octave of Claudius, and starred Lon Chaney as both Dr. Arthur Lamb and a hunchback. The plot follows Dr. Anthony Lamb, who has been trying to find methods of extending the human lifespan, and while he works on that, a half-ape man wanders through the house, this creature being one of Lamb's early experiments. Meanwhile, an unsuccessful writer named Robert Sandall is depressed over how his grandmother is sick and decides to see a specialist about his problem. This leads to Robert talking with Lamb, and after he tries to rob him unsuccessfully, he then tells him his life story. Lamb then drugs Robert, and even with his wife protesting his actions, plans to perform scientific and surgical experiments upon Robert. The next morning, Robert wakes up to find that Lamb has brought Robert's mother to his home. Lamb states that she is dying, but he will save her if Robert allows him to perform scientific and surgical experiments upon him. Robert agrees to the deal. However, the ape man and Lamb's wife tries to concoct a plan to stop Lamb from performing the horrible experiments upon Robert, and his wife even warns Rob at some point that he might end up like the ape man who wanders the house. By the film's finale, the ape man and Mrs. Lamb show Robert many cages filled with dozens of ape men, all of them being failed experiments concocted by Dr. Lamb. Lamb then comes in and explains the experiments. Robert is horrified by this, and so the two start to fight. Robert is defeated and strapped onto an operating table, but then the ape man comes in, and when told to leave by Lamb, refuses. The ape man pulls a lever to release another ape man, this one being huge and beastly. Lamb fires a gun a few times to the beast, but it grabs him and snaps his back, killing him. The beast then dies of the bullets, and now that Robert is free of the experiments, he is free and marries Angela, who is another character I didn't bring up, but he's also in the movie, and ends up writing about his experiences in a book that ends up selling very well. The end. The film apparently got pretty positive reception from critics back in the day. However, despite this, no prints of A Blind Bargain are known to survive in any archives. The original negatives are believed to have been destroyed in 1931, and any remaining prints left of the film are believed to have been burned in the infamous 1965 MGM Vault fire, the same one that might have destroyed the last copies of London After Midnight as well. A real shame. Hearst original version. This one is about Wes Craven's horror comedy film starring Christina Ricci, Hearst, which is about a brother and a sister who get attacked by a werewolf and must now find and kill said werewolf before they become werewolves themselves. It, however, is often considered one of Wes Craven's worst movies and opened to immensely bad reviews back when it came out in 2005. However, at one point it was going to be an extremely different movie than the one that we got. Originally the film's first screenplay, and what was originally filmed and was about 90% finished before being changed, followed a group of total strangers who are all attacked after their cars crash in the Hollywood Hills. The original script, which by the way was penned by Kevin Williamson of Scream 1 and 2 fame, had a main mystery of the film centered around a rampaging serial killer who was only revealed to be a werewolf in a twist ending. However, the film's producer, Bob Weinstein, was unhappy with the progress of the film and had production shut down for a while, and by the time shooting resumed, a brand new script was in play. The serial killer storyline was changed to bring the werewolf reveal to the forefront. Ulrich, whose character had been drastically altered in the rewrite, quit the production, requiring an additional rewrite that removed him entirely, and a ton of other scenes had to be scrapped entirely as well. 3 weeks of reshoots followed by another 10-day reshoot with a rewritten ending, pushed filming into the mid-2004, and the release was rescheduled for that October. By then, however, Weinstein was still unsatisfied with the film and ordered the gory effects cut down so that it would receive a PG-13 rating. Nearly all of Rick Baker's practical werewolf costumes and other special effects were all deleted and replaced with CGI, which you can see here was a massive downgrade and mistake. Sadly, this original version of the film and all the scenes from it are seemingly lost forever, and it's very unlikely it will ever be re-released. What with how much of a shit bomb the film ended up being, you gotta kind of have at least a cult following for people to care enough to try to get these things done after all. And even then, that's often not enough. However, sadly, more than that, the ending for this original version of the film was also never shot, meaning it will never be complete regardless, even if all the scenes are eventually released somehow. Deadly Friend Original Cut. Deadly Friend is a science fiction horror film written by Bruce Joel Rubin of Jacob's Ladder and The Time Traveler's Wife fame, and directed by Wes Craven, and is known for having a troubled production. The film itself, about Paul Conway, a science geek who just moved to a new town, but has also built himself a robot friend named BB. His neighbors show interest in the robot, and soon enough he makes friends with the paperboy Tom and the girl next door, Samantha. However, his other neighbor, an old woman with a shotgun named Elvira, does not take kindly to the robot, as well as the local bully Carl, who doesn't like BB after BB beats him up after he got through throwing Paul in a garbage can. After a game of Ding Dong Ditch, BB comes to a sudden end at the barrel of Elvira's shotgun, and Samantha is pushed down the stairs by her abusive father. After learning that her life support plug will be pulled, Paul fuses BB's microchip with her brain, reviving her. And now, as a combination of Samantha and BB, a machine, Samantha begins to take deadly revenge on those that brought misery to her and Paul. It's a pretty wild, high concept sort of film, but originally the movie was going to be much more subtle, with Wes Craven apparently having wanted to tell a story more focused on the romance of Paul and Sam. However, this more tame version of the script, when seen by test audiences who were more familiar with Wes's other work such as A Nightmare on Elm Street, were very disappointed and expected more gore and violence. Warner Bros. Then demanded that several scenes be reshot to meet with audience expectations, with many scenes being redone, including the infamous basketball death scene, which is without a doubt the one thing you might have seen from this film if you haven't seen anything else from it.
Damn shids.
Upon its public release, many critics found Deadly Friend to be unoriginal, and Wes Craven ultimately looks upon the film with little love now, believing that his original vision, that for once this time was actually far less graphic tale than the one we got, was ultimately soiled. Though the film has gained a cult following, and a group of fans have requested and yearned for a director's cut of the movie, the version aired for the original test audience, to be released on home media. Though sadly, as of yet, there has been no home release with a director's cut of these scenes, despite Scream Factory looking for said scenes. They sadly came up empty-handed, so it's not known if these scenes are still around somewhere or not. The Monkey's Paw Original English Audio. The Monkey's Paw is a 1933 American film that centers around, well, a monkey's paw that can grant 3 wishes, and how each wish made has an unexpected consequence. Currently, the film survives in French only, and no English copies are known to exist. And yeah, that's pretty much it on this one. Eternal Darkness Lost in 64 build. Eternal Darkness is a survival horror game developed for the Nintendo GameCube, released on June 24th of 2002. However, it was originally developed as an N64 game in 1999. The game was actually in its final stages of development before it was scrapped in favor of remaking the game on the newly released GameCube. The game centers around the Ancients, a tribe that existed before humanity, and in the game, 13 different people from different time periods all unite in order to destroy the Ancients, once and for all, and save Earth. And it's well known for its sanity mechanic, where as it decreases, different aspects of the game will change, including some stuff that is meant to make the actual player feel like they're going crazy, or to simply mess with them, such as turning the volume down their TV, or claiming that their saved data has been overwritten, etc. According to the Lost Wiki article, quote, Eternal Darkness was, during development, the first N64 game that ran at 640 by 480 resolution, with the use of the RAM expansion pack, but using it was optional. The only thing that would happen was additional effects. It was reportedly so unbelievable that Nintendo inspected the development kit that the game was running on, just to make sure the expansion pack was not installed. A new cartridge was developed with the capacity of 256 megabits was required just to support all the voice lines recorded in Dolby surround sound. Some major differences between the two versions include the character Michael Edwards was going to be a Gulf War commando, but after the 9/11 terrorist attacks, he was changed to be a firefighter instead. Sanity effects were also meant to play along throughout an entire level until the player managed to increase their sanity high enough again. The game was also meant to be 60 to 80 hours long and would have ended in many different ways, unlike the GameCube release, where it would have taken about 7 hours with only 2 endings to speak of. Most of the endings made one of the 4 Ancients, the bosses in Eternal Darkness, take over the Earth. The camera was also a lot stiffer in the N64 version and featured less cinematic camera movements from going from one place to the other, unquote. All the same though, this N64 version of the game has been lost ever since it was scrapped in favor of the GameCube version. But I wouldn't be surprised if someday we find a copy of that earlier version in its near complete state that will most likely be playable someday. X, The Man with the X-Ray Eyes alternate ending. X, The Man with the X-Ray Eyes is a 1963 horror film about a man who, after many experiments, starts getting X-ray vision powers at an increasing rate until he starts to go completely crazy, which was rumored to have an alternate ending. In the normal ending, the novelty of his powers are long gone, and the man can now see through the universe itself when he takes an evangelist's advice to follow literally the biblical invocation to pluck out an offending eye. He blinds himself and finally ends his torment. However, as the article notes, in the book Dance Macabre by acclaimed author Stephen King, he claims that Corman filmed an ending wherein the self-binded Xavier claims in agony, "I can still see," his torment continuing and his sacrifice pointless. However, in a 2017 interview with Roger Corman, the director for the film, he stated that this alternate ending does not exist, and that King had simply written an ending for the film after seeing it. However, Corman did like the idea and stated he wanted to remake the film with this ending. Camera heads. This one was brought up way back on my Creepypasta Iceberg series. But basically this one, once a lost creepypasta story that has since been found in full, and it's a very short one as well, so I suppose I might as well read it to you real quick. Quote, X, what's a camera head? I was walking through a nearby gully and came across a weird stack of rocks and a torn envelope with some writing on it. It appeared to have been written in charcoal or ash. It said, "I killed a camera head." On the next line, "It took Trevor." And the last line, "Get help if I don't come back." And there was a mini DV nearby. This was all that was on it besides static, though I had to watch it a few times before I found this clip. Who took this video? A camera head sounds really silly if it's a monster with a camera for a head, unquote. But yeah, that's pretty much it. A cool little concept pasta, but nothing too crazy to be honest. The Incredible Shrinking Fifth Grader. This entry is about an unreleased Goosebumps series book. You're probably already aware, but in case you aren't, Goosebumps is an extremely popular series of children's horror stories written by R.L. Stine. I remember as a kid, I used to love reading R.L. Stine novels, with the likes of Monster Blood, The Haunted Mask, Ghost Camp, Be Careful for What You Wish For, Deep Trouble, and others capturing my imagination as a kid. I also enjoyed my fair share of the old Goosebumps show as well. At any rate, The Incredible Shrinking Fifth Grader was a cancelled book in this series. Technically, it would have been the last in the Goosebumps series 2000, which had 25 novellas written under that sub-series, and this would have been the 26th book. Series illustrator Tim Jacobus first revealed the book's existence on March 6, 2017 during an interview in Huge Films podcast when he was asked what the final Goosebumps cover he worked on was. 3 days after the podcast was uploaded to YouTube, Goosebumps wiki user, Goosebumps Art, contacted Jacobus about possibly releasing the cover, in which he obliged, sending him the art soon after, giving fans a new piece of his iconic art, which was a huge part of what made these books sell so well back in the day. But of course, then many wondered if the book was ever actually finished in a readable fashion, which, according to the wiki, quote, in the same famous post that unveiled the cover art, Goosebumps wiki user, Goosebumps Art, theorized that The Incredible Shrinking Fifth Grader may have been released as The Adventures of Shrinkman, a standalone book by R.L. Stine, published in the year 2000. This was later evidenced by several similarities between the two stories. Both stories were inspired by The Incredible Shrinking Man. Each book's protagonist is a fifth grader. Also, there is a scene in The Adventures of Shrinkman where the main character is attacked by a white rat, which is similar to what takes place in the unreleased book cover. Goosebumps Art reached out to Stine via Twitter and asked if the cancelled Goosebumps Series 2000 book turned into The Adventures of Shrinkman. Stine confirmed that this theory was true, meaning the book is not lost at all, and that you can read it right now if you so wish. Manhunt 2 Uncensored PC Version. Manhunt 2 is a survival horror game by Rockstar Games, and a sequel to, personally, one of my favorite games they ever made, Manhunt 1. Like in the first game, one of the key gameplay features is the ability to grab and make makeshift weapons, and then use said weapons to, kill people. While both Manhunt 1 and 2 were rather controversial for their use of violence and snuff film plot lines, etc., the second game had to tone down its violence, and much of the death scenes are censored in order to comply with the age ratings of ESRB, making the original uncensored version of the game for some time lost media. I say for some time because since its release, the fully uncensored version has actually been found. According to the Lost Media Wiki, quote, once the dust settled, Rockstar announced in 2009 that they would release the uncensored version of the game through the online direct-to-drive game store, with it receiving an adults-only rating, and being released in November of 2009. However, this version was later removed in 2011 once GameFly bought direct-to-drive, of who also refused to stock adult-only rated games. The uncensored version of the game then became lost media for several years, beyond playthroughs of it online. But in March of 2022, archive.org user Scheme Master released the original uncut version, available to download at any time, unquote, which is pretty cool. The Burning Lost OST. The Burning is a 1981 slasher film that's pretty standard of its genre. You know, you got a summer camp, a crazed murderer going around killing people, that sort of thing. Very much in line with Friday the 13th and the like. Hell, it even had the film's rather famous special effects artist Tom Savini doing the makeup effects, and a pretty badass killer design as well. It also was an inspiration for the Clock Tower series. Like many films of its nature of the time, it was heavily censored from its original version, however, and up until an uncut version found via an Australian VHS tape was discovered, that was how the film was for some time. However, we're not actually talking about this aspect of the film today. Today we're talking about the film's soundtrack. Composed by Rick Wakeman, most of the tracks found from the film are completely lost, as there's not on the actual official soundtrack release for the film, with there being no known recording of several of the tracks that appear in the actual movie. And interestingly enough, some of the tracks sort of sound similar to the OST tracks, but with different instrumentation, style, or the vast majority of said track being just different in the actual film's version, which is pretty weird, and as far as I'm aware of, no one has gotten to the bottom of this mystery as of yet, if perhaps there was just two versions of each track composed, one for the film and one for the official soundtrack, which would be pretty strange. But while we're on the topic of slasher movie OSTs, Prom Night OST, in a similar vein to the last entry, this one is all about the mostly lost soundtrack to the Canadian slasher film Prom Night. Notably, a prominent feature of this film's soundtrack is the use of disco music that was written specifically for the film. However, rather strangely, the OST was only ever released in Japan on vinyl and cassette tapes back in 1980. It was never released anywhere else. While the songs can be found on YouTube, many have noted that they sound different from the versions of the song used in the actual movie, though some of that is sort of due to the poor quality of recordings of these songs, while some of the instrumental pieces of which were apparently used in another Canadian slasher film, Curtains, have never seen a release period. Also, random note, but both of these films, until they were eventually released on Blu-ray, I remember watching and being nearly fucking impossible to see them when there's ever a scene in the dark, which is a lot of scenes as it turns out in both of these movies. I don't know if anyone else can relate with that experience, but I figure I'd note it either way. Something about these Canadian slasher films just had truly deep dark blacks for their nighttime scenes. Maybe it was because they were from VHS rips or something. Maybe that was why they were difficult to see, but regardless, I can't imagine what it was like actually watching these on a full-on VHS tape on a CRT TV back in the day. Anyway, on one last note, the song from the soundtrack, Time to Turn Around, which plays during a chase scene in the film, is actually fully intact and can be found here on YouTube, but holds a different mystery in that no one knows the identity of the singer to this song.
It's time to turn around, baby. Get your feet back on the ground, baby. Find out what's going down, baby. Yes, it's time to turn around.
Robbing Cleopatra's Tomb. Jumping into our next tier, we have yet another completely lost silent film that's centered around the resurrecting the mummy of Cleopatra. The director for the film is well known for his iconic A Trip to the Moon film, so it was probably a banger of a silent film. But sadly, it is completely lost and not much more is known about it beyond it simply existing. Blood Circus. Santo Gold's Blood Circus is a 1985 film about a man eating aliens from Zoran invading Earth and their clash with professional US and USSR wrestlers. No, really, that's what it's about. According to the wiki, quote, the film starred a few professional wrestlers from WWF, now WWE, and was made on a budget of $2 million. It was promoted through infomercials for Rigatsu's Santo Gold mail-order jewelry business. In 1987, after 2 years of editing the film, Rigatsu was having trouble finding a distributor for it, and decided to rent a few local cinemas and screen it himself over the course of 1 week. After 1987, Blood Circus wasn't shown publicly, was thought to be lost for years, until a secret screening at the Alamo Drafthouse Ritz in 2014. In 2008, the Santo Gold Company announced on their website that they had rediscovered a 35mm copy of the film, and were looking for producers for an official release. No producers signed on, however, and the original 1935 film reels were eventually offered up on eBay in 2011 with a starting price of $21 million and a buy it now price of $750 million, including insurance, or an option to buy a partnership in the film. No bids or partnerships were made, and the reels didn't sell. In late December of 2013, the reels for the film were offered on eBay by a different seller. The highest bid fell below the reserve price, so the reels were unsold. Future plans for releasing the film remain unknown. The only footage of Blood Circus that has surfaced online are brief snippets, as seen in an old Santo Gold infomercial. Dead Easy. This entry is about the cancelled Tales from the Crypt film. See, in 1996, Universal released the first Tales of the Crypt movie in what was intended to be a trilogy, and while there was a trilogy of films made, they were not the ones that were promised. Originally, the trilogy was composed of Demon Night, Dead Easy, aka Fat Tuesday, and Body Count. However, instead the trilogy would be Demon Night, Bordello of Blood, and Ritual. Which is interesting because at the end of the Demon Night film, there was a teaser for the Dead Easy film, meaning it was fairly far into production by the time it was canned in favor of a different story. Some sources claim that this film was actually completed, however it was shelved because the concept required a primarily black cast. However, it was shot with a primarily white cast because it was thought that an all-black cast would not be commercially viable. Because of this, Dead Easy was shelved by producer Joel Silver due to not wanting to be labeled a racist. Which I don't really know how much truth there is to this, being that there is no known script attached to the supposed film, nor any footage or really anything like that. So I don't know. Not to mention that although people claim that it might have been far into production because it's name dropped at the end credits of Demon Night, at the end of the day, it could have just been the name that they had for the next movie and maybe not much more was actually finished of it. Everything about this movie seems to be a mystery, so there's not much more to note here, I suppose, but yeah. Grisly deleted scenes. Grisly is a film that is basically if you took the core concept of the famous Jaws film and made it about a bloodthirsty bear instead of a shark. I've never seen the film myself, but it's apparently well known for being an infamously bad film, but one with pretty damn good gore effects, which makes it all the more a shame that the original cut of the movie had far more of these effects that seem to have been cut from the movie back in the day for censorship reasons, with these scenes never having surfaced online as of yet. But you never know, maybe they'll show up somewhere someday in some sort of cut of the film being released. Martian Extended Cut. This entry is about the 1977 film directed by George A. Romero. Normally, the film is 95 minutes long, but a longer cut of the film, apparently 165 minutes long, which is quite the extension, was originally made. There, however, has never been an official release of this extended version of the movie, but has been confirmed to exist in some capacity and might eventually be released through some sort of means. scenes. But until then, it remains a bit of a mystery as to what the extra content of this far extended version would have even contained. Season of the Witch. On the topic of lost George Romero films, Season of the Witch was a 1973 film that apparently had difficulty finding any distributors that would release it, with it eventually being released as a softcore porn film called Hungry Wives, with this version of the movie being cut down to 89 minutes, when the original cut was 130 minutes, and it was met with pretty poor reviews. Then later in 1978, a different cut of the film with the original title was released, and it was about 104 minutes, with the full 130-minute version of the film never having officially been released to this very day. And again, the content of those extra 20 or so odd minutes still being a mystery. City of the Dead. Still on the topic of George Romero stuff, City of the Dead is a cancelled 2006 FPS game that was published by Hip Interactive and developed by Kuju Entertainment that would have seen a release on the PS2, Xbox, and PC. The game would have taken place on an island called Ningun Futuro and would have been the first of what would be a series of games based on the Dead series by Romero, like Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, Day of the Dead, etc. Makeup artist Tom Savini was apparently involved with the game as well, but ultimately the game would never come to be, it being cancelled mostly due to Hip Interactive's tight budget and subsequent lack of funding, soon thereafter leading to their permanent closure. You can still see the trailer for the game here though. No Known Survivors. This entry is about a lost Dead Space Flash game. The Flash game was episodic, coming in 9 parts, and was a point-and-click adventure game, originally released alongside the Dead Space comics to promote the release of the first game. It was also part of a contest in which players, after playing said Flash series, would answer questions about the lore of No Known Survivors, as well as solve cartographic puzzles, the winner of which would receive a free copy of the Dead Space game, the Dead Space comics, a Dead Space art book, a replica of Isaac's helmet, a copy of the film Dead Space Downfall, and a few other Dead Space related goodies. You know, it really makes me realize just how much stuff was made in nearly every medium for Dead Space, all at the same time. Pretty crazy. At any rate, the game featured both 2D and 3D art styles, and told a story that took place before the events of Dead Space the game proper. But sadly, the Flash game, as well as the website that hosted it, would be shut down around 2012, making it lost media for some time now, though plenty of screenshots and details about the game are readily available to see, just not the actual game to play anymore. Creep: The Last Tube, also known under the title of Creep 3D, is a shockwave horror game by Jaildog, based on the 2004 horror film of the same name. At the wiki notes, quote, "The game was originally hosted on the now defunct The Last Tube website, based on the existence of a German news article and many blog posts and forum posts from different parts of the world. It is safe to assume that the game was somewhat popular at the time. In 2019, a thread was created on the Lost Media Wiki forum discussing the game. However, the thread went quiet for about 2 years until user The Cracks Overhead took notice of the game while searching for a different Shockwave 3D based game. After inspecting the Shockwave movie and director, he found that the game was developed by a company called Jaildog. The 3 people who worked at Jaildog were Anthony Rushton, Bu Chilzuk, and Russell Irwin. The Cracks Overhead contacted Anthony Rushton about finding the game, but unfortunately, Anthony stated that he doesn't recall what happened to the files, so he was unable to help. Bu Chilzuk was eventually contacted, and after some searching, he was able to locate the game files files and sent them to the cracks overhead. The game has since been uploaded to the archive.org and submitted to Blue Maxima's Flashpoint. A trailer video for the game was also found and uploaded by Russell Irwin," unquote, making this one completely found. Frozen Hell. This entry is about a novel written by John Campbell in 1938. John Campbell was renowned for his science fiction novels, having started writing them at only age 18, and having authored various short story compilations and novels alike. Frozen Hell was originally published in an abridged version titled Who Goes There in 1938, but the complete version remained lost up until 2019, damn near 100 years later. Who Goes There, in case you didn't know, has had 4 film adaptations. The Thing from Another World in 1951, which is, funnily enough, I remember watching a fair bit as a kid on TV from time to time. Horror Express from 1972, The Thing, as in John Carpenter's The Thing, and the later prequel, making this a pretty iconic story even just in its abridged version. After the discovery of the full book, Alan Dones announced that he would be the executive producer of a new film, which would be the first film adaptation of the full book. The full version was found, by the way, in the documents of John Campbell by Alec Navala Lee when doing research for a book he was writing titled Astounding, John W. Campbell, and the book eventually was published via a successful Kickstarter for its release, with the Kickstarter only asking for $1,000, but would end up getting $155,000 by its end, which is pretty damn cool. And you can, of course, go read the full version right now, if you so wish. Grizzly 2. This entry is about a work print for an unfinished sequel to the Grizzly film, as noted a bit earlier. It is also known as Grizzly 2 The Predator, Predator the Concert, or a variety of other work-in-progress names. Though the movie was filmed in 1983, it never saw a proper release, though there is no ultimate reason why, but there are several stories, from the producer having run off with the budget for the film, to the bills for the filming equipment not being paid, resulting in the Hungarian government seizing most of the production materials. And according to the wiki, quote, in 1987, Canon Films picked up the movie with the intent of releasing it, but started having financial issues in 1988 and forgot the movie. Its existence was often doubted until 2007 when a bootleg finally surfaced, albeit in an unfinished work print. Technically, there are 2 movies known as Grizzly 2, as the 1977 film Claws, a similar Jaws-inspired film about a killer bear, was retitled Grizzly 2 in both Mexico and Canada. In 2007, a bootleg surface ripped from a VHS copy of an open matte work print was found. The majority of bear scenes are unfinished due to the scenes featuring the animatronic grizzly being pushed to the end of filming because of technical difficulties. The filming never being finished due to producer Joseph Proctor disappearing with the lack of the film's budget, according to producer Suzanne Nagy. Black frames take the place of unfilmed effect shots, sometimes with sound effects, other times with no audible soundtrack, meaning there are points during this film in this work print version where it's just complete dead black silence. Due to the open matte nature of the video transfer, in some of the bare POV shots, the shadow of the camera operator can be seen at the bottom of the frame as well. The end of the film, where the grizzly attacks the concert, is shown twice, first in an unfinished edited version, and then again as raw footage, including multiple angles of the same shot. Although the animatronic bear was never filmed, there was a puppet used in a few scenes. In an old upload of the movie, there was a comment made by someone who worked on the movie which stated that it had been altered and didn't use the puppet that they had made. It is possible there was more special effects footage made and unused, but the movie is relatively obscure, and it isn't known for sure, as the old 10-part, low-quality edit was eventually removed from YouTube. The statement has since been lost. There is a fan edit that adds footage from movies like Grizzly, Claws, and Days of the Animals over the blank film, although it has yet to surface on YouTube. However, the archive.org upload was later removed after by moderators a few years later, unquote. Which is all pretty interesting. Kinda makes me want to see all the Grizzly films, or all these movies about these violent bears. Sounds like a really dumb, stupid time. But yeah, sadly, Grizzly 2 remains mostly lost. Parody World Monster Party. This entry is about a prototype Famicom game to the NES platformer game Monster Party, which is about a kid named Mark who goes to a world filled to the brim with monsters and supernatural creatures. There were several differences between the prototype and the full release version, as the wiki notes, quote, "Due to copyright issues, many of the bosses had to be changed, and a majority of the blood was removed to coincide with Nintendo of America's censorship policies. A boss looking like a mogwai in a box from Gremlins has been changed into a cat, and an ape from Planet of the Apes has been changed to a pumpkin-headed ghost. As seen in the recently released Famicom version, which the original NES prototype shown in the magazine, almost every boss was a movie reference or had a different design. A boss based on Damamajin, a Japanese monster movie, and a different Medusa boss were among the changed features before the final release of the game," unquote. This prototype has been found in full, mind you, and as of April 2014, when a Nintendo Age forum user named Beaglepuss made a post claiming to have a prototype of the original game and promised to dump the game within a year, and by July 3rd, 2014, Beaglepuss followed up on his promises and dumped the prototype to the public, which is pretty epic. Remothered. So I actually know this one pretty well, primarily because I'm a huge fan of the Clock Tower series, and I used to love watching playthroughs of the game back in the day, as well as fan projects and the like. And Remothered was a planned fan remake of the 1995 Clock Tower, being developed by Mansion Soft in 2007 with the RPG Maker XP engine. It was slated for a 2011 release, but was ultimately cancelled in 2012. The game underwent several changes between its development in 2009 to 2012. It went from an extremely faithful retelling of the Clock Tower game to its own original Clock Tower story that could have stood up on its own. Then later in 2016, the project was relaunched under the name Remothered: Tormented Fathers, which, while inspired by Clock Tower, tells its own story entirely, and is a game I have a lot of thoughts about. Thoughts I'll maybe one day say in full in a video of its own, alongside its sequel, Broken Porcelain. Maybe in a Clock Tower retrospective or some shit like that, who knows. But anyway, even if we ended up getting an original game out of the whole thing, I'd be lying if I didn't say I wish we also got this project released, as it looks so promising. It was legit one of the things I was most excited for that was fan project related back in the day. But oh well, I'm glad these videos at least still exist of what might have been. The Laughing Salesman. The Laughing Salesman is a lost live-action TV series based on a manga series. The manga series follows a strange smirking salesman named Moguro Fukuzo, whose job is to help people fill gaps in their souls. However, the truth is he actually ruins the lives of people, notably if they never asked for his help to begin with or try to backstab him. The manga was pretty popular, having sold more than 3.5 million copies back in June of 1999, and the series would end up getting an anime adaptation with a total of 103 episodes, having been produced, airing on TBS for October 17th, 1989 to March 24th of 1992. However, this entry is about a live-action TV series adaptation produced by TV Asahi that aired from June 26th to September 18th of 1999. Currently, only one of the 10 episodes have been found, that being episode 8, by the way, it having been recorded from a Nico video link. Only it alongside the intro survive online currently, with no other episodes having ever found their way online, or in any other capacity for that matter as of yet. Butterfly Kisses 3-hour version. So, Butterfly Kisses is a found footage mockumentary horror film released back in October of 2018 that followed 3 perspectives. One of 2 students who attempt to record clips of an urban legend peeping Tom, a second of a struggling filmmaker who's attempting to prove the footage the students captured was genuine, and finally a documentary crew who follows the filmmaker and begins to question the authenticity of the peeping Tom urban legend. During the film's production, Myers got in touch with the Blair Witch Project co-creator Eduardo Sanchez, who helped edit Butterfly Kisses down to a viable 91-minute package. However, the original 3-hour version remains missing. That's the basic idea of this one, 2/3 of the film having been cut away completely and still very much lost to this day. Apparently the director said that cutting down the film took like a year of work, with test screenings and several people's thoughts coming in, and in the end they needed to be 90 minutes to be commercially viable, I guess. But that also meant that a lot of good stuff needed to be cut, though some of the clips were removed not just for pacing, but also to give the film more of a contemplative feel, with some questions being raised being answered in scenes that were ultimately cut, funnily enough, leaving the audience to discover and theorize the truth of some of the events seen within the movie. I've never seen the film myself, but it apparently got nothing but praise and raving reviews from critics, with it having very high scores on Rotten Tomatoes, though it does seem to have a far different set of ratings over on IMDb, so I'm not really sure, but all the same, I would definitely like to see it at some point based on the concepts in researching for this video that I've seen of the movie. But ultimately, with mostly this high praise, I suppose all those cuts were worth it in the end, though many have obviously wondered what that 3-hour cut was like, which, I'm gonna be real, I'm gonna read the article here verbatim because this one is very wild in why it was never released. Quote, "The 91-minute cut of Butterfly Kisses can easily be found online. As for the original 3-hour version, Myers stated in his AMA that he possessed the sole copy of it. He noted that providing enough individuals demanded it, Gradavitas, who owned the film's copyright, would be compelled to release a special Blu-ray edition. But just 2 weeks following the AMA, Myers was found dead after having reportedly taken his own life at the age of 45. Beforehand, Myers was to have finished a horror comedy production titled The Devil's Playthings, and had also initiated work on another found footage film, plus a narrative horror production. Because of Myers' untimely death, it remains unlikely that the full version of Butterfly Kisses, as well as his unfinished works, will ever be publicly released." Unquote. So, yeah, that's really unfortunate to hear. I've never heard of a film never having released its full version because its director, ended their own life. I mean, fuck. A Son of Satan. Starting this next tier out, we have another silent film. Starting to see a bit of a pattern here. Anyway, this was a 1924 silent race film, directed, produced, and written by Oscar Micheaux. And in case you're wondering, no, that's not a race film as in race cars, that's a race film as in that, people's race. Okay, well, technically, race films are a genre of film produced in the USA between 1950 and the early 50s, consisting of films produced for primarily African American audiences, featuring all black casts, of which around 500 films were made, but sadly most were lost as they were not well archived and were pretty much ignored by most film historians of the time, and yet were also pretty popular amongst African Americans of the time. At any rate, this film follows the misadventures of a man who accepted a bet to spend a night in a haunted house. A Son of Sainted was censored at the time and had general distribution issues for its on-screen violence. A cat is killed on screen in one scene, a Ku Klux Klan leader is slain, and a man chokes his wife to death being some examples, while some also took offense to the title of the film alone. Sadly, no print of the film is known to exist, and thus it is completely lost. Corpse Eaters. Corpse Eaters is a 1974 horror exploitation film, and this entry is in reference to the several cut scenes from said film that were cut due to their violent nature. Roughly 5 to 8 minutes of special effects, namely gore shots and scenes, were cut from the movie. Currently, there is no way to see the uncut version of the film, though there is said to be a copy of it held at the Library of Archives, Canada, and as of 2024, the copyright on the movie should have expired, meaning it's now public domain. So perhaps someone can get on finding that movie and releasing it for everyone to see, unless maybe someone already has and this article needs some updating. Not entirely sure, but definitely worth looking into. The Cuckoo Clocks of Hell. The Cuckoo Clocks of Hell is the lost 3-hour cut of the horror film Last House on Dead End Street. Last House on Dead End Street is a 1977 horror film in the vein of The Last House on the Left, written, directed, produced, and starring Roger Watkins. The film is notorious for its intense gore and disturbing atmosphere, with many rumors surrounding the film, including the possibility that the murders depicted on screen were real. This is, of course, not real, but since the credits of the film featured pseudonyms in place of actual cast members' names, it actually made it hard to track down who starred on the film. It would take 30 years for the creator's actual name to be revealed, adding a lot of mystique and mystery to an already fucked up movie. However, before this version of the film was screened, an earlier cut of the movie, known as The Cuckoo Clocks of Hell, was screened sometime in 1973. This version of the film was reportedly so disturbing, so fucked up and violent, the theatergoers incited riots in a rage, with it being quickly pulled from theaters and eventually being cut down and edited, leaving the film at just 77 minutes, which is pretty fucking wild and makes the whole thing sound like it's a creepypasta story or something. But this is all apparently actually real. While the cut down version of the movie has been released in a limited capacity over the years, the original 3-hour version of the movie has seemingly never again seen the light of day, and with how much controversy it produced back in the day, it's possible that the uncut version was destroyed in an attempt to avoid future controversy or issues. Though there are rumors that the 3-hour cut does exist out there, possibly in a New York film archive. I've never seen even the cut down version of the movie personally, so I can't really speak to the violence or whatever in the film, but from my own research, it's seemingly pretty intense, so one can only imagine what the original full version had contained.
It's only a movie. It's only a movie. Remember, it's only a movie. Last House on Dead End Street. Rated R.
Dead End. This entry is about a horror slapstick zombie comedy film from 1985 that seems to be completely lost. The film was directed by Emerson Bixby and concerns a documentary filmmaker going out to investigate a UFO crash, which leads to a zombie apocalypse. The director, Bixby, apparently lost his personal copy of the movie, though there are some people who have claimed to have seen it, possibly other crew members who worked on the movie, but as of yet, it has never appeared online anywhere. Go and Get It. This entry is about a 1920 silent horror film that revolves around a violent ape man, or a gorilla given the brain of a brutal criminal by a mad scientist. Man, I love how so many early horror movies were basically just remakes or revisions of Frankenstein or Dracula. Anyway, the film apparently earned a lot of positive reviews back when it came out, with much praise going to the former boxer who played the ape man, Bull Montana, and his makeup was so well done that several women in the studio apparently went hysterical and fainted upon seeing him. Sadly, the movie is mostly lost today, though a copy of it was found in the Cineteca Italiana Film Archive in Italy, but has yet to have an official actual release or be publicly shared. Strangely, on October 19th, 2022, YouTuber Gary P11111 uploaded a short 13-second clip from the film, which you can see here. The Gothic Film Society apparently also showed it in 2023, meaning that they also have a copy of the film, yet still it has never been publicly released. A real shame when these things get withheld by collectors and groups instead of being shared for more people to see them. But, oh well, hopefully this one will eventually get a full release on Blu-ray or something. The Fearless Vampire Hunters. The Fearless Vampire Hunters is a mostly lost horror comedy film about a vampire killer named Professor Ambrosius and his apprentice, who both visit a village in Transylvania with a goal of fishing out vampire activity. Then, when a local innkeeper's daughter is kidnapped by the evil Count von Krolock, the duo must enter the vampire's castle to save her and defeat the vampire. The original cut of the film is available to watch now, but the theatrical cut of the movie has been lost for some time. A version that was actually made against the film director Roman Polanski's wishes. Some of the changes in this lost cut include several minutes being cut from the film, shortening a lot of key scenes throughout it, omitting several horror elements, and most of the characters oddly getting redubbed, with the performances of these being described as cartoonish and weird, as well as the adding of sound effects to emphasize the movie's slapstick. This version also included an animated intro, which features our two protagonists meeting each other in a graveyard, trying to catch a vampire in the loose. While the full version of this release has yet to ever been released on home media, the animated intro, which you've been looking at in the background, is at least featured as a bonus feature in many of the home releases of the film, so at least there's that. Kaden Samushi Otoko, also known under the titles of The Ghost of the Hunchback and House of Terrors, is a 1965 Japanese horror film produced and released by Toei, and is about a woman named Yoshi Monokata who learns of her mentally ill husband's death and that he led a double life in a remote and fancy villa that's tended by a hunchback who is not what he seems. For some time, while several of the dub versions of the film, such as the Italian dub, was made available, the original Japanese audio was thought to be completely lost for quite a while, until actually in January of 2023, when the film was given a proper home release with the original audio intact, making this one completely found. Life Without a Soul. This entry is about yet another silent horror film, this time released in 1915, and was the second film adaptation of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein novel. Again, they really loved adapting that novel back then. The film was in 5 parts and featured English-born actor Percy Durrell standing, wearing little to no makeup as the Brute Man, or this version's monster. However, the film has been lost for many years years at this point, and not known if any copy of it exists anywhere currently. Some stills of the film exist, which you've been looking at, but that's about it. The Manson Massacre. This movie is a 1971 sexploitation film based on the Charles Manson family and the murders they committed, which yes, is just as in bad taste as it sounds. Actually, after the infamous Manson family murders, there were several attempts by exploitation filmmakers to cash in on the controversy and the like, such as the Helter Skelter Murders, or its other title, The Other Side of Madness, which was filmed and based around the murders, and was produced and released literally while the trials of the real-life crimes were ongoing. The film this article is about, though, is the Manson Massacre, first titled Cult and released in 1972, though it was apparently quickly forgotten before interest in the Manson family was once again renewed, and thus the film would then be re-released in 1976 under the title of The Manson Massacre. The film following who else but the Manson family. Murders, beatings, and sexual games are then had within the movie. It all again being pretty fucking insensitive considering it's based on real people and real violent acts. But nonetheless, the English release of this film has pretty much been lost for years since then, with only the German print of the film being found, under the title of Die Tochter des Satans, or The Daughter of Satan, though there is a rumor that Quentin Tarantino may have a 35mm print of the English version of the film, though it's not clear where this rumor came from or if there is any evidence for it. Nessie. Nessie was a cancelled sci-fi film that was meant to be a collaboration between Hammer Films and Toho, as in Godzilla series Toho, and was apparently gonna have special effects artists from the 70s Godzilla films working on the monster design and special effects for the movie. However, the film was ultimately cancelled due to Hammer having some financial troubles, and they were afraid to compete with the likes of the Jaws film and the 1976 remake of King Kong. The plot of the film would have taken place in both England and Japan, and would have had the Loch Ness Monster grow after coming in contact with toxic chemicals, notably one called Mutane 4. He would have then started attacking oil rigs and hovercrafts. The military ends up fighting him with multiple unsuccessful attempts before he is eventually defeated and killed in the Sunda Strait. Also, an underwater city would have apparently been involved to some capacity in the plot, but no one really knows where this plot element would have went. Again though, the film was cancelled, so there's not much else that can really be found or said about it. But I will say that this is exactly the kind of movie that I would have loved and ate the fuck up as a kid. So, it's a shame it never got made. Voodoo Heartbeat. This entry is about a 1973 exploitation film about an experimental youth serum that turns a rogue scientist into a fanged beast that hungers for blood, a vampire basically. For some time, there was no readily available way to watch the movie, and it was thought to be completely lost, until on September 22nd of 2023, Vinegar Syndrome announced a Blu-ray box set called Vinegar Syndrome's Lost Picture Show that included 10 thought-to-be lost films, remastered on Blu-ray, on which Voodoo Heartbeat was included in the catalog of films. And actually, while we're at it, since these were once considered lost horror and exploitation films, I suppose I might as well read the description of the other films in the collection. Quote, "A notorious mindfuck of underground cinema meets sexploitation, which won equal praise and condemnation of the time of its release. Walter Burns' Barbara, 1970, chronicles one raucous summer on Fire Island, where anything goes and everyone does it. One of the earliest proto-slashers, director William Collars and writer/producer Oliver Drake's The Las Vegas Strangler, 1968, aka No Tears for the Damned, chronicles the life of murderous psychotic Jeff Murray, whose perverted mother obsession leads him on a blood-soaked rampage across the glitter of Sin City. A true maverick auteur who wrote, directed, photographed, and often appeared in his own work, Titus Mode's landmark docudrama on the rise and fall of hobo culture, The Last of the American Hobos, is a delirious and earnest tribute to a forgotten facet of Americana. Considered by many to be amongst the holy grails of lost exploitation cinema, Charles Neat's delirious mix of sex and violence, The Sex Serum of Dr. Blake, 1970, subsequently re-edited and re-released as Voodoo Heartbeat in 1972, piles on heart-ripping orgies, blood drinking, boat chases, and much more. A lost film itself made from an unfinished film, Carlos Tobalina and Bill Cable's sexy saga of moral pondering, What's Love, 1987, combines footage from Cable's unfinished early 70s epic titled What Is Love with a newly shot second half, with Cable playing a reincarnation of his earliest character, alongside Sharon Kelly and Ginger Lynn. A forgotten treat from New York's intersection of homespun horror and nudie cinema, Larry Crane's TNA-filled whodunit, Beware the Black Widow, 1968, offers a tantalizing, Jalio-esque mystery enhanced with copious nudity and plentiful 60s location photography. Long considered one of acclaimed erotic filmmaker Joe Sarno's most important yet lost films, Deep Inside, 1968, is a stirring coastal character drama anchored by one of Sarno's finest screenplays. An almost impossible to describe kiddie musical shot in Malaysia by veteran sexploitation director Don Greer, 100 Acts of Love. The Rare Blue Apes of Cannibal Isle, 1974, offers a jaw-dropping barrage of singing crocodiles and monkeys, deadly and psychedelic booby traps, barren hellscapes, and a lovable duck named Mr. Quack Quack. We guarantee you've never seen anything like it. A vanity project, nuclear Holocaust scare film made apparently for altruistic reasons by a middle-aged optometrist from Cape Cod, Red Midnight, 1966, is simultaneously an incredibly ambitious treatise on the potential danger of overcrowded urban environments and a trashy exploitation film. The final film from Orson Welles' collaborator Albert Zugsmith, the incredible sleazy rape and revenge mystery Violated, 1973, stars Rain Bond in one of her finest dramatic performances and is an all-out assault of bad taste and pure drive-in trash of the highest manner, unquote. Yeah, quite the collection of weird, creepy, or fucked up shit, clearly. A lot of it not really being my personal cup of tea, but hey, it exists to be seen, so there you go, now you can see them. The Werewolf. This entry is about a lost 1913 silent horror film that is actually thought to be the first ever film about a werewolf, and the first ever Universal monster movie at that, since it was released by Universal Studios. According to the wiki, the plot was about, quote, the first werewolf picture called Naturally, The Werewolf, was made in the United States in 1913, but it was actually a wolf girl film and was based on the old Navajo legend. Wutuma, an Indian girl, comes back to life 100 years after her death to look for the ghost of the evil man who killed her boyfriend. To accomplish this, she, for some reason or other, decides to turn herself into a wolf, unquote. No copies are known to exist of the film, with only a poster and a feature in an article about the film existing as proof it ever existed at all. Wahnsinn. Wahnsinn is a lost, silent German horror film from 1919 about an eccentric banker named Frederick Lorenzen who tries his best to avoid people, starts to go mad when he finds out that his lover, Marion, is having an affair with his general manager, Jones, causing him to have a nervous breakdown, and under the advice of his doctor, decides to take a trip around the world to bring him new ideas and experiences, unquote. Lots of adventures and strange happenings occur, but ultimately though, sadly the film is completely lost, despite its rather psychological and thus rather interesting for its time plot elements and concepts. Scream, Evelyn, scream! This entry is about a 1970 horror film that's completely lost. One about a 40-year-old oddball who runs a small antique shop, who's like a disturbed person who's the victim of a mother complex and has something building up inside him. Well, eventually bro picks up a girl in his limousine, because he's also a limousine driver, by the way, and he's supposed to take her to a restaurant, but instead takes her to his house. He then drugs her and puts her in his house attic and plays games with her, eventually leading to him eventually killing her, and the film seemingly teasing another victim. All that being said, the film has never been released via home release, with there not even being evidence it was ever shown in theaters or on TV, period. The Mystery of Mary Celeste. And for our final entry this tier, we have The Mystery of Mary Celeste, which is a 1935 horror film starring Bela Lugosi. It is actually Hammer Films Productions' first ever horror film. The movie is based around the story of Mary Celeste, a Canadian ship that was discovered undisturbed, yet deserted in the Atlantic Ocean on December 4th, 1872. Her crew also disappeared mysteriously and were never found or heard of again. Today, only a print of the 1936 American release, The Phantom Ship, which omits the original opening and ending of the film and clocks in at 62 minutes, is known to have survived. The original British release, which was around 80 minutes, is now considered lost.
El Alimento del Miedo. Starting this tier out, we have El Alimento del Miedo, or The Food of Fear in English, a lost 1994 Mexican horror film that takes place in an underclass neighborhood of Mexico City when a circus comes into town. Quote, Don Ramon and his wife Petra have to take care of the daughter of a neighbor nicknamed Flea, who had been jailed for drug trafficking. Petra thinks that Flea must earn a living, despite her only being 5 years old, and entrusting her with several domestic tasks. The little girl later befriends Pepito, who works as a clown on the street. Complications arise when a person with satanic tendencies arrives at Ramon's house and develops a romantic interest in Petra. A fight between the three adults causes Flea to suffer a fatal accident. So as not to get into any trouble with the authorities, Petra uses Flea's flesh to make tamales that she sells on the street, unquote. The film is quite obscure and sounds pretty fucking bad, if I'm gonna be honest with you. And it only ever aired originally in various Mexican cinemas, and it received pretty poor ratings. It never had any known posters or advertisements, and the fact that half of its cast has since passed away makes finding a copy of it all the more difficult. Some photographs of the film were revealed in an interview with Jorge Victoria on the ADR Network's In Vivo channel, but besides these, nothing else has been found of this film as of yet. Amanita Pestilence. This is a 1963 Canadian psychological horror film about a Montreal resident who develops a bizarre obsession with a seemingly indestructible fungus that is quickly destroying his previously perfectly maintained lawn, which honestly sounds like the concept for a perfect horror movie starring Hank Hill. The film was apparently Canada's first color film and was shot in both English and French, while maintaining the same cast. However, it was also a commercial failure and never received a video release of any kind. According to the wiki, quote, its only known televised appearance was on the Movie Pix channel on May 10th of 1998. Currently, Amanita Pestilence is available for rental on VHS at the Library and Archives of Canada in Ottawa, Ontario. According to a 2017 Letterboxd review of the movie, the VHS is deteriorated and looks like it was made in the 80s. On March 28th, 2024, YouTuber Green Halo posted 24 minutes of footage from the film. It's currently unclear where he obtained this, though. Then on October 6, 2024, a collection of 27 production stills some of which include a brief snippet from plot details, were uploaded to the Internet Archive. Then finally, on December 28, 2024, a complete copy of the French-language script was uploaded to the Internet Archive." Unquote. Seeing this clear momentum makes me think that it's only a matter of time before this film is fully released on either YouTube or the Internet Archive. Castle Sinister. This entry is about a lost British horror film from 1932, notable for being one of the earliest known British horror movies. The movie was about, quote, the story of a young man's adventures in a large country mansion, with a scientist who is engaged in forwarding his theory that rejuvenation by the transfer of certain glands is more than a possibility. There is a girl, of course, involved to supply a necessary love interest, and a misshapen creature, victim of the scientist, to supply some thrills. Unquote. The movie didn't seem to get very high reviews at the time from critics, which is sadly the only things that we have as proof of the film's existence. And there's currently no footage, trailers, stills, or even posters of Castle Sinister that have survived the years, though we do know it was apparently a quote-a-quickie, which were B-movies made in response to the Cinematographic Films Act of 1927. But yeah, that's about it on this one. The Dream Woman. This entry is about a lost horror drama film from 1914 about a guy who is haunted by a dream of a young woman trying to stab him with a knife. With each birthday he has, the dream becomes more lifelike and real, and later on when he leaves his house, he spends the night in an inn, and when he wakes up, he sees the dream woman before him with a knife at the ready. His panic wakes the innkeeper, who comes upstairs to find no intruder and removes him for the disturbance. The apparition appears again, causing him to run until he collapses into his mother's arms. Then later, he meets up with some woman and ends up marrying her, I guess. However, this girl he married is often drunk, and after the two have a fight, she vows to, kill him, I guess, in, his dreams. He ends up running away from home after finding out her intentions. Several years pass by, and then she eventually finds him and finally kills him, the film ending in the afterlife. The movie is completely lost, save for a few stills that I've been showing on screen. Certainly sounds like it was, quite the interesting tale though. Bro can't catch a break with the ladies, I guess. The Ghostbreaker. The Ghostbreaker is a 1914 lost horror film, an adaptation of a 1909 Broadway play. The film is about Princess Maria Theresa, who is looking for her jewels after dropping a box containing them, and then a secret compartment in the box opens. Inside is an old text which mentions a locket, which will tell a location of the Aragon family treasure. However, she finds the locket has been stolen by her maid, Carmencita. Carmencita is stabbed by her rival, Juanita, over a man, and while on her deathbed, Carmencita admits to the princess and her brother that she sold the locket. Duke d'Alva overhears this and begins to look for it, as does the princess and her brother. After that, I'll just say a series of events, deaths, and at one point, a haunted house gets involved. That's not really haunted, but filled with men in ghost costumes occurs, and yeah. The film was just over 60 minutes in length. Despite it being quite successful at the time, has since been lost for quite some time, with only a few stills currently existing as proof it ever existed at all. The Ghostbreaker 1922. This one is a different adaptation of the play. Once again, it is sadly lost though. The description for this one sounds sort of similar to the last, but with a few differences, with the plot being about a young man and his manservant who are escaping from a backwoods family feud. They are then persuaded by a beautiful young heiress to help her get rid of ghosts in her newly gained Spanish castle. The ghostly sightings, however, are the work of Duke d'Alba, who hopes to seize the castle's hidden treasure and use it to win the hand of the heiress. Also, the front cover has, this, so you know. Kansas City Blender Massacre. This one is about a lost 1986 short horror film about a serial killer who uses a fucking blender to kill his victims. Not the most efficient slasher movie weapon, but I guess with the 80s having literally hundreds of slasher movies, you had to find some way to stand out. Not much else is known about this movie though, besides the basic description. And while some of the director in his film works, Todd Sheets, have been released on Blu-rays before, this one, alongside several other films by him, have never seen the light of day. When Todd Sheets was asked by the horror film podcast No Budget Nightmares about if he had a copy of these films, or the others that have yet to be released, he said while copies were made and rented at local video stores, he has no actual copy himself. The New York Centerfold Massacre. This entry is about a 1985 short horror film that never actually saw a full theatrical release. Nor was it ever sold in stores, and instead, you could only ever obtain a copy through an exclusive mail ordering service ran by Macabre Video Underground. According to the wiki, the plot was about, quote, models in Centerfold, New York are being slaughtered by an overprotective Christian mother with a potato sack over her head. Her methods contain chugging acid down their throats, knocking them down with a tripod, and shining flashing lights at their faces. The police are under investigation, finding the one responsible for the grisly murders, unquote. Now, bearing all that info in mind, half the footage for this film has never been released, period, as it was accidentally deleted during production, as well as being deleted from the final cut, with director Lou Ferraioli noting, quote, the best footage of NYCM was lost not in the fire, but on the set as a crew member put in a recorded shoot tape as a blank. And so the best slasher scenes with a couple great buxomy models were erased. And these models really were centerfolds. I couldn't afford to bring them back with another shooting day, unquote. Which, I gotta say, has gotta sound like one of the most sleaziest ways you could have possibly described footage being lost, but whatever. All the master copies of the New York Centerfold Massacre were destroyed when a warehouse that stored the master copies caught on fire. As of now, new webcam footage was spliced in the first few minutes of the movie. But overall, this has got to be one of the hardest films to ever actually have been seen, accidentally, intentionally, and just overall, making the search for even what remains a daunting task to even consider. So yeah, you can probably count this one out. Das Phantom der Oper. This is a rather interesting one. It's a 1916 silent film that was the first ever adaptation of the famous Gaston Leroux novel. It was made in Austria and based on accounts from those that saw it, and fairly close adaptation of the novel except for the finale, where the film apparently differed in that the water trap where Raoul ends up is replaced with a furnace room, and notably, unlike the novel, Christine does not accept the Phantom's love. Instead, Raoul and his male companion find a small opening in the trap room, find Christine and flee together. The boiler to the trap overheats and explodes, killing Eric in the blast, which I suppose is an explosive finale, but once again sort of misses the whole point of the novel and the original story. However, all the same, no stills or footage of this film are known to exist, as it was sadly most likely destroyed or misplaced over time. The Weekend It Lives original cut. This entry is about a 1992 urban horror film that was marketed as a spoof of slasher films, and it was apparently had a budget of only $650. The movie, for obvious reasons, only had a limited theatrical release in Baltimore, Maryland, specifically, before then falling forever into obscurity. However, then sometime later in 2003, a video distribution company by the name of York Entertainment bought up the rights to the film and made several changes to it, with a now inconsistent tone, scenes completely out of order or missing, leaving the film a huge fucking mess essentially. They also randomly added some unknown rap artist and generic horror music to the soundtrack of the movie as well. Well, honestly, the film seems like it was always a rather shit affair, with critics at the time considering it pretty bad with shoddy camera work, audio, and just generally an amateur affair. It's kind of wild that a company saw all that and said, fuck, let's make this brap ass shit worse. Not sure what the motivation was there, but yeah, Now the version that's available to watch is an even worse version of an already bad film. I guess I should have noted this, but when they did all these edits to the movie and re-released it, they also changed the title from The Weekend It Lives to Axum, a slasher movie that apparently actually has no one killed with an axe. Very disappointing. This movie is also mostly known because of Brad Jones, or the Cinema Snob's coverage of it back in 2010, which is pretty funny. But anyway, the original version of the film is still lost to this day. Cruel Ghost Legend. Cruel Ghost Legend is a Japanese horror film from 1968 that for a while not much was known about, it first being discovered via a Japanese Amazon listing, and this synopsis of the film, on the back of the VHS sale, which notes the movie is about a blood curse that leads to numerous bloody deaths, incest, and a ghostly manifestation, and ultimately suicide. It's seemingly fitting neatly into the early splatter movies from Japan that have gotten more popular over the years as we over here in the West started to discover them. This didn't go missing for long though, as on March 7th of 2014, an anonymous contributor uploaded an unsubbed VHS rip of the film, and later on September 23rd of 2020, Lost Media Wiki user Tom Servo uploaded a 1080p Japanese TV broadcast rip of the movie to his YouTube channel, making this one found and quite easy to be able to watch right now, should you so wish. Freaky. This entry is about a horror sci-fi TV show that aired in New Zealand and Australia from 2004 to 2010. The show featured children ending up in bizarre scenarios and being placed in situations such as facing aliens, supernatural forces, and other such strange phenomena. According to those who watched it, they said the show was quite disturbing and gave many young viewers nightmares. Some episodes featured graphic content involving children getting their faces eaten, dying, and even being eaten by sharks, of which was pretty damn intense. For some time since then, there has never been any home release of the series, and so it was considered a very rare show to find at one point, with only a couple clips of the show having shown up online. That is until March 14th of 2016, when Reddit user Golden Molars uploaded the show in whole, all 39 episodes onto Mega for anyone to download, making this one completely found. Freaky Stories. This entry is about a Canadian animated / live action horror TV series that aired from 1997 to 2000. According to the wiki, quote, the show's 35 episodes each consist of 4 animated shorts of varying artistic styles, based on various urban legends, with each short running roughly 5 minutes, and opening with the show's trademark phrase, "This is a true story. It happened to a friend of mine of a friend of mine." The shorts are interspersed with live-action segments hosted by 2 animatronic puppets, Larry the Bug and Maurice the Maggot, although notably, when aired in some countries, said segments were withheld from the broadcast, unquote. For some time, only about 50 of the 140 segments that was made for the show was available online, up until September 12th of 2015, when Lost Media Wiki creator Dynacast released 8 episodes he found on a VHS entitled Freaky Stories Pickled Brains for Found Media Week. Then starting from April 4th to 2020, and ending on July 4th the same year, YouTube user by the name of TV Shows would upload the entire series, making it fully found and easily available to watch. Garage Bad Dream Adventure. This entry is about a Japanese PC/Macintosh point-and-click game developed by Kinotrope and directed by Tomimi Sakuba, released in early 1999 with a limited release of 3,000 copies according to the wiki. The game features bizarre, surreal, often nightmarish, as the title implies, and sometimes graphic imagery. The player controls a small alien-like robot, maneuvering their way through a barren, foreboding landscape of cracked wood paneling and old, rusting machinery, complete with creepy, lifeless faces. The eerie background music, or lack thereof at times, only adds to the sense of impending danger, making for a very unsettling atmosphere. A 2013 search effort for the game, spearheaded largely by 4chan's VR board, had uncovered multiple copies for for sale, though said copies were always immensely expensive. It was also discovered that a special private edition was made available for a very short time in April 2004 through Sakuba's official website with a limited release of only 90 copies, all of which were sold in a single day. This version featured the game itself plus a collection of concept art. Notably, around the same time, the standard edition of the game was also made available for purchase, again in somewhat limited quantities, on Sakuba's website up until September 2007, when it was officially discontinued. Despite all these re-releases, Garage had not shown up online at all prior to 2014, leading to the game becoming incredibly rare, with only some thousand copies available in total. During this time, several people claimed to own copies of the game, though all of them were reluctant to provide a rip to the online community, fearing retribution on account of Japan's strict anti-piracy laws. One owner, however, recorded an entire playthrough of the game. Additionally, 2 short trailers were unearthed around this time. Then by early 2014, a copy of the game was put onto Yahoo Auctions Japan and was quickly bought by the HG101 Proboards.com user CC0 for 77,000 yen. The game was then arranged to be shipped from Japan to the US, then to Australia due to potential issues regarding Australian customs, where it was ripped and uploaded by CC0. The .dmg file for the Mac version can be downloaded in another mega file. Following the game's upload, CC0 also provided a collection of scans and photographs of the manual, box, case inlay, disc, and included map. And on December 10th, 2021, the game was released on the Google Play Store and App Store, and on July 7th of 2022, the game was even re-released on Steam, these versions also having translations for English, simplified Chinese, and traditional Chinese, making it the first time the game has officially been released in any other language besides Japanese. You've been looking at gameplay footage for the game in the background all through this segment, and it's certainly a very interesting game aesthetically, and feels truly ethereal at points, capturing a strange dreamlike or perhaps nightmarish atmosphere. And it's pretty cool that finally, after all this mystery and mystique that's been built around this game, that it's finally easily available for anyone to go and purchase and play right now. In the Mind of the Damned. In the Mind of the Damned was the second film made by the Dunn Lissick production company in 2013. The Dunn Lissick film group was best known for their Z-grade monster movie, The Melonheads, in 2011, which gained popularity after being featured in a Cracked magazine article. According to the IMDb, that film was about, quote, Brian Clark, who is a researcher looking into the truth of Allegan, Michigan's local melonhead legend, pairing up with a local man, Joe Dobbs, the two attempt to track down the monster, unquote. It was a campy horror film all in all, while the In the Mind of the Damned film, which for some time was shrouded in obscurity, far less campy, and much more of a psychological horror film, if focusing on a man having a mental breakdown following a bad acid trip, as he begins to have a series of stranger and stranger dreams, which fade the line between dreams and reality, and at some point it not becoming clear what is dream and what is real. The film starred most of the male cast from the Melonheads film, and was primarily shot in and around the Eastern Michigan University that's now been demolished, historic East Campus, likely months before its destruction. According to the film's director, Dave Lissick, the film was pulled from general release on account of the actor's dislike for the film's plot, particularly in its drug use and murder themes. The movie appeared briefly on a public domain website before being pulled due to legal disputes. And that's sort of how things remained up until December 24th of 2018, when an anonymous user received a copy of the full movie from Dave Lissick and uploaded it into a Google Drive, which you can now go and download and see the full movie for yourself. Or you could just watch it here on YouTube actually. It's only 37 minutes, so might as well check it out, I suppose. Kurt's Bloody... Oh boy. Now, given the name of this one, you might think you know what it's about. That being, you know, Kurt Cobain's real life but that's not the case. It's actually the unofficial name of a short homemade movie shot on Super 8 by Nirvana frontman Kurt Cobain and bassist Chris Novoselic in 1984 in their hometown of Aberdeen, Washington. It's a short 10-minute edgy home movie, basically with creepy visuals, and it gets its name because at some point Kurt is seen stabbing himself with a knife, and at one point he also stabs a dog. Again, very edgy. Anyway though, you can actually find them here on YouTube on a video titled Kurt Cobain Horror Movies by YouTuber Kermo Dungeon, Nirvana, who seems to have an archive of sorts of all sorts of footage and documentaries related to Nirvana. But yeah, that's pretty much it. The Mummy's Dungeon. This entry is about a 1993 horror film about a man who, for unknown reasons, wishes to resurrect Egypt's ancient warriors and help it claim its rightful place in the world again. To do this, he lures in models to his house for a supposed photo shoot and sacrifices them to an ancient mummy when they're distracted and unconscious. It was lost for some time, but it has since been uploaded to the Internet Archive. Quickly glancing over some of the movie, it's really low quality, almost like it's been recorded on VHS tapes, and the lighting and the general acting is, as you might expect, pretty fucking bad. The mummy design is kinda cool for what it is, I suppose, on such a low budget, but that's about it. The Painting of Horror, on that note, is another film by the same director as the last, G.W. Lawrence, and distributed by Wave Video. It was only ever released in a limited capacity on a VHS tape copy of the Kind of Meat You Can't Buy at a Store tape, it being just a 20-minute short film released as part of a larger compilation. Like the last though, it has since been uploaded onto the Internet Archive. The movie is about a painting of a deformed Necronomicon. One girl takes a closer look, pokes at it, and the painting eats her alive with its oversized tongue. But as the article notes, most of the movie is actually just kind of fetish material, with girls changing into lingerie, giving lap dances to an old man who was also in the Mummy's Dungeon, and most of the movie having nothing to do with the horror concept whatsoever. It apparently even ends without the horror concept ever being brought up again. Just weird gooner shit, basically. White Elephant, The Battle of the African Ghosts. This one is apparently a comedy drama horror film from 1984, with the premise being described by the article as less of a horror film, despite what the poster would have you believe, and more of a weird comedy movie of sorts. It even being described as a family movie at one point, where basically this rich guy comes in to modernize the country of Ghana, only for the locals to resist and show him more of their culture until he sees the errors of his ways. But at any rate, the film was lost for some time until eventually it was found on September 27th of 2019, when the YouTube channel Bonsai VHS uploaded the full English dub for the movie, before then being taken down by the copyright holders. I am unsure if it's been re-uploaded somewhere else by now, or if it's basically been lost all over again, but yeah. The Nun YouTube jump scare ads. So funnily enough, this one is actually an entry from Tier 2. However, Eric Fang is constantly updating his icebergs on icebergcharts.com, and so I figure I'd add it here just to be as thorough as I can be. Anyway, this entry is about a set of YouTube ads that came out in 2018 for the supernatural horror film The Conjuring 2 coming out. These ads became rather infamous, however, because they ended up being removed by YouTube later due to their shocking content. The advertising campaign for the film began on YouTube in August of that year. However, instead of using the film's trailer, the user was tricked into a false sense of security before getting jump scared by Valak. One of the ads shows a few seconds of the volume button going down, which, like the macOS/iOS, to trick the user into thinking it was an advertisement from Apple, before the nun appears with a very loud scream. This was a pretty sneaky way of getting a scare out of people. However, the ads were apparently pretty prevalent, and were, in the article's words, triggering people, namely people of Zitter, who were starting to complain about the ads. And user Baby Divas made a post warning people about the volume icon ad if the user had anxiety or hated jump scares, and to retweet the post to warn others. This post would end up getting the attention of YouTube themselves, and they would state the following: "Appreciate you bringing this to our attention. This ad violates our shocking content policy and it's no longer running as an ad." Additionally, after the ads were pulled, the Nun would later release new advertisements with a message claiming that the original ads were removed for being too frightening, along with an image of the Nun with black eyes. So basically, they just kind of rang with it, and the whole controversy only worked in their favor, and added some creepy mystery to the ads if you never got to see them. However, sadly, this means all of them but one of these ads are missing completely now. While the infamous volume icon one has been found, the following 4 are missing and could be described as, quote, 1. A fake buffering logo to trick the user into thinking the ad is struggling to load. Then the Nun, Valak, appears with a loud scream. 2. Nothing for about 5 seconds, and then the Nun pops up along with a loud scream. 3. A spinning ball, much like the beach ball of death found in Apple Max. And finally, 4 fades into a hall, then slowly moves down the room. A bell tolls, then the Nun appears. There was a 6th ad, however, that was recently uncovered on November 18th of 2024 by user Pinkesketch, commented on the Lost Media Wiki forums thread about the ad that was uploaded by YouTube user InstaSnap Ads in 2018. In the video, it shows an incoming call from an unknown number before being jump scared by Valak. Supposedly, these are one of the ads that was shown on the Instagram and Snapchat in addition to the ones that were shown on YouTube. And of course, you gotta know how it's gonna show you both of these, so if you don't like jump scares, skip past this next part. If you're watching the premiere and you feel that way, I guess turn the volume down for a second. And if you're sleeping while watching this, good morning, bitch. You've been warned. The Wizard. This entry is about a 1927 horror film loosely based on the 1911 novel Baloo by Gaston Leroux, again same guy who wrote the Phantom of the Opera novel. The film was directed by Richard Rossum and distributed by Fox Film Corporation, and is best known for being one of the most sought-after lost silent films, along with the likes of London After Midnight. According to a synopsis of the film on the wiki, quote, "The film's about a professor named Paul Coriolis, whose son was convicted and sentenced to death at the gallows for a murder that he didn't commit. He then seeks revenge by creating an ape-like creature named Baloo who killed his adversaries. Catching the attention of a detective named Murphy and a newspaper reporter named Stanley Gordon, they both investigate and save 2 intended victims, being Judge Webster and his daughter, from the murder," unquote. Sadly though, this one is completely lost, as the last known copy of the film was destroyed in a fire at Fox's vault in 1937. Amulet. Amulet is a 1991 Soviet horror film based on the novel The Lone Wolf. And the film is about 2 brothers from a Polski village who moved to Kiev for a better life. However, a chain of events happen involving a mysterious death and vampires. It was directed by Nikolai Rashev and was considered by many to be a masterpiece and a cult classic. According to the wiki, the film has never been theatrically released though, as it was only screened in several film clubs at night with a few TV airings, as well as a couple film festivals with no major release besides this. However, you can actually watch this film in full here on YouTube, so it's not lost anymore. Something in the Basement. So this one is much darker than most entries in this iceberg as we move away from the world of fictional horror to real-world horror. Something in the Basement is the debut short horror film by American filmmaker Victor Salva, a man who is also behind the famous Jeepers Creepers series, as well as a convicted sex offender. Notably, this lost short horror film is what led him to being able to create his debut feature film, Clown House, in 1989. which has become extremely infamous due to the sexual abuse by Victor Salva on Nathan Forrest Winters, the 12-year-old lead actor who played the character in that film named Casey, during its production, including videotaping one of these encounters. Victor Salva was also found with videotapes and magazines containing CSAM material in his home. A truly disgusting, vile, evil man who sadly got to mostly get away with his actions because after serving just 15 months of his measly 3-year prison term, Salva was released on parole, and again, ended up having quite a successful career after this, with his most iconic horror film Jeepers Creepers, which is still quite well known to this day, coming out to raving reviews at the time. You would think he wouldn't get another chance at making films again after such an incident, but apparently not. It only made him be able to have a bigger budget for the next film. Go figure. However, thankfully in recent years, this controversy has been much more well acknowledged, and thus interest in his debut short film has come up, mostly out of a morbid curiosity for most people, though not much is known about it. Apparently the basic plot is that a young boy is waiting home alone for his brother to return from a bloody war, discovering something horrifying in the basement during his wait. The film was apparently an allegory, although what exactly that was about is unknown. It starred John Downey, Brian McHugh, and Nathan Forrest Winters, again the same young actor who he would later victimize, not just 3 years later. Something in the Basement has not been seen publicly in decades, and while Clown House has had a DVD and VHS releases pulled from circulation, the film can easily be found online to watch, and physical copies have occasionally been sold on eBay. However, it is unknown if Something in the Basement will ever see the light of day again, and honestly, maybe it's better that way, in my opinion. Stygian. Stygian is an Australian short-budget indie horror film produced in the year of 2000 by Hybrid Films and is notable for being the debut of director, writer, and filmmaker James Wan, who would later go on to be the creator of several extremely successful horror franchises, such as The Conjuring, Insidious, and Saw. According to the wiki, quote, Stygian is a story about a young couple who become unintentionally targets in a life-or-death situation. They come into possession of a powerful talisman that is being sought after by the evil Reapers brothers. As a result, they find themselves trapped in a different realm. Jamie must navigate this unfamiliar world to find Melinda, but he soon realizes he is not the only one in this predicament. It serves as a gutter punk purgatory for deceased villains called Exile, containing mad scientists, killer clowns, gory zombies, and mayhem galore, unquote. Sounds like quite the adventure and a pretty cool concept for a movie overall. However, while this film was shown at some underground horror film festivals around the year 2000, and even obtained a few awards in those, it's never been released in any form to the public, nor on any physical media, and has disappeared since then. However, some clips from it did end up being showcased in a making of documentary for the film Razor Eaters, which you can see here.
And while I was there, I met some other students, like-minded students, and we decided to get together and make another film called Stygian, which I made with James Wan, who has of course gone on to make the film Saw. Caught up making that. That's sort of an action fantasy film.
And yeah, that's about it. Unfortunately, it is still currently lost. Tales of Mystery. This entry is about a British supernatural television drama anthology series based on the short stories of Algernon Blackwood. The show is hosted by actor John Laurie, who portrayed the author himself, and was apparently quite popular at the time, with 3 whole seasons being produced. And yet, despite that, all 29 episodes are currently completely lost, with only TV Guide ads being proof that it existed at all currently. The Addams Family Funhouse. This one is in reference to a 1973 unsold pilot that was aired on various channels during the 1973 and 1974 television season. It apparently had musical numbers and skits and was overall a kind of a variety show of sorts. However, all that has surfaced of this pilot is a single publicity photo first published in Castle of Frankenstein magazine issue 21, and that's really all there is to this one. The Television Ghost. This one was an early television show that aired from 1931 to 1933 and is often considered to be the first dramatic television anthology ever made, making it an important part of television history that is also completely lost. According to the wiki in regards to the premise of the show, quote, "The show centered on the idea of ghosts telling the stories of how they were murdered. Each episode featured a different story, but the ghost was always portrayed by George Kelting, whose costume involved having his face painted white and a sheet wrapped around him. Due to the technical limitations of the time, the format was closer to that of a radio show, as the video footage only consisted of a continuous shot of Kelting's head and shoulders as he talked. Each broadcast lasted 15 minutes, and the series ran for 2 years until it was finalized in 1933. Presumably at the same time, the W2XAB station suspended operations due to economic turmoil from the Great Depression," unquote. Sadly, due to the nature of it being broadcasted live, and pretty much no one having the ability to record it at the time, and no one at the network recording anything, the series is pretty unanimously considered to be lost for good, with no chance of it ever resurfacing, which is rather unfortunate. Mothman. Mothman was an unreleased independent horror film written and directed by Doug TenNapel, the creator of Earthworm Jim and Cat Scratch. It marked the artist's first and only foray into live-action filmmaking, and according to the wiki, quote, "The film follows Ellis Gladson, an aspiring animator living in a small town of Point Pleasant, West Virginia. With his work continually rejected by Disney, Gladson spends most of his time looking after an abandoned apartment building that his father inherited. In the midst of his dejection, he suddenly encounters a tall birdman known as the Mothman, a creature that has not been seen in town for 30 years. No one believes Gladson's sightings, and he becomes an outcast instantly. With the help of Old Man Hudson, who claims to have seen the Mothman back in the day, Gladson has to prove that the creature really exists. Things take a turn for the worse when he gets stalked by Agent Fulmer, a man in black who is also on the hunt for the Mothman, but for a much darker purpose," unquote. Sounds like a pretty interesting film. Now, interestingly, the reason for the film's abandonment has never really been revealed, and TenNapel has been hesitant to discuss any aspect of the production quite some time, although he was willing to list it on his website. It also mentioned that the film had evolving lengths from 90 minutes to 7 minutes, I guess. There's a handful of stills from the film as well, and a trailer which you've been looking at in the background the whole time. But that's about it, though there was some updates about this, being that there's apparently various edits and cuts of the film that again haven't been released publicly. Once again, according to the wiki, on August 21st of 2023, YouTuber Mr. Bones covered the Mothman subject in his Lost Media Limbo series. With this, a few days later, an anonymous viewer who claimed to have worked with Doug TenNapel in the past had contacted Mr. Bones from his coverage, and thus provided the short 22-minute cut of the film that was eventually shared in the Lost Media Wiki Discord server. However, there were much longer feature-length cuts of the film created during the editing process, and none of those cuts have been found so far. On November 28, 2023, filmmaker Matthew Hannum LG announced that he was nearing completion of a documentary about the making of Mothman, and that it will include behind-the-scenes footage and interviews with the cast and crew. In a Reddit post about the project, Hannum LG wrote the following: "The stuff I've uncovered while making this project is truly bizarre, and steps into some rather dark territory," unquote. Pretty ominous thing to say, but as far as I'm aware, that documentary has yet to come out, so I suppose we'll have to wait and see what he meant by that. Also, I'm not really sure, but I didn't see anywhere where you could watch the short 22-minute cut of the film. I guess you had to join the Discord server to see it, but even then, I don't know if it's even still in there, or if it's just being shared around privately amongst Lost Media enthusiasts at this point. I don't really know, but just figured I'd note that. Black Volga. This entry is in reference to a supposed 1973 film based on the urban legend of the same name. The urban legend, in case you didn't know, was widespread throughout Poland, Romania, Hungary, Russia, Belarus, Ukraine, Greece, and Mongolia, mainly in the 1960s and 70s. The legend refers to a black, or in some various versions a red, GAZ-21 or GAZ-24 that was allegedly used to abduct and murder people. According to different versions, it was driven by either a communist secret police officer, Russian mafia, Satanists, or Satan himself. The car is described as having white wheel rims, white curtains, or other white elements as well, which actually sounds pretty badass. The film, however, is not lost because it actually doesn't exist. Polish YouTuber Kakper did an investigation to the film and found that the supposed movie was never mentioned in any Polish articles back from the 70s, etc. And there really is no actual proof of it existing at all, thus ironically making the movie about an urban legend a urban legend in of itself. The Hunchback and the Dancer. This entry is about a 1920s silent German horror film that is, as you probably guessed, completely lost. The film was written by Karl Mayer, who also wrote The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. The plot of this film was supposedly about, quote, a repulsive hunchback named James Wilton changes his relationship with women when he discovers a diamond mine in Java. A young woman named Gina, in the rebound from an earlier relationship, begins dating him. Later, when she decides to break up with him and go back to her former lover, the hunchback manages to taint her with a poisonous substance that will kill anyone who kisses her. After two of her paramours die before her eyes, she finally catches on that he had contaminated her, and she decides to get revenge by luring the hunchback into kissing her himself, unquote. And yeah, that's pretty much it on that one. Black Waters. This one is about a 1929 British/American horror all-talking sound film. It was the first British-produced talking picture ever shown in England, but it was actually made in Hollywood since that is where the needed sound equipment was at that time. It was apparently about a weird night watchman that lures a group of people into a run-down old yacht at a San Francisco pier at midnight. Once the boat sets sail, the passengers are murdered off one by one, until only two of the men, Charles and Eunice, remain, along with a kindly old reverend who turns out to actually be the murderer, a crazy ship's captain named Tiger Larrabee, who disguises himself as a reverend to pull off a succession of murders. Yet again, though, the film is completely lost. Figures of the Night, yet another 1920 German silent horror film. This is once again completely lost. This one apparently having being influenced by the works of Edgar Allan Poe and based on the novel Il Gabal Kuperus by Karl Hans Strobel, who, fun fact, was an anti-Semitic and later willingly joined the Nazi Party, which is, pretty cringe. Anyway, the plot of the film is about Thomas Buzug, who is both the richest man in the world and the loneliest. He's a cripple who can only laboriously move on his crutches, domineering, cruel, only full of fanatical love for his son, who lives like a monkey in a cage, climbs on trees and eats nuts. His minions are muscle-bound giants and misshapen dwarves. His cunning secretary only strives to bring wealth into his possession. A dancer he loves leaves him. Then an unemployed inventor demands the hand of his nymphomatic daughter for an invention with which it is supposed to be able to extract oxygen from the air. With it, he wants to blackmail the whole world and become ruler over all countries. Which admittedly sounds so fucking crazy and weird that I do kinda wanna see the movie. But once again, it is completely lost, so fat chance on that. Obey. This one is a 1935 American horror film about a sailor known as the Adventurer, searching for a lost American explorer, and discovers him being held hostage on a remote island in the South Sea. The man is held captive by the island's natives, who have placed him under a voodoo spell known as Obey. The adventurer attempts to halt a death ritual but fails, and the explorer dies. The adventurer is forced to flee the island, taking with him a native woman and the daughter of the dead explorer. With the help of a map taken from the explorer, the three attempt to locate a chest of gold that has been sunk off the island shore. Meanwhile, the high priest of the island people cast a curse on the three, and a love triangle ensues between those on the ship, which, sounds kind of fucking creepy. How old is that daughter? Also, just want to note, sorry for the lack of pictures or videos for a few of these last entries. Some of these are so obscure that there's basically almost nothing to go off of them, besides just basic descriptions. But yeah, this one is also completely lost. The Shadow of the Desert, originally titled The Shadow of the East, this is a 1924 American silent horror film. The movie is based upon the novel The Shadow of the East by Edith Maud Hull, and the plot of which was described through a review of the film in a film magazine. Quote, Barry Craven is a young Englishman living in India who has taken a native wife, Lolaire. Barry meets his old university friend Saeed, a polished gentleman who is the son of an Algerian sheikh. John Locke and his daughter Gillian visit India, and Barry's former love for Gillian returns, but he cannot marry her as he has a native wife. Crazed by jealousy, Lolaire kills herself, and Barry is called back to England and marries Gillian. His Hindu servant, Kanwar, through his command of Oriental mysticism, then casts a spell on Barry that makes him feel remorse for his former wife, Lolaire's death. This remorse causes Barry to leave Gillian. He goes to the desert and joins Saeed to help fight a bandit chief, which sounds random, but okay. And then Gillian arrives on the scene. Saeed denies that he is with Barry and attempts to force himself on Gillian, but his better nature asserts itself, I guess. Bro was gonna assault her, but decided, nah, I'm better than this. But anyway, then a messenger comes to Saeed and tells him of Barry's danger. Saeed repents, sends aid, rescues Barry, and restores Gillian to him. And then Barry's servant Kungwar is killed, and with his death, the curse, which was the Shadow of the East, is lifted, unquote. All that being said, there are no known prints of the film in any archive, thus making it lost. The Weird Ones. The Weird Ones is a 1962 American sci-fi horror sexploitation comedy film that is now considered lost. The movie was about an alien creature, the Astronic, coming to Earth and terrorizing and killing women. Two press agents specialized in erotica used the services of a female alien referred to as a Cosmo Cutie to then lure the monster and capture him. And that's about all there is known about this one. Nights of the Werewolf. And for our final tier, we start with Nights of the Werewolf, a 1968 Spanish/French horror film about a professor who learns that a student of his suffers from lycanthropy, and under the guise of helping him, uses him as an instrument of revenge by controlling him by means of sound waves when he transforms. Very little is known about the film, however, with this photo being the only thing that exists of it currently. Due to this has actually led many to suspect that the movie might never have actually existed, and might have instead existed more as a concept title to fill out director Rene Govar's resume when he was just starting out in the film industry. At the same time, a movie from 1970 titled The Fury of the Wolfman has also been theorized to be what Nights of the Werewolf turned into, or was released as, because many have pointed out that they are very similar in their plot and premise, and that would explain why Nights of the Werewolf doesn't exist, because it never released under that title, but there is no confirmation of that as of yet. Lock Up Your Daughters. This one is rather infamous. It is supposed to be a horror film starring the famous horror star Bela Lugosi, released in 1959, 3 years after Lugosi died. The movie is presumed to be lost, but at the same time, there is actually very little evidence of it existing to begin with only some newspaper features being anything to go off of, which is kind of wild considering it would have been one of, if not the last film released with Bela Lugosi in it. And with how iconic he was in film, you would suspect there would be more reviews, opinions, posters, something that would exist of it. There is apparently a description of the film, as the wiki article notes, which is described as, quote, "Due to there being an extensive lack of info on Lock Up Your Daughters, there is no official word on the plot. However, in one review of the film, it states that the plot of the film involved an evil or vampiric doctor played by Lugosi doing evil experiments on women in an attempt to bring his dead wife back to life. The review also claimed that clips from Lugosi's previous films were included in the movie, but there is also reports that the film showed Lugosi as a host who would show clips from his older films, and some state that cash would be given to audience members if they could guess the correct film as to which clip it was from," unquote, which sounds like two very different movies and concepts. It seems like the movie does or did exist, but was only ever given a much more limited release, and then perhaps there just wasn't that much advertising around it at all. If it was just a clip show, essentially, of Lugosi's best films with a perhaps audience interaction thing, maybe it was more of just a interactive movie theater thing that was just there in a few theaters and wasn't meant to be a grand release of anything, but who knows. Black the Ripper. Yet another film we don't know for sure of the existence of. You'll notice that a lot in this last tier. This was an alleged blaxploitation horror film that would have been released in 1974 through 1976, with it being a blaxploitation version of the real-life murders of Jack the Ripper. It's rumored that Frank Salieri, who is the writer of earlier genre horror movie Blackenstein, may have been the director, but Black the Ripper is otherwise shrouded in mystery. While there are a few people who have claimed to have seen it, and the website dailygrindhouse.com has an article that goes into great detail about the film, it is not actually available in any official form, and no one named as connected with the production has come forward to describe its involvement. And it should also be noted that the article written on the dailygrindhouse.com was also published on April 1st, so any information from that may just be a joke. Several screenshots of the supposed film have come around, but again, none of these have been confirmed to actually be from the film, as many have just taken random screenshots from other obscure blaxploitation films and claimed that it was a still from the movie. Though many suspect the film does exist, despite the lack of evidence, due to many blaxploitation films being lost back in the day due to them simply not being considered worthy of preservation. Bonus entry, Bulgasari. So this one is just so weird, I feel like I had to include it somewhere on this iceberg. As the Wikipedia article on the film notes, Bulgasari, or Bulgasari at the end of Songdo, is a lost 1962 South Korean kaiju film, directed and edited by Kim Maejong-jae, produced by K-Wang Song Films, and was the first ever movie monster to be made in South Korea, as well as the first Korean film to use special effects. The plot of which being about a martial artist who is resurrected as the iron-eating monster Bulgasari to have revenge on his murderers. The film was heavily inspired by the 1954 Godzilla or Gojira, as you might imagine. Though sadly, when this film was released, it was met with extremely negative reviews from critics, especially because it was apparently had pretty unconvincing special effects, the direction was supposedly bad, and the acting seemed to be bad as well. Though we sadly cannot confirm any of these things for sure, as it sort of disappeared after its initial release. Perhaps saved somewhere, but more likely destroyed. Despite this, it is considered extremely important to the history of South Korean cinema, and on a much darker note, the film certainly caught the attention of one particularly infamous individual, as there is actually a remake of Bulgasari in the form of a film titled Pulgasari, which would be directed by Shin Sang-ok during his abduction in North Korea alongside Chow Eun-hee when they were forced to make films for the North Korean film industry, who basically serve as high-quality propaganda pieces to bolster the North Korean military and their country, art, etc., all being under the command of Kim Jong-il, who apparently was a huge kaiju monster movie fan, and loved Godzilla, but also seemed to have been a fan of the Bulgasari film as well. Makes me wonder if perhaps he, or I guess now Kim Jong-un, has a copy of it somewhere. Dracula Russian film. Once again, in the realm of the unknown, Dracula, 1920, is an alleged Russian film adaptation of the novel. There, as you could guess by now though, is no production stills, footage, or significant information about the supposed movie, and even the picture on the Lost Media Wiki page is just a fan-made piece to have something there to represent the movie, I guess. If the film did indeed exist, it would have been the first film adaptation of Bram Stoker's 1895 novel, which would be pretty cool, but again, we can't know for sure, though some discussion over it possibly existing and having been subsequently destroyed in the Russian Civil War has been theorized. There have been several hoaxes and fake findings of the movie over the years, sadly only poisoning the well and making it all the more difficult and disappointing when it all turns out to be fake. All the same though, it would be a holy grail of sorts, as far as both film and horror fiction history and Russian film history is concerned, but it seems pretty unlikely that it will ever be found if it really does exist at this point. Ringu Brussels cut. This one is pretty interesting, and again, unproven, but something that has quite a history of discussion and research put into it. According to the wiki article, a number of unproven eyewitness accounts, there is an alleged alternate version of Hideo Nakata's 1998 cult horror classic Ringu, dubbed the Brussels cut. It was said to have been significantly more graphic than the definitive cut seen today. It was supposedly shown at the Brussels International Festival of Fantasy Film in 1999 for its European premiere. The Brussels cut is said to contain a much more disturbing opening mouth effect, wherein the victims' mouths were noticeably vertically deformed, as they were, incidentally, in the film's 2002 remake, made in America, The Ring. This change was said to have given the film a much creepier effect, with testimonies praising the Brussels screening overall. Director Hideo Nakata, when asked twice in separate interviews about the possibility of an alternate cut of Ringu, denied having any knowledge of such a cut, though this has not hindered supposed witnesses of testifying to its legitimacy. While most people have just passed off the Brussels cut as nothing more than an urban legend, the surprising number of people who have come forward claiming to have seen it is too significant for others to deny, preferring to believe that either Hideo Nakata was, for some reason, attempting to hide its existence, or that someone other than him had tampered with the cut before it was screened. Notably, since word of the Brussels cut broke online, several people have made claims that the alternate cut aired on both Spanish and British TV, though those claims have been heavily disputed. Whether or not the Brussels cut truly exist or not may never be known. I personally think that this is just an urban legend, and that people are getting the original Ringu and the American The Ring remake mixed up in their memories, most likely, since the American version has the exact mouth effect people are describing. But who knows? Maybe there really does exist a Brussels cut, and it'll randomly be dropped one day. The Curse of the Moonchild. This entry is about a 1972 American horror film starring Adam West, about a Victorian-era English village whose children, born under the astrological sign of Cancer, are compelled to join a demonic union. Sounds like a pretty interesting concept for a film, actually. However, this one's existence is unconfirmed, as little is known about the film's production or availability, and there is once again very little evidence to suggest it even exists at all. So yeah, Dr. Jekyll and Hyde, 1901 film. Yet another silent film adaptation of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and sadly it is once again completely lost, which is a shame because it is considered the first American horror film ever made. But once again, there just isn't anything there to talk about besides it apparently having existed. Sadly, just like every other one of these, they just didn't take care of this stuff back in the day. The mentality of many production studios was that films were disposable quite often. It is only now that we consider films as art and appreciate them for what they are that the true tragedy of that short-sighted thinking comes to leave a permanent scar. The System of Dr. Gaudron. One more silent horror film for the road. The System of Dr. Gaudron is a 1913 French short silent horror film, later released in America under the title of The Lunatics. And this movie is centered around a journalist who, accompanied by his wife, travels to an old castle complete with moat, which has been turned into an asylum, in the hopes of writing about a new approach to curing patients, which is said to be practiced there. Arriving during the storm, they quickly discover that the inmates have taken over, and that the cure to insanity is gouging an eye and slitting the throat. One doctor seems to be practicing this technique. Another believes that they can float. Escape seems impossible, and the reporter is drawn to a table to undergo the cure. But a gust of wind scattering the doctor's papers provides a distraction, and with the help of a sympathetic inmate, the two protagonists are able to flee to safety. Sadly, this one is, yet again, completely lost, which is a shame because it got some pretty high praise from critics at the time, with one saying that it was, quote, the kind of picture that will put immediate quietus on any buzz of conversation in the auditorium and will be called a terrible, powerful picture. It is artistic, real, and gripping, unquote. And certainly for its time in 1913, sounds like a pretty damn intense movie, so I can certainly believe that. Simon C. Productions Halloween Anime. And for our final entry, we have this entry that has no official page on the wiki as of yet, but instead just a post on the Lost Media Wiki forums by user Nightspawn that says the following, quote, so I was working on creating the subreddit for the Simon C. Productions Halloween Anime, grabbing links and stuff, and I accidentally searched the text content section of the Wayback Machine, and I found a book called Screenwriting on the internet, a book that also mentions Fatal Blade, which the website also mentions, so I can only presume this is the same Simon C. Productions. That means we now have an actual name of someone who worked in the company, which is a good piece of any puzzle, unquote. Now, honestly, just that made me feel like I was missing some sort of context here, since this is the only thing that is linked on the Iceberg page. So I went looking and found a post on the Lost Media Reddit by user Nightspawn of Luna that gives much more details. Quote, throughout the history of the Halloween franchise, there have been many ideas that never saw the light of day. One of the most interesting of these stories is a little-known attempt at an anime-style project made by a company called Simon C. Productions. I only know about it via a link I got from the trivia section of the Halloween franchise's TV tropes page. A link is then provided to the article where it says, quote, while rumors about a planned Halloween meets Hellraiser franchise matchup continue to fly, Creature Corner reports that Simon C. Productions is teaming up with Westgate Incorporated, planning to turn Michael Myers into an anime character. Their animated Halloween project is getting underway soon, and right now they're holding a contest to design the poster that's open to the public. You can find out more at the company's official website. Hurry, the deadline for entries is October 10th. C Productions is also developing a new version of Perfect Blue based on the same stories that inspired Satoshi Kon's popular feature, in which a pop star is stalked by a psychopathic fan, unquote. Which is pretty wild to think about. A fucking Halloween anime. That's something I never knew I wanted until just now. But what became of this supposed thing? And was the rumor even true? Going back to the Reddit post, quote, using that I was able to get a link to the actual website of Simon C. Productions, though the website makes no mention of the Halloween anime in the project section. And yeah, going through the current projects page, there isn't any mention of the Halloween anime. Though to make a small side tangent, the Perfect Blue adaptation I found weird enough to go and read what they had planned for it, because if you didn't know, the Satoshi Kon classic was loosely based around the light novel Perfect Blue, Complete Metamorphosis by author Yoshikazu Takeuchi, but this other film project would have been an adaptation of that light novel sequel, Perfect Blue Awakened from a Dream, which was an anthology light novel containing 3 stories,
which this anime that never came out would have adapted, which means this is technically also a piece of lost media. So there's a bonus one for you, I suppose. But anyway, back to the Halloween anime. Quote, after digging more, I was able to find the design contest rules for making the poster, something discussed in the original Fangoria article, which indeed says right there, we're currently developing an animated version of Halloween. We would like your original Halloween idea for the poster for the film, which would suggest that even if it never got very far, that yes, there really was gonna be a Halloween anime. However, that's about it. Besides it literally being a project that was being worked on at some point, we don't really know anything other than that. It would be cool to see some of these posters that might have been submitted for the contest, if there were any submissions, or if there are any possible concept art or sketches of the character made, any ideas put forward for what they were going to do with the anime. But who knows if any of that even exists, or if it managed to survive at all outside of just the concept of a Halloween anime with not much else being there. Perhaps the contest for the poster was sort of a means of gauging interest as well. As noted before in the Lost Media forum post, there is also a book that was found that references the film also existing in some way, but again, nothing more has come from that lead either. Still nonetheless, certainly an interesting piece of what if lost media, and one that I definitely would love to see more of, if possible, if it exists at all. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so very much for watching and joining me through this journey through the lost horror media iceberg. If there's ever any other sort of lost media content or more obscure type of stuff that you'd like to see me cover in the future, be sure to comment down below and I'll certainly look into it. Maybe not as a full-on iceberg, but maybe as more of a smaller curated thing once in a while. I also want to take this time to thank all of my loyal patrons and channel members for continuing to support this channel and everything I do. And remember that there is actually 2 exclusive videos on my Patreon and channel memberships. That being the coverage of both Jeff the Killer novellas, the second of which has never really been covered by anyone on YouTube before. And trust me when I say, it is quite the weird and wild ride. But that being said, thank you to all my night eggs and my night owlets, as well as a very special thank you to all of my great night owls, including Anon, Bunzo, Bandan, Sombra Devante 06, Jeffrey Robry, and Hexmaniac Hannah, as well as a super duper special thank you to all of my arch owls, including the wise Nicodemus, the lovely Leanne Loves Christ, the daring Daniel Petrie, the Super Saiyan Star Punch Gaming, the fearless Forgotten Ace, and the Supersonic Sword. Thank you all so very much for your continued support, and if you enjoyed the video and want to see more like it, be sure to like and subscribe and help me out in the algorithm. But until next time, this has been Dylan the Night Owl, flying off.